This is, I guess, 6 sessions that I've had the opportunity together with our team to let the committee know that DEEP is in support and the Lamont administration supports the authorization of a managed bear hunting season here in the state. We know that over that time, we've seen the frequency and severity of human bear conflicts have increased significantly. And we have a annual report that we'll be happy to share. We've been tracking this over time. That shows that this tracks this data and shows that these trends are increasing. We know that in the states surrounding us, the example shows that a regulated bear hunt is a critical tool, in addition to many other tools that we have in place to help reduce this public safety risk and help to reduce the amount of human bear conflicts. I just want to note that during these years, though, this issue has been debated, because I know there are strong views on all sides of this issue. DEEP has seen a lot of progress in areas such as helping to increase the amount of messaging and education and around the use of non-lethal methods. We have worked a lot to help get out positive practices and working with media around how social media is sort of portraying some of the more risky behaviors that the public may engage in that could increase the possibility of these types of conflicts. And so that's been a positive place that we've been able to help make some progress. And of course, there are the bills that were enacted last year related to agricultural damage permits and self-defense clarification. And so all those things, I think, show how we've been able to make progress in different aspects of the tools that we need to address a managed bear hunt. But we still view the importance of having a bear hunting season. And with that preamble, I want to pass over to our team. And Jenny, I don't know if you want to take the lead. And if you, I know you'll introduce yourself and your title.
Yes, Jason Hawley. I'm a wildlife biologist on the bear program with DEP. So to specifically answer your question about bears, being in areas where they can be harvested, we've had a sample of adult bears GPS collared for over 15 years, between 25 and 35 a year. Through that research, we've learned that our bears have extremely large home ranges. Some of them will travel up to 100 miles in a week. And some of our male bears have home ranges that are up to 100 square miles. So a bear that's spending time in Avon quite certainly could be also spending time in Barkhamsted. Just because a bear is seen in downtown Farmington, they're not spending all their time in downtown Farmington. They're also making movements out to far more rural areas. And we see that regularly with almost all our bears that we've had GPS collared over the years.
Well, I appreciate that answer, because that seems to be one of the arguments that we hear. And I also appreciate DEEP having testified in public safety as well. So I want to get that out there. When it comes to another one of the arguments, and I say the arguments, it's from reading testimony over the years. When it comes to if a bear is shot and has cubs, is there limits if a bear has young cubs? Is there any prohibition that could be put into one of these hunting regulations?
Yeah, there certainly can, but I would point out from a biological perspective, cubs are born around the first week of January in the den with their mother. They are dependent on their mother up until about July. So cubs that were born this January are pretty dependent on their mother up until, about July 1st, around then. They will stay with some of them will den with their mother again the second year in a den. But we're finding more and more that these bears, some of these yearling bears, aren't even denning with their mother. They're becoming independent before they're even 1 year old. So traditionally, bear hunting seasons are September and October. Those bears are completely self-sufficient by that time. There's no concern. You hear a lot of stuff about, oh, the poor cubs will be orphaned. These bears have been taught by their mother how to find food, how to survive, how to avoid danger, and they know what to do. They know how to be a bear and be successful at it by that time.
That's helpful. And my last question, Mr. Chair, before I turn it over to other members, and I appreciate the time. I learn something new from you all the time, Jason. So lastly, if a bear season and bear tags or lottery, whatever system's in place, the bears have learned behavior that they're engaging in now. And I've been with Deep at different sites to when we talked about taking down bird feeders, trying to do the best we can as humans to curb that behavior. But that learned behavior, once a hunt starts, in my speaking to U.S. Fish and Wildlife last week, they said having a hunt, they also learn that behavior and tend to retreat back to areas where they become a bit more tentative. I'll just leave it at that. Would you agree? Or
Yeah, and that's a good thing. But I would say more than that, it's about population level learning. So you can essentially think of it as evolution, human-based evolution, right? So we're selecting bears that are bold. The boldest of bears are the ones that harvested first. So New Jersey, Rathel et al. 2017 was published, and they showed that bears that were involved in conflicts were more likely to be harvested. So what's happening, yes, you're having some individual learning, but it's more population level learning. So over time, that continued pressure, every year you're removing the boldest of the bears. So over time, that population starts to become a little more wary around humans. And I think that's what happens in like Massachusetts. They have one of the most conservative bear hunts in the nation. They harvest like less than 3% of their bear population, but they had one home entry in 2024 and we had almost 70. And what's happening there, they have 4,500 bears. We have, 12, 1,300. So what's happening is the bears that they're harvesting are the super habituated and food conditioned bears that are potentially dangerous. And that's why they don't have the conflicts that we have. Those bears are just kind of allowed to do what they want. I hear from people all the time, they're frustrated because they feel like, bears have more right than they do. And at this point, it's becoming a serious public safety concern.
well, I appreciate that. And Connecticut is one of 2 states that doesn't have a bear hunt, I believe.
That has a significant bear population. Yeah, it would be Florida and Connecticut.
Well, I appreciate your testimony. I don't want to take up any more of the committee's time, and I appreciate Deep agreeing with us on this bill. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Rep. Reddington Hughes.
Thank you. And thank you for being here today. I know Connecticut is one of the smallest bear populations compared to many other states in the Northeast, yet the highest number of human bear conflicts. As a result of the bill that was passed last time, and I'm going to talk about a component of it where we had people pulling in their birdhouses and locking down their garbage. Since then, more than 3,000 human bear conflicts in 24 to 25 have occurred, 67 home entries. And of those 3,000 human bear conflicts, were any directly linked to garbage or bird feeders?
Yeah, I can take that one. My name is Mason Trumbull. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Conservation. And just so I'm understanding your question right, you were saying there was a bear bill that was passed recently, and you were wondering if that bear bill had an impact on the number of conflicts related to bird feeders or trash cans. Is that right?
I'm actually inquiring as to the conflicts that have occurred. In what percentage of those cases in 24, 25 were bird feeders or garbage the culprit?
Yes, I can. Thank you for the clarification. I can answer that. In our bear report, you'll see we have a breakdown of the different conflicts. A large majority of the conflicts that we're seeing are exactly that. They're bird feeders and they're trash cans, where bears are getting into those human sources of food. And that's almost the first step in the habituation where bears become comfortable around people. And so the law that was passed a couple sessions ago prohibited the intentional feeding of bears, which has been a problem in certain parts of the state where we've seen dangerous scenarios created by people intentionally feeding bears. And that's been a helpful messaging point for us too, to let people know that's not allowed. But that does not cover, as you mentioned, it does not cover trash cans or bird feeders directly. So that law has not applied in those scenarios.
So there have been no fines that have been issued.
We have taken some actions against intentional feeding. Since the bill was passed, we've had one infraction related to dangerous wildlife and 14 warnings. Again, the bill the way the bill was crafted was it bans the intentional feeding of bears. So I don't know about you, but I've never intentionally sped before in my life. And I don't think we'd be able to write very many speeding tickets. I'm using that a little tongue in cheek, but the point there is it's difficult for Ancon officers to enforce that provision because it's only targeted towards intentional feeding and not unintentional feeding.
Okay, my other question is going to have to do with the drawbacks of us really not having a bear management plan and what results in that. I have been in meetings where I have seen and heard testimonies of folks that had bears, well, that the bear was actually endangering someone, and then when the necropsy was done, that they found things like dirty diapers and other horrible things in the stomach of the bear, which I think that many people don't understand, that letting the bears encroach the way that we have and not doing anything has actually really harmed them. Can anyone speak on that?
I can start and then I'll
Mhm.
pass it over to Jason. We think that we can, should this bill pass, implement a bear hunt in such a way that the overall statewide population of bears can continue to grow in a sustainable manner, which is something we support. Well, the bears that are causing the conflicts, as Jason mentioned, would be targeted through a very focused and limited bear hunt. So, Jason, maybe you could answer the question a little bit more directly about how that might occur.
Yeah, so your question was specifically about not having a bear management plan? You mean like the document?
Not having a beer management plan like the other states that have implemented, whether it's a limited hunting season or
Okay.
some way of culling the population so that we don't actually damage the animals.
Yeah, it's kind of an unfortunate situation. Bears are a native species to Connecticut. I love bears. Obviously, I've dedicated my career to them. And we should all be happy that we're here, that they're here, they're recovering. Our job is to ensure that they recover and that population is viable for our grandchildren. Um, and what happens, what I've seen happening is public sentiment is really turning negative towards these animals, where when they first started coming in, people were, excited about it. And, we field thousands of calls a year from residents. And I have residents they would call me and say, I saw a bear, I'm excited. And now they call me and they're like, I'm sick of it. Get this bear out of my yard. This bear has more rights than I do. And it's becoming, it's kind of sad to see that happening. But I would say, um, the bigger concern for me is public safety. It's really, really becoming an issue. We're seeing escalation in not only the number of conflicts, but the severity of conflicts. When bears go into people's homes, we have certain towns where people are literally listening to everything we tell them. They don't have bird feeders out, they don't have garbage out, but these bears have become so habituated and food conditioned. They go to these houses and they're like, oh, well, there's not food on the outside. I'm going to go check inside. And I can't give advice to someone on, well, do you put metal bars over your windows? So it's an unfortunate situation, where this is happening. And honestly, like, it's getting dangerous. Someone's going to get killed or severely hurt. And we're on that track if we stay where we are right now.
Well, I want to say thank you for your efforts, because they certainly are very appreciated in my neck of the woods. And when I hear folks very negatively saying that this is about trophy hunting, I just want to clear the air and let them know that that is not the case here. A good bear management plan is good for the animal as well.
Yeah, like I said, my job is to make sure, is to conserve bears and make sure the population continues to grow. Eastern Connecticut really doesn't have an established bear population. If we were to have a hunt, there would be no hunting in Eastern Connecticut, because it's my job to make sure this population is fully recovered. Our job is simply to target areas where I view it as a public safety hazard. It's not so much about population control, it's about conflict control and public safety.
Well, thank you for your help.
Thank you. Representative Gresco?
Yeah, I didn't think I was that high on the list there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the legislation that we passed a couple of years ago, allowing farmers to I guess kill bears that have been proven to cause crop damage. Have you issued any permits to that end?
We have been happy to have the team provide an update on the implementation of that program.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Representative Gresco. We have, as you mentioned, there was the bill that was passed 2 years ago did provide the ability for DEEP to issue agricultural damage permits for farmers that were experiencing crop damage with a caveat that non-lethal methods had to be used first. And so we did, and I'll just say when that bill was passed, there were a lot of concerns in testimony and otherwise where folks were concerned that would be a backdoor to a bear hunt or a bear hunt implemented behind the backs of the public, and that's nothing to be further from the case. We have a very highly structured agricultural damage permit program that resulted in 15 bears being taken underneath that program last year. It's a good, it provides a good solution for farmers to protect their crops. It's not, it does not replace a hunt. It doesn't have the same level of population learning that a hunt would do, but it does provide farmers with specific ability to protect their crops.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, Jason, I was interested in what you said about the boldest animals in Massachusetts being the ones that are culled. How do you know that? I mean, how do you determine that the reason why the Massachusetts encounters have gone down is because the bear hunt targeted the bears that were most likely to be habituated? I mean, I see any potential hunt in Connecticut, people are going to go up into the Northwest Hills, and those bears, in my opinion, are minding their own business.
Yeah, so again, bears move a lot. So if they're up in the hills, they're also going to be down in the flats. So the study I was referring to is from New Jersey, Nonlethal et al. So New Jersey keeps track of bears that have been involved in conflicts through ear tags. So they know bears that have been involved in those conflicts. So they found when they implemented their hunt, conflicts significantly dropped, statistically dropped. And they also found that those bears that had been identified as involved in conflict were harvested at a higher rate than bears that were not involved in conflict. Statistically significant difference. They also found when they took away the hunt, their conflicts obviously statistically increased. So that's kind of like, New Jersey showed it. It's peer-reviewed, published scientific literature. So it's more of an assumption. Well, our neighbor to the north, the only thing really that's different is they have a harvest, really, as far as how they manage the bears.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, so I would comment. I would ask that if this bill goes forward and in regulations that you would be required to come up with that if we do this, it would involve a hefty fee, and it would include a wildlife biologist going along with whomever happened to win that lottery, just so that, not forever, but, just maybe right out of the gate, so that there is a little bit of what am I looking for? A little bit of knowledge for everyone that the individuals that win the lottery aren't just going to go out and have a good time. There's science behind going along, and that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I do want to make one comment to that New Jersey study, because in my eyes, that's what prevented us from doing the bear hunt 2 years ago. That study is pretty flawed on its face, considering people keep using that study as evidence of the state of New Jersey did away with their bear hunt and their rates of incidence shot up. And then a year later, they reinstituted the bear hunt and the rates came down. But the problem with that study is in neighboring New York, they did not do away with their hunt. And that same exact year, their incidence shot right up, and the next year it also came down. So in my eyes, there was absolutely no correlation with the hunt and the rates of incidences. And that study is actually proof. One of the reasons some people use as proof why a bear hunt really doesn't change the level of incidences. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, the data's there. I speak regularly with the New Jersey bear biologist. The data doesn't lie. New York is a different situation because they've always had bear hunting. So you're changing hunting regulations in a bear population that's already been pressured by hunting. And I would argue that it wasn't a statistically significant difference in harvest in New York. They see fluctuations all the time. New Jersey saw it when they implemented their hunt, they decreased. When they removed it, it increased. When they implemented it, they decreased. And they also found that the bears involved in conflict, because they're the ones that are bolder and they're moving and they're not as afraid as humans, are going to be harvested at a higher rate. New York didn't publish anything. This was peer reviewed by peers, bear biologists. Everyone said, yes, this is good science. And it was published.
But we'd be happy to come back to the committee and, spend more time going over that study, for example, because I think these are important. This analysis is really important from our neighboring states to help unpack some of these trends and the extent to which a managed hunt would help reduce conflicts.
Be happy to. All right. Representative Anderson, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming here with your staff. Just in time for this hearing, one of the towns I represent, someone posted a video of a bear yesterday in a town Facebook group of a bear, a video from a Ring camera of a bear pushing in on a sliding glass door, even though there's a dog barking on the other side. So some bears have really gotten bold. But I just have a couple questions related to hunt. The first one, some of the people who oppose a bear hunt or think it's not time yet say we need an accurate census. I believe that the Yukon did one, I don't recall what year. But to do a census, what would it entail resource-wise? Could Yukon do it again? Do we really need a census before we have a bear hunt?
Yeah, so that study we did with Yukon was in 2014. It was a pretty rigorous study scientifically, published most of the data from that study. And we've been using that number to extrapolate out, based on our population growth numbers. I don't see a reason to have, another study like that. You're talking minimum of 3 years to implement something like that, probably minimum of $500,000 to do it. The way most states get their population estimates is through their hunt. So they use data from their hunt, and they can get a population estimate every year by doing that. So by implementing a hunt, we're also getting extremely valuable information on the demographics, the health of the population, and the number of bears on the landscape.
Thank you. Just one more question, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if your staff could talk about black bear eating habits, particularly whitetail deer fawns. I've heard that it's a favorite meal. I've seen studies in other states that were detailed that showed some counties it was very high, even 100%. I haven't looked at the data for the 2024 whitetail deer if it's published hunting, but I saw up to 2023 that the harvest was a little bit down. The anecdotes from the hunters in some areas that there just were a lot less deer. And apparently some hunters are selected for surveys, your fawn count, and those numbers were a little down. So I wonder if your staff could comment on the impact of the black bear on whitetail deer population. Thank you.
I can take that one and then I'll pass it off to Jason. I think at a broad level, we're not seeing a significant impact we're not seeing the bears have a significant impact on the deer population. That being said, there are some instances where bears do predate on fawns, as you mentioned. And Jason, you want to fill in the stats there if you can?
Yeah, bears are opportunistic omnivores, so they're going to take advantage of whatever's available to them at that certain time of year. So in spring, when the fawns start being born, start dropping, bears will target fawns. A study we did in Northwest Connecticut, I can't remember the exact percentage. It was like 13 to 15%, something like that, of the fawns in our study were killed by bears. So certainly there's an impact. I wouldn't say, it's a significant population level impact, but certainly it has some level of impact.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Reyes, followed by Rep. D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you guys for being here. I'll be more transparent. So the only time I spend in parks has 3 bases and a home plate. Other than that, you're not going to see me in the woods. So I can't tell you anything about the bears. But what I will tell you is that I have definitely gotten more complaints, concerns from inner city folks here in the city of Waterbury. My question to you, my first question to you folks is, in the 5th district or in the New Haven County that I reside in, has anybody killed a bear since our last meeting here? Had to kill a bear, had to put a bear down?
Are you asking with respect to deep personnel or law enforcement or
Any,
in
all the above.
Okay. Any bears taken in your district?
Yeah, I think Representative, we'd have to get back to you on specific. We do track some of those numbers. Our NCON police track bears killed in self-defense, things of that nature. But we'd have to get back to you on what may or may not have occurred in your specific district before we give you a hard and fast number.
And the reason I ask, thank you for that answer. And the reason I ask is, I get it. We're sharing the community with wildlife, and they're hungry. They're coming down into the inner cities, and unfortunately, the trash cans are their next best option. And it's usually a case of them looking for food more than anything else. But I just want to know, as a constituent of Waterbury, where has a bear been shot within the vicinity of the people I represent? And, for whatever reason, self-defense, obviously we're not talking about trophy hunting here. We're talking about self-defense or protecting one's house, home, crop. And the second piece of that is, you folks track the tag. I think you try to tag every bear that we have in the state. The percentage grown year over year is how much now?
So let me just quickly comment on your first question related to bears, and then I'll turn it over to Jason to hit the growth question. But a couple things that we do track related to conflicts. We've seen just our overall conflict numbers increase drastically across the state, which presumably would include your district as well. 10 years ago, we had less than 500 human bear conflicts reported. Last year, we had 3,500, just a very stark increase there. What's more concerning to me is what you mentioned, home entries, and those have gone up. We had less than 10 a decade ago, and now we have 60. We had 67 last year. And then, as you mentioned, the law that was passed 2 years ago does allow bears to be killed in self-defense, really in 3 scenarios. So if a bear is threatening you or another human, if a bear is threatening your pet, or if a bear is in your house, which you mentioned. And those are the issues that are really concerning to us. Our NCON officers have to respond in those cases. And yes, when we do have a bear in our home, our protocols are to euthanize that bear. And then we did have 3 instances, and I'm not sure where in the state they were. We had 3 instances where bears were killed in self-defense. And that's a scenario that certainly common sense would indicate that if a bear is threatening you, you should be able to kill it. And the law confirms that. That was passed a couple years ago. But that's a scenario that we don't want to see. We like to manage bears. That involves firearm use in high stress scenarios. We'd like to not see that happen and manage the bear population in such a way that those circumstances don't exist in the first place. So that's a little bit more in your first question. I'll turn it over to Jason about the population growth and how we track that.
Yeah, I mean, first I would say specifically your question about Waterbury. We definitely deal with a lot of conflicts around Waterbury. I know I can't say specifically, if it was last year. We've definitely had to euthanize bears, in or around Waterbury. We have problems there a lot. I know there was an encampment of people living in tents right on the outside of Waterbury that were hand feeding a bear. They had it named. It was coming up to them. They were hand feeding it. That bear eventually, I don't remember exactly what it did, but it was displaying some pretty dangerous behavior towards people, and we did have to euthanize it because it was a public safety risk. So, I mean, that bear was habituated enough where they were feeding it by hand. Um, so yeah, lots of issues in that area. And then the second part of your question, you're talking about just how much our population is growing per year.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
Sir.
so based on our reproduction and survival data, it's between 10 to 15% annually, probably closer to 15%.
15%. Well, thank you. And do you guys see any evidence of because of the feeding problem? Do you see any evidence in the rural sections or in the woods, if you will, of bears actually savagely attacking another animal, a deer or something, if they can catch it?
Yeah, bears are predators.
Mhm.
They're designed to kill other animals. Certainly they kill deer, but probably more so than anything, when their density gets high, what's kind of happening in Northwest Connecticut, they'll fight with each other. They'll kill cubs. It's pretty common when you get high bear density where male bears will kill the cubs. But yeah, they're wild animals, and they'll opportunistic, and they'll take advantage of deer when they can. But for the most time, most of the year they're eating blueberries, raspberries, and acorns.
Guys, thank you very much for your answers and thank you for the information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Rep. D'Amico?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team for coming here as always. So first of all, Commissioner, did you submit written testimony on this bill or other bills? Or if you did, I'm not finding it.
I'm sorry, it may be that we haven't cleared all the approvals yet.
Okay,
Perhaps.
you will
So
be submitting.
I signed off on it, and it's coming your way. If it's not posted, that may be our review process.
Okay, all right. But I'm presuming we'll get it eventually. So that's good.
Apologize for that.
All right, no, that's right. No. So I always enjoy reading your testimony and quizzing you about it. So that's okay. We're going to quiz anyhow. So here's the first question of the quiz. Did this bill 1523 that is in front of us, is this something that your department asked for, or was this requested by someone else?
I know that we have testified in support of various bills that would authorize a bear hunt, but this is not an agency raised bill or proposal.
Okay, so it didn't come from the agency, but you are in support of the bill.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm a little troubled by this bill. I have to tell you, Mr. Chair and others, this bill seems to give, it's not very well fleshed out. It seems to give carte blanche that the department, shall adopt regulations, and there's really no parameters that I can see. And that to me, that's troubling, that I'm going to be asked to vote on a bill giving permission to the agency to to adopt regulations for a bear hunt without anything beyond that. So I would invite your comment on that.
Well, so I think that the bill does, I'm just pulling up the text, but it does provide for certain types of components or factors, the elements that would have to be included in the regulations, as and of course, given that this is Connecticut, the regulations would certainly go through notice and comment, but also have to be approved by the Legislative Regulations Review Committee. So we would anticipate if this did move forward, that we would be engaging stakeholders through the notice and comment process. We would include the elements included here, and then certainly would hope for approval, but through the review process for the LRC.
Fair enough. So I have to ask, just in general, what is the goal of this proposed bear hunt? What is the goal?
So again, we did not this bill is not ours, but any bear hunt that Deep would support, our goal for a bear hunt would be to reduce the number of conflicts. And again, sometimes people say it's all about population control, and that's not actually the case. We'd like to see the population of bears grow statewide, but if we were going to do a hunt, we'd target towards areas of the state where the most conflicts are occurring. And I have a map here. It's not quite large enough to share, but it shows where the conflicts are happening, and most of the conflicts are happening west of the Connecticut River, and most of the bear home entries are actually happening, which is an area that obviously we're very concerned about, are kind of happening in the northwest quadrant of the state.
So that's where you would prescribe the bear hunt take place is in that area of the state only?
We would look at where the conflicts are happening the most. Certainly the western half of the state is where we're seeing the conflicts, the most conflicts happening. So certainly the eastern part of the state where we see some, to be clear, but we don't think the eastern part of the state would need a bear hunt.
Okay.
At this time.
And I would add, certainly if the committee, were to advance this proposal, there could be additional elements that could be included to direct the agency. We always welcome, greater guidance and specificity in the authorizing legislation so we can ensure we hit the mark. For example, fee schedules or deep personnel involved in oversight of the program, per Rep. Gresco's earlier question.
So what I'm getting from this, what I'm understanding is that it's not necessarily the population, the numerical population of the bears. It's the conflicts that are the problem that we're trying to get at here. So and I thought I heard you say, Deputy Commissioner, that you would like to see the population grow. Did I hear that right? Or
yes, you did, and I can understand why this there seems to be a dichotomy there. But really. Again, in our bear report has this map which you can go and look at. When you look at the hot spots in the state, they really are in the western part of the state. And so we'd like to, as Jason said, target the boldest bears. So have a hunt, and common sense will tell you, and Jason can speak more to the science, but common sense will tell you that the bears that are most comfortable around people are the ones that are most likely to get killed in a hunt. And so we'd like to target the areas where the conflicts are the worst, see some of those, for lack of a better term, problem bears get removed from, and then see the overall bear population grow across the entire state, including eastern Connecticut, in a sustainable sustainable manner.
so would it be fair to say that human beings bear much of the responsibility for the bear-human conflicts?
Certainly. And that's why we've invested significant efforts in our public education and outreach campaign. I'll let Jenny talk a little bit more about that in just a second, but I'll say this, many of the advocates who I'm sure you'll hear from later today have, whether they agree with the bear hunt or not, have supported us in the message that we want to try to prevent bears from getting access to human source food, because that's really at the heart of it what starts those bears down this path of this dangerous behavior. Is when they get access to human source food, they learn that humans are now a source of food, which we want to keep them wild and accessing food in the wild environment.
So would it be fair to say that if we could educate all the humans and make them do the right thing, there would be no need for this bear hunt?
I think if we could start all over again with no bears in the state and everyone acted perfectly, sure. But I think where we are right now is we have a population of bears that's very already there. It's human. They're used to humans. They're food conditioned. And at this point, I don't think there's a way to undo that, despite our best efforts at public education and outreach. And I do want to turn over to Jenny because she has invested a significant amount of her time in trying to address that issue specifically.
Thank you, Jenny Dixon. I'm the director of the Wildlife Division at DEP. We spent over $100,000 last year. I would like to spend $100 million if anybody's offering. There you go. See what you can do for us. Yeah. So we invested $100,000 in a marketing campaign specifically aimed at trying to get people to be a little bit more bear wise, to learn a little bit more about how they needed to try and prevent bears from getting that human source food. What we've seen is that's only had limited success. You know, some people take better delivery on the message than others. I think one of the challenges, though, and Jason alluded to this earlier, is that in areas where people have lived with bears for a long time and they've done everything right, they don't put their trash out, they don't put bird feeders out, they're still seeing those bold bears trying to get into houses, into garages, into sheds and barns, because we've already got a population of bears that have become food conditioned and habituated. Other bears have learned that generationally, so now we're kind of stuck. Even if people do all the right things, that may not still be enough to change the conflicts that we're seeing.
Okay, I just have one more, Mr. Chair, if I could. So we've talked about this just about every year that I've been on this committee. So we're going to go back to what we talked about a couple of years ago. Are there non-lethal means by which we can control the bear population? And the first example that I can think of is bear birth control. Can that be tried? Has it been tried? And that's just one, but I'd like to hear your reaction to that, and also other non-lethal means that could be employed.
So yeah, immunocontraception has been, again, tested quite extensively. Again, one of the big studies was in New Jersey. It's a published study. They've tried a lot of different methods. Surgical clearly works. The problem with targeting males, right, which is the easiest way to do it. Obviously, surgical is ridiculous. You can't go out and perform surgery on every bear. They came up with a drug called Nutrasol, which was tested extensively. It did essentially chemically castrate the bears, but they ran into all sorts of problems. First of all, the way bears breed, if you miss one male bear, that male bear will breed every female in his area. And it's really virtually impossible to treat every single male bear in that area. And also what you're doing is you're changing the behavior of the bear. And there's a lot of research that shows you may be actually decreasing the fitness of that bear and its ability to survive. And also that bear, what might be a dominant male bear, will now allow other younger bears to come into that area and also breed females. I can go into depth with, so basically,
I'll cut in here. I think
so basically with males, it just didn't work. So they tried it with females. It required the drug they were using for females required repeated doses, which is nearly impossible because you think about it, you're essentially putting a bait out in the woods and hoping that a bear eats it, and you don't even know which bear is taking that bait. So really, again, you're back to surgical, intervention, which is really unrealistic.
And I think this goes back to what I said earlier, which just our goal here isn't population. It's not the number of bears. It's removing the bears that are causing the conflict. So really our goal is conflict reduction more than population control. We'd like to see the population expand.
And I appreciate that. And I'm just questioning whether you're actually going to achieve what you're trying to do. In other words, you're trying to go after the problem bears. I'm very skeptical that any kind of bear hunt that gets introduced is going to actually go after and get the problem bears. That seems like a little unrealistic to expect. But anyhow, that's my comment on that. But thank you.
Thank you. I do think it's a bit ambitious for you to hope that all the people out in the community will do all the right things involving bears, and I can't get all the legislators in this room to do all the right things. And it's a much smaller population. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple brief follow-ups. Jason, there's hunts all over, and I see that Florida may not have a hunt now, but they're bringing one back because bear conflicts have gone up again. But there's 48 other states that have bear hunts, and you talked to a lot of bear biologists, is my guess. Is it working in other states?
Yes, it is. I meet annually with all the bear biologists in the Northeast. We all share conflict numbers. We share all our data. I talk regularly with Dave Waddles, the bear biologist from Massachusetts. Him and I have talked about this at extent. We're like, what's the difference between Massachusetts and Connecticut? Pretty similar topography to Northwestern Connecticut, similar human density. The way we handle conflicts is very similar. There's really only one difference.
Right. Well, I've appreciated you as a resource. And Commissioner, I have a quick question. You mentioned that on the second bill on the agenda, 5388, that did you say you don't support that, which is the Native American?
Support the concept, but we have some concerns with the language as drafted.
Would there be a revenue loss? Because I guess I'll start with when Connecticut has a fishing license, and a fishing license is paid for, and they're down a little bit as far as I know. Do they get money back from the federal government as well when there's a fishing license are issued?
Yeah, I think that is one of our concerns is the extent to which, the revenues from these license sales goes right back into helping to manage these populations. And so, which everyone benefits from and is critical. So that was one of our concerns. I don't know, Mason, if you want to.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned the federal funds. I'll just add on to that. Those are Pittman Robertson funds. So those are funds that are we have to provide a match for at the state level. And those are federal dollars that we receive as well that help supplement our state dollars. And we use the dollars from our hunting and fishing license sales as match for those federal dollars.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted, it's probably going to be in your written testimony, but I just wanted to put it on the record. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, is on the Sunday hunting bill, Deep is in support of that. And the argument's been over the years that we've had this bill that it creates an extra danger because it's on Sundays and people want to be able to hike on Sundays without hunting going on. But hunting's going on the other days that people are hiking. And so fatalities, I looked at the report, I think since 2020, there's been how many fatalities? I have it down as there's a couple injuries, but maybe one fatality, and that was on another hunter.
Yeah, I believe you're referencing an OLR report that tracks fatalities from the year 2000, I think, to 2019, where there was one hunting fatality, and that was not on state land. So the reason why the hunting related fatality, I should say, related to a firearm, I will say we support this bill predominantly because we have many of our state parks, not all of our state parks, but most of them, hunting is not allowed year round, and nothing in this bill would change that. So we understand that some folks prefer to recreate in areas where there is no hunting. And so that's why we have many of our state parks. You can do that year round, and nothing in this bill would change that. I will say, though, we've had decades of use of co-use on our state forests and our wildlife management areas where hunting does occur, or in most of them. Again, not all. There's some exceptions either way. And that's been done, like I said, very, very safely. So we have no concerns with hunting happening at the same time and have opportunities for both hunters and non-hunters to recreate how they choose.
Okay. And would there be any conservation concerns if you added a day? Would it affect conservation?
No, because we really regulate our harvest through bag limits and other restrictions. So we don't use this really wouldn't have an impact. And if we did, we could adjust our bag limits accordingly. So we're not concerned about that.
Well, thanks, Mason. And I appreciate everyone coming to testify. Follow-ups. I just want to get certain things on the record. Follow-ups. I have all your numbers. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone left in the room with Representative Mushinski?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask because I've been camping in the national parks out west, and they actually will fine people that feed the bears, or even get too close to them. They take it very seriously. Because bigger bear too, for one thing. It's grizzlies, but the burden is on the citizen to be well behaved around bears, and the rangers will actually arrest you. So, can we try that? It makes me sad that we have to shoot a bear because some citizen was feeding them on a regular basis, and it's not the bear's fault. He's hungry, but the citizen is being irresponsible. So can we use, but even better than education, can we use a penalty if they do this if the citizens do this improper behavior?
I think there's, there's tragedies on both sides, right? I mean, when we're in these situations, where, bears may be endangering public safety, and it could result in a bear having to, be euthanized, as a result of the habituation that's occurred. And I think that that's really the tension that, that our staff, that we feel at the agency, and especially in responding to some of these really challenging situations. I think that there are, as you look out west and you visit Yellowstone or Yosemite or what have you, we can see what the extent to which you could put in management tools on human populations to help reduce habituation. But I think there's a limit to which, we're a densely forested state, densely populated. People want to be able to grill out, you have that pet food that's sitting out in your garage or on your carport, your patio, or the second refrigerator that's in your, in your garage. There are food sources everywhere in our everyday lives. And do we feel that human populations are going to be willing to take on some of the more limited, those restrictions on their behaviors and the kind of quality of life that we're used to, and, in Connecticut, in order to avoid these types of conflicts. I think specifically to the question about finding the feeding, I think the challenge there, I think the deputy commissioner spoke to it earlier, is that it's triggered where there are circumstances of intentional feeding, and proving intent can be difficult. Certainly having that is important as a deterrent, where we didn't have it before, and some towns were passing it, town by town. That was helpful. But it's helped us really to send a strong signal that this is dangerous behavior, dangerous for people, dangerous for bears. And hopefully it's deterring that. But as far as being able to, impose fines and whether that will, I think there's limitations in terms of staffing and tools, and then certainly proving intent.
Okay, thank you.
Rep. Reddington Hughes. I don't know why I stumble over your.
That's okay. Thank you. One last question. I know that, the intention here is really conflict reduction and public safety. And I'm looking backwards in time now that, so how we got here from there. In the last 2 years, how many bears have been eliminated because of human bear conflict? And how many have perished because of auto accidents? Because we're really not moving forward.
We'll probably have to go back to with the exact numbers on those. I know through our bear, agricultural bear damage permit, we had 15. I'm not sure the amount of bears that have been hit by cars, but
And would that also include, people that, had officers come out with human bear conflict aside from the farmers?
no, we could get you that number as well. So
Okay.
I don't have it off the top of my head.
As far as vehicle killed bears, it certainly over the last 7-8 years, it's been, 50, 60, 70 around there. That we know of. We have a lot of bears that, get hit and we don't recover them. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share some of the skepticism of my colleagues regarding the boldest bears being the ones that are going to be targeted by the hunt. You mentioned a case in Waterbury, which I'm sure is probably a more extreme case, but I know that bear have been seen in north end of Hartford. They've been spotted on the Berlin Turnpike. I guess I just don't understand how allowing a hunt in northwestern Connecticut is going to prevent those bears from coming into conflict with people.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I would direct you to our bear report online. There's a really helpful graphic in there that shows the range of some of our bears, and we actually chose some bears near some cities just to show how bears travel in urban areas and then also in rural areas. So we've been able to have a couple of our bears where we have geo trackers attached to the bears and been able to get you a graphic representation of their range, which I know for me was very helpful.
Okay, thank you. I'll definitely look at that. The second point I wanted to make, it seems like the intent is to avoid the conflicts here, which, I know I have family members that live up in Burlington, and, they have bears in their yard on a weekly basis. wouldn't it make more sense to pursue something like locking garbage cans and making sure that they don't come in contact with food as easily to avoid conflicts as opposed to a hunt?
I think we're supportive of all methods that keep human food away from bears. Certainly, trash is one where we see repeated conflicts. There is a company actually in Connecticut that makes bear-proof trash cans, and they are expensive though. So to get a trash can that's compatible with a garbage truck pickup is about $600. So certainly possible. I know some folks who bought them and have had great success with them, but also a very significant investment as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll do a little more research into that. To Rep. Mashinsky's point before, if you go to a national park that has a bear population, they have locking dumpsters. They have, if you go in the backwoods, you need to have a bear canister for your food. So it seems like there are some pretty common sense solutions that I feel would probably be much more effective than a hunt. But I look forward. I'll look over the report, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for all your testimony.
For your time.
Next person up, not sure if he's here, is Richard Velke, Scotticoke Tribal Nation. Just checking. Pretty sure he's not here. Not seeing him. Next person is Senator Kathy Austin.
I'm not going to talk about bears. Promise. I have opinions that may be different than others, but. So, I think it's afternoon now, right? I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon. So today I'm here to talk a little bit about an act concerning natural fishing, hunting, and aquaculture rights of certain Native American tribes. And so, quite frankly, I appreciate this bill a lot. I think it's very important for us to affirm and expand rights of our those that are state recognized and the couple that are also federally recognized, because all of our tribes are state recognized, and on top of that, two are also federally recognized. For a long time, we just ignored this population, and I think it's important for us to remember the people that were here before all of us, and I encourage people to attend the museums around the state. We have the largest museum related to Native Americans at Mashantucket and that's on the Mashantucket property. The Indian Affairs Institute is out in Washington, Connecticut, also very impactful. They actually have some pictures that depict the Pequot War. I encourage people to head out there, and I also encourage people to go to Mohegan's museum too. This bill, though, has a couple of conflicts in it that I think need to be resolved before it gets to full resolution. And one of those is the conflict on how do we identify those that are members of each of the respective tribes. The three tribes that are state recognized only don't some of them have the capacity to, one of them has the capacity or has an ID card that they could present. Not all tribes have that ID card, and I'm not certain that we would, without a certification process like we have with our motor vehicle licenses, that we would accept all of that. And I would be opposed to having their roles, their members be identified through a sheet of paper that we would send over to the state, in particular those that are still seeking federal recognition and having those roles be used against them in that process, because they would limit
who would be recognized, and that is a process that is handled by the tribe in and of it themselves, all of them. So I think that that's something that has to be resolved on how we would do that. The other piece that I think needs to be resolved is what lands are you talking about? I couldn't glean that from the text that was online. And I am curious, the federal trust land that's already guaranteed to the two federally, those state recognized tribes that are also federally recognized, has nothing to do with us. We don't govern that. That is not governed by the state at all. So they can choose what to do on their own respective lands. So is this state lands that allow hunting, for example, and or municipal land? So when I was first selectman in Sprague, I was able to cobble together some 800 contiguous acres, and we allowed hunting. I think hunting is important as a land management tool. So we allowed it. We worked with our Rod and Gun Club to get the funding together so that we could purchase that land without town tax dollars. So I am concerned that we're really not correctly or not in any way identifying the land that would be used for hunting. Fishing's easier, a lot easier. Aquaculture, somewhat easier, but it all depends on, are you using somebody else's bed? And there is that private land aspect of things that need to be addressed. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I appreciate people taking this into consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Callahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator. Are you at all concerned with loss of revenue? Because
No.
fishing licenses, we
Very
do-
simply put, no, I'm not concerned
not,
with
okay.
less revenue at
All right,
all.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Oh, sorry. Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Senator, for all your work on this. You referenced in your first point the concern about how to identify who actually counts. What a horrible way to say that, but you know what I mean? Like
Right.
who this applies to.
Right.
Do you have a proposal for how we might go about that?
I have a couple of ideas, but
Okay.
I'd like to flesh them out with the respective tribal nations to make sure. I reached out to the Eastern Pequots. I'm not as concerned about the federally recognized tribes
Yeah.
on identification. They have means available for that. I talked to the Eastern Pequots, and they have an ID card, but I'm not certain the certification would work, and I need to delve into that a little bit more. And I called the Golden Hill Gussets, and we've been playing phone tag, and I was hoping I'd see Chief Felke today.
And did I understand in what you shared that you're concerned that there's a way of doing this that would actually put folks in jeopardy of
Correct.
some other concern? And what was that?
So I don't know if what the bill is anticipating
Right.
is asking for the tribal, the roles of the tribal members, the listing of the tribal members. And that is something that's in flux sometimes just based on the history that you might get somebody that's a family member that has not been identified. In particular of those state recognized tribes that have far-flung members based on how we have treated them. So their members have moved into other states, other sections of the state, may not know that the tribe is getting closer to being successful on being federally recognized or in the process of being federally recognized. And those, with having those roles out there, it allows other people to get engaged with them. That is not the appropriate mechanism. If you recognize sovereignty, you recognize that they control their membership roles.
Thank you for sharing that. And to the extent you're comfortable saying, are some of the concerns you're expressing this morning from speaking with folks of these communities who are concerned?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Representative Linehan.
Hello, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Ranking Member Callahan, and to my fantastic colleagues on the Environment Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify here today. I will say I served on environment for, I think, 2 terms, and some of those votes were the hardest votes that I took. So bless you, I know what you're up against. But I'm here today to talk about a couple of bills that you were kind enough to raise for me. And before I even begin, I'd like to say that throughout the day, you'll hear from some of my constituents about the impetus of this legislation, and I will let them get into that. In the interest of brevity, my testimony is going to be about the drafting of these bills. And I would also like to state additionally that I am in the midst of working with the amazing ACO group here. So there will likely be some additional changes after we continue to work together. But I wanted to publicly put on the record that I thank them for their input and that we will be working together before any bills get to the floor. So the first bill I'll talk about is House Bill 6218, an act concerning qualifications as an animal control officer. It's a necessary extension of current statutes and regulations regarding animal control officers who are convicted of animal abuse and neglect. Currently, any ACO convicted of these crimes will be placed under a 5-year ban from the job. This bill will permanently prohibit anyone convicted of animal abuse and neglect from being an animal control officer. And I understand that there is some opposition surrounding the provision that the ACO be placed on unpaid administrative leave. I recognize that this is an issue that may be covered under collective bargaining and will likely need to be adjusted. But this section should, as closely as possible, should this get out of committee, follow the manner by which the Police Officers Standards and Training Board decertifies a police officer convicted of certain crimes. Understanding that ACOs do not fall under post, statute must be clear about the intent and outline the process and be closely aligned for parity. House Bill 6226, an act limiting the length of time seized animals may be held in a shelter or pound. I sincerely thank the LCOs for putting such time and effort into this language. Lines 4 through 8 have been presented to me as areas of concern by the rescue organizations, prompting the need for clarification as to its intent. In substitute language, it would be beneficial to clarify that these organizations may provide temporary in-home fostering. This legislation does not and should not place any legal or custodial obligation on the organization. Its intent, is to require that municipal shelters consult with a fostering organization and that such organization may take the animal into an approved fostering situation, and that the municipal shelter shall not refuse help from any organization which has been approved by DOAG for such assistance. Additionally, for the purposes of clarification of intent, as written, it does state that not more than 90 days that the ACO has to reach out to one of those organizations. It does mean that any municipal shelter may consult with a rescue earlier than the 90 days if they feel it's necessary. I ask the committee to consider this legislation applied to animals who have been lost and found as well, allowing the animals to live in a less stressful environment while owners are located and prior to adoption if no owners are found. Animals who are kept in a home environment are more likely to be adopted than an animal kept in a pound long-term and continuously stressed. Finally, in the proposed bill, it was introduced to also place into statute that any resident may, without prior notice, enter a municipal dog pound facility during regular business hours to observe the condition of the facilities and the animals in their care. The ACO would retain the authority to restrict direct contact with animals who may pose a safety risk to humans, but at no time may they restrict visual access to the animals or facility. Additionally, at no time may a municipal pound put any blanket restrictions on community volunteers, but may limit their direct contact with animals for safety reasons. I respectfully ask that substitute language be considered with these provisions. Essentially, what was happening was that a lot of problems were happening within municipal pounds, one in particular in my district, and that taxpayers were not allowed to visually inspect what was happening at the shelter, which actually resulted in a consent decree through the Department of Agriculture along with the town of Cheshire. Had there been the ability to have more eyes and more sunshine on that facility, such an order may not have been needed. House Bill 6231, an act restricting the euthanization of feral cats. This is an update to an old law and follows what we know as best practice for feral cat colonies. Again, I thank LCO for the new language, and while I understood and agreed with the language used, some feral cat organizations were concerned that this puts the onus on those organizations to trap and feed any feral cats. For the purposes of intent and clarification, this legislation would only require that municipalities consult with feral cat organizations for their expertise in controlling the population, so that euthanization solely because they're considered a nuisance animal, it's no longer an option. Experts insist that many of these cats are not actually feral. They are often domesticated animals who have been abandoned by their human owners and may actually be able to be rehomed. Additionally, since proposing this legislation, I have learned that the state does not collect, nor do they require municipal pounds to submit information on euthanized animals. This information is vitally necessary for the oversight of this practice, and I ask that substitute language be included that includes a need for a report for every euthanized animal and death of any animal in their care be sent to DOAG within 30 days of euthanization or natural death in care. I'm happy to assist with this and work with the department on the exact mechanism by which this should happen, and happy to continue to work with the group of ACOs to find the right way for this to happen. I understand I'm going through this really quickly to get it on the record, but I also understand that I'm being timed. So I'm happy to answer any questions regarding these bills, including the impetus of this these pieces of legislation, and talk about why we believe the need is necessary. But I thank you for the opportunity to get my changes and intent for these bills on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the representative? Representative Mushinski.
As a neighbor town, I just was interested, why did you not, or maybe you did you call the Department of Ag? Because normally when there's a problem in the local shelter, you call the Department of Ag and they can come down and verify. Did you do that?
Yeah, so I have been in discussions with the Department of Agriculture. I assume you're talking about the facility in Cheshire and its need for oversight. Yes. So I was absolutely in contact with the Department of Agriculture regarding the facility, and they entered into the consent decree with the town of Cheshire. However, that was kind of a lot of what was in there was secondary to the original concern, which was that the pound had multiple dogs that were seized. And they stayed in there for a long period of time, and those dogs unfortunately were mistreated and neglected, resulting in the death of at least one animal. One of the dogs in the pound, while seized, unfortunately got pregnant. That dog then gave birth to a stillborn puppy. The puppy was thrown in the dumpster, and there was no discussion with DOAG, which is part of why we're looking at euthanization and death in custody numbers as well. That's how we learned that there was actually none of that that is required under law. So this was actually an issue that came about. It started as one issue, and actually in the course of the investigation became about multiple issues that were in that consent decree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to hit the point now where we alternate between elected officials and the general public. So the first person from the general public is Rahim Eliezer. I'm sorry if I killed your name.
Kataya Kwampasan, Natasuis Rahim Eliezer, Natahai Mashantakwak, Katapatomak. Hello, my name is Rahim Eliezer. I'm from Mashantucket, and I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 5388. The Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation submits this testimony in support of House Bill 5388. We are grateful that the Environment Committee has raised this bill, and we extend special thanks to Rep. Andre Bumgardner for sponsoring a measure that brings attention to an issue that is so critical to who we are as Native people and the significant ties that we have maintained to land, water, and wildlife resources and relatives, sustaining our tribal nation since time immemorial. Pequot's historically occupied a 250 square mile area of what is present-day southeastern Connecticut. Our ancestors sustained themselves on the resources provided by lands and waters throughout that territory. These hunting and fishing, including shell fishing activities, have served as a critical source of food and economic activity and ensured our survival, inextricably binding us to the lands and waters of this region. These activities has helped to define who we are as people, shaping our beliefs, cultures, and traditions. Importantly, these activities continue on in present day as we hunt, fish to provide food resources for our families, promote food sovereignty initiatives within our tribal nation, and maintain the cultural practices that wildlife resources have supported for centuries. In short, hunting and fishing have been and remain fundamental to the survival of our tribal traditions and life ways. We strongly support a number of the facets of HB 5388. Great benefit can be derived from engaging tribal nations in meaningful consultation in the development of regulatory standards, co-management agreements, and incorporating indigenous knowledge and practices into the state's regulatory oversight activities. Exempting tribal members from the state hunting and fishing license fees requirements in connection with traditional subsistence and ceremonial activities, recognizing historical harvesting sites, and promoting tribal member access to fisheries and hunting areas are also important aspects of the proposal that we support. It is important to confirm to which lands HB 5388 would apply. All stakeholders in the state will have a strong interest in understanding the hunting and fishing rights to tribal members on lands that are subject to state jurisdiction. It is also important to recognize that these provisions, if enacted, will not apply to tribal lands held in trust by the United States, as tribes already regulate hunting and fishing in those areas. Finally, we would encourage any final version of this legislation to extend to members of Connecticut's state-recognized tribes to the greatest extent possible in the same way federally recognized tribes are addressed. We look forward to working with the committee, Rep. Baumgardner, DEEP, the Department of Ag, and other tribal nations in Connecticut to refine this legislation in the interest of promoting tribal member hunting and fishing activities that promote and support tribal cultures and practices. We appreciate your time and consideration regarding this important matter. Thank you all.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Callahan.
Thank you for testifying, and you did a good job. I know you've never done it before, so good job. When it comes to the lands you're looking at having no hunting and fishing permits, are you looking at all state lands that are currently allowing hunting?
My understanding, as the bill is written so far, it looks like it's just our ancestral lands right now.
And okay, and are you right now? You have to abide by. You have to get a permit on your lands, or no?
No, not on. Well, I would say not on our trust lands. So we have our reservation trust lands that we regulate ourselves, and right now there is no process that you have to get a permit or anything like that. They recommend that you register with the Natural Resources Department just so we know where people are hunting and to make sure that they're not over harvesting any one particular area. But off of tribal land, we still have to abide by the regulations of the state.
And that's what you're looking to change.
Correct.
So
That's my understanding.
So meaning you wouldn't have to abide by their hunting, just not get a permit, but you'd have to abide by their hunting and fishing laws. For instance, you couldn't Sunday hunt. Is that what you? 'Cause right now, Sunday hunting's not allowed.
My understanding of the bill is that we would still have to abide by Connecticut's laws. We just wouldn't have to go through the permitting process and pay the fees required. We would just have the rights to do our traditional hunting that we would typically have otherwise.
Okay. And if you don't mind me asking how it's run on your lands, hunting and fishing is regulated by the tribe on the lands?
Not directly. So right now so I'm also a part of the Natural Resources Protection Committee, and it's come up multiple times. And right now there is no strict regulation. We do keep track to the best of our abilities of who hunts what and where. And right now it is only tribal members that can hunt. I believe that we are allowed to bring one non-tribal per tribal member to hunt with us. But non-tribal members can't come just by themselves and hunt on our lands. And we do not have any tags or anything like
Okay.
that.
So you can hunt and fish at your discretion on your lands.
Correct. And then that's, to my understanding, year round, we can do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Parker.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Mr. Eliezer, for being here. I think I just had two questions. The first one, can you speak a bit more about the ceremonial practices that might be contemplated in this legislation, and how a change in legislation would be helpful for that work and the sort of cultural heritage connected to those?
Definitely. I will say that I don't pretend or claim to be the most knowledgeable expert in this regard, but there are certain species that we utilize some of the parts to conduct ceremonial practices. Some examples could be of birds that we use the feathers of, and those kind of species. But as far as this bill addresses, is some of these species we might just not have access to otherwise, unless we pay the fee to be able to harvest the way that we've harvested since time immemorial.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I think that makes sense. And then can you speak a little bit about your reference to how this bill, in your perspective, might support actual overall conservation efforts? Is there anything else that you want to share about that?
Can you clarify what you're actually?
Yeah, sure. So
Sorry.
in the opportunity in this legislation to sort of work with DEEP to further support what DEEP is trying to get at through their conservation efforts and the current use of the hunting and fishing licenses, is there something in there for that you folks are interested in working on that would actually make a change there?
So I think some of the concerns that were raised previously, as a sort of like, what lands are we talking about? What that would look like, who would actually be allowed to do these hunts. I think those are some of the concerns that we also would have, to the point that I spoke about earlier. Like, it's not necessarily on federally recognized tribal lands that we're looking for these permissions, if you will, for. Regarding conservation efforts, I don't see it impacting any negative way. My understanding, for those that do hunt on our tribal lands, the tribal members that do hunt in a traditional way, where we would provide offerings to those that we did take the life of. We're not over harvesting. We don't typically harvest the very first species or the very first animal, if you will, that we see. But at the same time, I think it would provide us the opportunity to further sustain our traditions and cultures in that way.
All right, thank you for those answers. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Rushinsky.
Not a question, just a comment. I don't know if you were in the room when the commissioner of Deep talked, but she said she had supported the concept, but not the language. So you probably have to talk to them to try to work out, a negotiation to get the language acceptable.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometime between now and when are we finishing? Monday? Monday. So before that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thought in order to speed things up at your end, we're former Representative Wilson and I are talking on the same subject, so to help move things along. So co-chairs Lopes and Parker, ranking members Harding and Callahan. We're here to talk about SB 1523, the bear hunting. This debate has really been going on for many years. I know in 2018, I believe I first testified to this. We do really need to establish a bear hunting season to really regulate the overpopulation of the bears, which was verified today by Deep, and you've heard Deep not only this session, but last session and the session before. This population has grown since 2018. Back then, it was 800 bears that they had identified. Today, you heard 3,500 bears are in our woods, and they anticipate that growing another 10 to 15% annually. And that's what they told us back in 2018. We have known that the farm animals have been killed, homes have been broken into, as well as, you know, homes have been broken into, they end up in cars, and they're simply looking for food. That's the bottom line. I know in my district, a motorcyclist was killed by collision with a bear. In 2022 in Morris, Connecticut, a 250-pound bear grabbed a 10-year-old boy by the leg and tried to carry him off. And if it wasn't for his courageous grandfather and the neighbor not interceding, who knows what would have happened to that young boy. I've had bears in my backyard, my backslider. I have an 89-year-old mother living with me, and the bear was on the back knocking at her sliding door. I have videos of a bear in my backyard, not one day, but the following day as well. I've lived in 2 different neighborhoods in my 40 years with my family. We've had bears in the backyard in both of the locations. I've had calls and emails from constituents to advocate for bear hunting. I come from a town or city of 60,000 people, and the area is quite large. From one end of the city to the farthest end of the city, I received the following email. The bear did come at me, and I'm ad-libbing here a little bit. The bear did come at me, and I'm afraid it's going to take someone getting killed to get rid of it. It also came after my neighbor. Are we going to wait for a child or an elderly or a person to be mauled or killed before we pass legislation? The opponents of the sea bears being as fluffy, friendly creatures that teach us about fire safety or use for comic relief. That is called anthropomorphism. Basically, it's attributing human characteristics or behavior to animals or objects. We're not talking about Winnie the Pooh or Yogi Bear or Smokey the Bear. We're talking about black bears. It's time. We're talking about black bears that are becoming more and more dangerous as they get used to humans. It's time to establish a regulation or regulations for hunting bears. Dave?
Thank you, Senator Martin, and thank you, members of the committee. It's always great to come home to Hartford. I feel very comfortable in this committee because while I was here, I served 6 years with a good many of you that are still here as well. I'm retired State Representative David Wilson. I was rep in the 66th District, which is the northwest corner that you've already heard a lot about so far in testimony here today. I'm pleased that the legislature is taking the time to hear from the public, specifically about public safety implications of Connecticut's past decision not to manage the black bear population. Connecticut has experienced a growing number of human bear encounters in the past few years, driven by a hearty food supply and a lack of natural predators. To the extent that the black bear population continues to grow, encounters with humans will also grow. It is critical that the state have a plan that balances the state's wildlife management plans and public safety interests. I want to share with you my personal experience, which is going to be a little redundant because we hear about the Morris incident over and over again, but this was in my district. It was on October 16th of 2020 at the end of my last term as state rep for the 66th District. On October 16th, the grandson of constituents, who it turned out ultimately was a family I knew who had been clients of mine in my own advisory practice, the bear came out of the woods unprovoked. And by the way, a piece of information, there were no bird feeders and there were no garbage. There was no history of this bear coming into this yard. The bear
attack left the 10-year-old child with injuries including a puncture wound in one thigh, bite marks on a foot and ankle, claw marks on his back, and that the family faced out-of-pocket medical expenses of $4,000. Senator Minor and I had advocated for the state's assistance for the family in the following December. As it was close to the end of the session and at the end of both my and Senator Minor's service, we do not know the outcome of the efforts of our request for the state to help them with that $4,000 expense. According to DEEP, at last count available in September of 24, we've already heard it's year-to-date 67 home invasions. In 2022, there were 66. Bear have been spotted in 59 of our 169 towns. In 2024, sows with offspring were reported in over 89 towns. Massachusetts has 2 times the bears that Connecticut does, and yet Connecticut has a much higher number of reported conflicts, and we already heard the number, over 3,000 versus 645 in the state of Massachusetts. You may want to consider the potential liability this state could incur when a more significant attack takes place. Many states with significant black bear populations already use hunting. We've heard that today. And for these and many reasons given in testimony here today and that you'll hear in the rest of testimony today, I just want to say I fully support Senate Bill 1523 and thank you for allowing me the time today.
Thank you. Any questions for either gentleman? Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Senator and Representative Wilson. Good to see you. I know, Dave, you live in one of the hot spots. A lot of conflicts there, I'm sure. Have you had personal experiences running into bears?
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Yes, on our street, in our community, it's not daily, but it's certainly weekly. And, you know, no matter what we do to try to secure our garbage, it just keeps on happening. You never know when they're going to come. They've come right into my garage. They learned how to go in there to take the trash that I keep. And I have dumpsters, and I have bear-proof dumpsters that they've actually learned how to open. They can literally lift the 50-pound lid and climb in. I've had them get trapped inside. So it's there all the time.
Well, I appreciate, and I know the little boy was in your area too that was injured. So that's really, I mean, we want to prevent another serious attack or a fatality, and that's the reason for the bill. And we're hearing from the experts that's exactly what's needed from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, from DEEP. So I appreciate you reinforcing that opinion. So thank you both.
Thank you. Rep. Reddington Hughes.
Oh, my question for you as a result of implementing some limited form of hunting, do you feel that we may have actually less lives of the bears that are lost because they will not have to be euthanized, because they will not be breaking into homes and going into garbage?
Thank you, Representative. Of course, anything that I say would have to be my own opinion. And I'm certainly not a bear expert, but listening to the testimony here today by the folks from DEEP, and I heard them giving very similar testimony in the Public Safety Committee on the bear bill that's in that committee. And I would have to make a hasty generalization that it certainly sounds like anything that we can do to start to reduce the conflicts and perhaps change the habituation of these beasts would be good for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Any further questions? Check Zoom.
Okay.
Seeing none, thank you very,
I want to close with this.
Sure.
2 of us are here. One of us is a hunter. The other one is not a hunter. Can any of you guess who the hunter is?
The one on the left.
Well played, sir.
Next up, we are going to James Block, followed by Representative Delnicki.
Hello there, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and the members of the Environmental Committee. Thank you for raising the following bills and allowing me to testify remotely today in support of them. I live in Cheshire, where you might be aware we had a serious problem with impounded dogs from a cruelty case being held in terrible condition. They were held in terrible conditions, receiving substandard care for approximately 2 years. This is the reason I'm in favor of seeing these bills become law in Connecticut. There's HB 6218. This bill would ensure that individuals convicted of animal abuse or neglect, or one who entered into a plea arrangement related to such charges, would not be able to function as an ACO in the state of Connecticut. This would apply to someone looking to become an ACO, and it would cause existing ACO convicted of abuse or neglect to be placed on unpaid administrative leave until all appeals were exhausted. The ban on functioning on an ACO after such a conviction should, in my opinion, be permanent. To me, this bill seems like common sense situation. Someone who abuses animals has no business becoming an ACO or keeping that respected title if they've shown that they abuse or neglect animals. Then there's HB 6226. This bill would limit the time seized animals may be held in a municipal pound. This is extremely important to me and really hits home after the situation that we faced here in Cheshire. Somehow, the approximately 32 dogs held in the Cheshire Pound, which has a stated capacity of 18 dogs, were crammed in with 30. They crammed in 32 dogs, cared for so poorly that 2 had to be euthanized. The expected oversight by our police department next door apparently did not occur. The dogs were basically left to rot in their own urine and feces. Had Cheshire been limited to holding the dogs for 90 days in their pound, most or perhaps all of the dogs would have been relocated, fostered, and given the socialization that they need to make them more suitable for adoption. Additionally, the bill would open municipal pounds to residents to observe the conditions in which the animals are held. As residents of Cheshire had the opportunity to see the horrific and inhumane situation unfolding in our municipal pound, we would have been able to immediately shed light on the situation, greatly improve the conditions for the impounded dogs. The 2 that were euthanized most likely would have lived to be adopted to good homes. They did not have to die. It is lots of abuse cases here in Connecticut now, and we would not want to see it repeated as it occurred in Cheshire. This in Cheshire was the result of multiple levels of municipal government failure, but would not have occurred had HB 6226 been in force. Lastly, it's HB 6231, which would restrict the use of euthanasia in feral cats. Recently, I've read about the increase in feral and stray cats. I feel that a partnership between animal control officers and feral cat rescue groups would be the most humane and effective way of dealing with the situation. The feral cat rescue groups often trap, neuter, and release, and I myself have occasionally donated funds and cat food to these organizations. They have useful expertise that municipalities could use to aid and control these cat populations. I thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Block? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Delnicki.
Should be good to go now. Senator Lopes, Ranking Member Callahan, and esteemed members of the committee. My name for the record is Tom Delnicki. I represent the 14th House District in South Windsor. And I'm here to talk about the cat declawing bill. It almost seems counterintuitive that we have to have a bill to protect cats. But the one thing I've learned, and we've had a cat now for, we're in our 3rd cat about 45 years. Think about that. Each one lived about 20 years. We kept it in the house. We never had furniture destroyed. We never had the cat attack anyone. And quite frankly, the cats, as funny as it sounds, can actually be trained so that they won't do those things. You give them alternate things to focus on, and they won't attack and they won't claw. You know, it's an interesting proposition when you think about a cat and you think about the health issues and the medical benefit. It's therapeutic to the owner. If you get the cat declawed, suddenly the cat becomes aggressive because the cat can no longer exercise itself properly. It's a situation where the cats, which are typically very, very well groomed, they groom themselves, stop grooming themselves. They don't use the litter box. It becomes dangerously aggressive. And they can actually get arthritis, as odd as that sounds. The thought of a cat going under, having its front paws, claws taken off, and its rear claws taken off is really a barbaric thing. And if you take the time and you train your cat from a kitten, and even we adopted a cat that was 5 years old from the Humane Society, not knowing a thing about it, yet little tender loving care. And the cat never attacked furniture. And the thought of a little animal like that can bring pleasure and joy into somebody's life in their home, to have to go through something as barbaric as that. I truly hope you take this seriously. It almost sounds like something that may not be taken seriously, but anyone that's seen their cat and seen someone else's cat that has actually gone through losing its claws can really, truly tell the difference. I do want to give a shout out on a bill that's not necessarily on the agenda today, and that's HB 6240. I hope you take that out and take it up seriously, because I think it's a great idea. And at that point, any questions pertaining to this?
Any questions, Representative? Representative Piscopo.
Hi, welcome, Representative. Appreciate
Pleasure
it.
to be here.
What's 6240 do? Prevent me from looking it up. What you said that you referred to another bill 6240 that's not on our agenda?
Yeah, the 6240 is the one that basically creates a situation where the puppy mills are not taking the market over, and you can go to the Humane Society and you can find a nice pet there. I mean, that's where we found one of our cats, was at the Humane Society. And there's a lot of folks, and it's unfortunate, but folks that can't afford to pay for the food for their dog, they surrender the dog. The dog's in the Humane Society, and you have an opportunity to actually adopt a needy little creature that will probably give you one heck of a lot of love.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative Dalnicki. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Any further questions? Let me check the Zoom. Oh, no, Rep. O'Day.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just real quick, Representative Dalnicki, thank you for your testimony. I just had to come on. My sister had a cat.
Yep.
When I was young, and the cat would jump up on the counter and slap at us with its claws as we walked by. Well, he did it to the kids. The Missy was the name of the cat. We did it to the kids, and nobody seemed to care. But my dad got swatted once and scratched and cut, and then the cat was declawed. And I don't mean to make light of it, but it just seemed like the right decision at the time. And I didn't realize at the time, and I'm trying to educate myself now. Because I was under the impression that, yeah, it would hurt for a little bit of time, but they were under, and then the cats were fine after a period of time. Is that not the case?
Typically, it's not the case, really, because the cat, a lot of times what will happen with a cat that has been declawed, the litter box habits change, where they don't use the litter box. Because they don't have the claws, they actually bite, which is a worse situation to run into. And socially, they basically turn into a cat that doesn't want to interact with the family typically. And there's a lot of downsides there.
So I guess for the option in our house, if the cat was just a bad cat, you prefer to have the cats put down or declawed or neither? Like how would you handle a bad cat?
How would you handle a bad cat? So you would basically play with it. You know, playtime is a big thing for a cat. If a cat doesn't have playtime, interaction, things of that nature, treats for good behavior. So there's ways to deal with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
sir. Any questions? Seeing none. Oh, Rep. Chafee, you can't escape, sir.
Sorry for the late hand. Thank you, Representative, for your testimony today. I think you used the word several times, barbaric, and I think that's a good way to describe the practice. Just for those on the committee that aren't aware, when a cat is declawed, they don't just take the nail out; they actually cut the bone at the knuckle. So if you think of your hand, and if you think of getting your fingers cut at the first knuckle on your finger under each fingernail, is probably a good way to describe what is done when a cat is declawed. I had a cat that I had adopted, so a neighborhood cat that I took in, and the cat had been declawed by another household. And anytime the cat walked across pavement or grass that was, anywhere between colder than 60 degrees and warmer than 75, the cat was in visible pain. So this is really a brutal practice, and I just wanted to add that and thank you for coming and testifying today, Rep.
You know, to that point that you just made pertaining to the cat, cats by their very nature like high spots to observe the territory going on. And the fact that you aptly described what happens to a cat when it goes to the operation to remove its claws. It really is, trying to think of a nice way of putting it, but barbaric. You know, the fact that the animal doesn't know what to do or understand what happened, it does create a situation where what could have been a loving pet is no longer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions except for Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Can you not think of any instance where it would be appropriate for a cat to be declawed?
Knowing that you can actually train a cat, as hard as that is to believe if you're a patient person, and we have done that and broken bad habits through positive reinforcement, I tend to believe that you have an opportunity to bridge that gap once through kindness, through treats, through playtime. You can actually get the cat, basically, other than a wild cat per se, you can actually get the cat trained to the point where you can actually make it a good family pet.
Okay, well, I can think back in history and think of several people that I've known, older women in particular, who are very limited in their mobility, and they have the two that I'm thinking of had cats that they had trouble containing. They scratched them, causing injuries. They scratched up the furniture and things like that. And the best solution in that instance, rather than have the cat euthanized, was to have the cat declawed. The cats never went outside. They didn't have other cats they had to fight with. So there was, a limited circumstances where it really was the best situation. And it would seem to me that under this bill, that would no longer be possible. They would essentially have to be euthanized or sent away in some way, which would be a shame. Do you think there's some instances where that might be appropriate?
I'm of the belief that if you do treat an animal with kindness and you have the appropriate playtime, and there conceivably could have even been an underlying condition with the animal that was something other than dealing with its claws, perhaps arthritis, things of that nature. And a cat with arthritis can want to basically stay recluse, but will come out and will play, but for a limited period of time. So I tend to be of the belief that you can train a cat so that it doesn't act that way. You just have to be willing to spend a little time and treats and actually engage the cat so that whatever energy they have gets burned off. So at this point, I would not agree with that position.
Okay. I guess the people who are unable to do that probably just can't have companion animals, right? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, thank you, sir. Next person is Edmund Foucault.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Foucault. I am the co-owner of All Pets Club. I am testifying to express my strong opposition to HB 6240, a bill that if passed would drastically impact my business and the livelihoods of responsible breeders. Under HB 6240, breeders would be prohibited from selling puppies to businesses like mine if they have a single indirect violation for the past 7 years. An indirect violation does not harm any animal's health or well-being in any way. An indirect violation may be related to a technical or minor issue such as a cracked tile, rusty hinge, or a missed inspection due to the breeder not being home at the time is considered an indirect violation. Just one of these infractions that would cause a good responsible breeder to be penalized under the provisions of HB 6240. We have, over the years, developed long, strong, trustworthy relationships with our current USD puppy breeders. And the passage of this bill would force us to seek out new breeders whom we do not know, potentially compromising the quality and care that we have worked so hard to establish for all the puppies we sell. The current law, implemented by the recommendations of the Puppy Task Force back in 2013, has been effective in ensuring the well-being of animals and providing robust protections. So I ask you to please oppose HB 6240 to ensure that responsible breeders and businesses like mine can continue to stay in business while maintaining a high standards of care for the animals, for the care that animals deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. I wanted to ask, has your store ever been cited for a violation of the existing statute that we're talking about today?
Yes. We had a situation back in, it's back over the summer, but this was from a breeder who we just only used for like 2 years. And, like the USDA, we're USDA licensed also. They come out once a year to do an inspection. At that time, they had come out in November to do an inspection on her facility. And at that point, she had passed. She had no violations or anything like that. Then in February, they came back out because it's not planned. They just do surprise visits. And this was, I think, on like February 13th, let's say. They came out and they found a number of violations, including, it was an indirect and then some, a direct and then some indirect violations on that. At that point, they came back out on the 30th, or not the 30th, the end of the month, like on the 28th of February, and re-inspected her, and she was all cleared. Now, we always ask, because we don't know when these people are coming out to do any of the inspections, but we ask all of our breeders to make sure that they send us out as soon as they get it inspected. And deceivingly enough, she sent out the 28th inspection to us saying that it was that she had passed the inspection, not sending us out the 13th. Our fault was that we didn't check on that. So at that point, when we were doing we were doing them quarterly, and then we found out that she did not pass it. At that point, that's where we picked up the violation.
Okay, so is it your opinion that, I mean, would you continue to get animals from a breeder that did have active USDA violations? And do you think that that should be allowed?
Not the direct violations. I agree with that.
Just
Indirect violations. Okay, as like I say, I am also USDA licensed too, so we get inspected once a year by them, the Department of Ag, and then the Department of Ag comes out if they have to come out on a complaint or something like that. But you know, an indirect violation could be, well, like say like we're supposed to keep the food in the bins, and if somebody just brought in a bag of food, put it on the floor, and they didn't, because maybe there was some more food in the end of at the bottom of the bin, and they didn't go and put it in there and put the lid on it, that can be an indirect violation. Your record keeping, it's like we have record keeping that's above and beyond what most anybody in dealing with any type of dogs in the state. The pet business, we have to keep all kinds of records. All of that has to be right on point, and they go through all of this stuff. If you missed something, that's an indirect violation too. It's anything. It would be a cracked tile. It could be you didn't, maybe your bleaches weren't put in a safe spot. These are all things that are not directly affecting the health of the animal, like a direct violation, which, by the way, the direct violation could be tartar on the adult dog's teeth, could be a direct violation, which we could not use the breeders anymore for. So, but indirect is really, it's not pertaining to the health of the animal, but it's really pertaining to stuff like that, the facility and.
Okay, so the current law is 3 indirect violations.
Correct.
In a, do you oppose that, or did you oppose that law when it was?
I don't oppose that. No, I don't oppose that.
Okay, so you do agree that indirect violations, if they're substantial in number, are something that potentially affects really, whether or not that's a good breeder that you should be sourcing animals from. Yes?
Correct. I mean, I think the current law is very good. It's right on point and it works. And the breeders that I'm concerned about is if they got one indirect violation. I've been using some of these people for 15 years, and to lose somebody who does such a great job with all of their adult dogs and their puppies, and they really care what to do. But I mean, you can walk into anywhere, and if they're coming in early in the morning and you have bleach sitting out somewhere, or you didn't sanitize a table yet, it could be an indirect violation. And this is why it concerns me that one indirect violation could really force us now to head out and have to go find somebody else. And I'd rather be in the relationships that I am with my breeders now, that I know and that I trust, than to have to go out and look for new breeders. I don't want to have to do that.
Okay, and just one more question. How do you currently track those types of violations if your breeders were to receive a USDA violation? Do you
we
have a way of being notified, or would you basically be waiting for a complaint to come in to become aware of that?
Oh, no, we changed our rules over all of that. So when we are putting in, like, if we have a shipment coming in, or if we have like we have our own private transportation and they're picking it up, we go through every single breeder that's on that truck to make sure that there's no new, like if they've gotten inspected recently and hadn't sent us out, that. So we do that now every 2 weeks when we get puppies in.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for answering the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person up is Representative Hall.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopes and Co-Chair Parker, Representative Ranking Member Callahan and Harding. We are here today. I have a constituent from my district. I represent Enfield and East Windsor. And this beautiful young lady is here from East Windsor, and she is here to testify on HB 7231. So I'd like to introduce Sarah Daigle. She is a freshman student, and she is here to talk to you about the Sunday hunting bill. So I'd like to concede my time over to this beautiful young lady.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Dear co-chairs Lopes and Parker, ranking members Harding and Callahan, and distinguished members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Sarah Daigle. I'm a high school student on the honor roll, and I'm active in many programs, including Future Farmers of America, FFA, as a student of agriculture, the Scholastic Clay Target Program, SCTP, which represents youth shotgun athletes in support of growing the shotgun sport. My head coach, Tim Butler, supports me and my teammates on the Nutmeg Clay Crushers out of East Granby, Connecticut, and we actively compete through the SCTP. I'm an avid hunter and have been hunting with my father since I was old enough to carry a pheasant. In addition, me and my father volunteer time with the DEP to conduct and instruct hunter safety courses for both bow and firearms. I am also a volunteer instructor for the Bring Women Outdoors program, where instructors teach women how to safely handle firearms and be outdoors. I have a great knowledge on firearms safety, as I am also a certified junior coach for the SCTP. Therefore, I spend more time as a volunteer coach helping out my teammates. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 7231, an act concerning Sunday hunting. Allowing hunters to hunt on Sundays is crucial to conservation and will allow more time for hunters to hunt on their days off. Because of schoolwork, homework, and the different programs I participate in, I have little to no time to get in for hunting after school and on Saturdays.
Oh, here's a little girl that can't.
Mr. Block, please mute yourself. Mr. Clerk, mute him.
I also have no time with the classes that I instruct voluntarily for the state. Both me and my father cannot find the time to hunt on the 6 days we have available to us due to work, extracurricular activities, and our volunteer times as coaches and instructors. As an agri-science student, I have to participate and volunteer my time towards the program in order to continue in the program. Eliminating the current Sunday hunting bans on all lands will allow me and my father to spend more of the free time that we have hunting. Thank you for allowing me to offer my testimony in this important bill.
Thank you. What? Representative Parker.
Thank you so much for joining us today. That was great. Great. I'm so sorry. Will you say your name again?
Sarah Daigle.
Okay, Sarah Daigle. Miss Nagel, thanks. Miss Daigle. Sarah Daigle. Thank you for being here with us and for your testimony. And I thought it was just interesting to hear. Often we hear folks saying, oh, you know, I'm not able to do this on the weekday because I'm working. And you're like, I'm actually in school. So that was interesting. And I just want to thank you for the work you do volunteering and partnering with DEEP and doing those safety programs. It's great to hear from you today. Thanks for being with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Oh, a couple of them. Reddington Hughes.
I just have a question on why do you hunt?
I hunt because it's part of conservation. I want to help with conservation, and I also hunt because I enjoy the sport. It's something that I grew up doing, so I enjoy it.
Thank you.
Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. If you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone a little closer to your face.
I'll just scooch up if I can.
The other one.
The other one? This one?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can just
There we
drag
go.
that one right over. There you go. Now, during your initial remarks, you said you were certified in something. What was that?
I'm a certified SCTP junior coach, which is SCTP stands for Scholastic Clay Target Program. And so I got my certification about 2 weeks ago, where I went in person. First, I took an online course, which took about 6 hours, where they go through how to safely handle other coach or other students and athletes as a coach. And then during the in-day course, they teach you how to actually physically handle a student or an athlete while you're on the range.
Wow, that's great. And how old are you?
I'm 14.
Excellent. Well, looks like you got a great career ahead of you. Now, when you hunt, what kind of license did you get, or a hunting
So
license?
I got the game bird license, but what I mainly hunt is pheasant. So I do a lot of upland birds, and sometimes if I have time, I'll go turkey hunting too, but I don't have the time.
You hunt pheasant with a dog?
Yes,
Excellent. What kind of dog do you have?
black lab.
Great, fabulous dogs.
Mhm.
And with regard to hunting on Sunday, do you hunt it all on Saturday?
Well, my team, Nutmeg Clay Crushers, we have practice from 10 to noon or after, so I don't usually have time to hunt on the weekends because sometimes I'll have other activities, like maybe competitions on Saturdays, so I won't have that time to hunt on Saturdays.
Right, so Sunday is pretty much your only option.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your coming in. Thank you. You've been very informative, and keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next person up is Chaz Catania.
Members of the Environment Committee, my name is Chaz Catania. I'm with Friends of Connecticut Sportsmen. We advocate for the rights for hunters, fishermen, trappers, and recreational shooters in Connecticut. I'm here today to testify on behalf of two bills, SB 1523, an act concerning bear hunting, and HB 7231, an act concerning Sunday hunting. With regard to Sunday hunting, OLR told my representative last year that there are only two remaining Sunday prohibitions, or blue laws, which apparently is not an official term. One of them being Sunday hunting and the other one being car racing. And the car racing venues in Connecticut are open on Sunday. So apparently that bill or that prohibition is ignored. And as far as I can tell, and people I've spoken to, nobody's even aware that there is one. Fishing is allowed on Sunday. Trapping is allowed on Sunday. Alcohol sales are now open on Sunday. All the stores are open. Cannabis dispensaries are open on Sunday. Casinos are open on Sunday. So for Sunday hunting to be the one remaining thing that we can't do seems ridiculous to me. And I've heard stories that, and we'll probably hear testimony today, the animals need a day of rest, or people need to feel safe hiking or bird watching in the woods on Sunday. And I would point out that hunting is an incredibly safe activity. There are numerous places, such as state parks, where hunting doesn't go on. And if someone is that afraid of hunters, they can avoid them pretty easily. But hunting is safe. People aren't getting shot on Saturday or any other day for that matter. So I think that to act as though Sunday hunting is a safety problem is disingenuous. I think Sunday should be a day just like any other day. With regard to the bear bill, the Public Safety Committee heard a somewhat similar bill for bear management just a few weeks ago in a hearing. And that bill passed public safety 25-3 with one abstention. Our bears in Connecticut do not act like bears in other states. And the principal reason is that they're not hunted. They're not afraid of people. You've heard testimony about that from DEEP, from the bear biologist. You'll hear some more from a number of other people, including hunters. I've encountered bears in the woods in many other states, and when they see you and they smell you, they run away. Connecticut bears are habituated to people. They are not afraid of us. And I think that we're going to have a fatality. We're going to have more injuries. We have home entries, and it's just a matter of time. I also noticed that the other bill that is on today, 5388, an act concerning natural fishing and hunting rights for Native American tribes, does not contain a prohibition on Sunday or bear hunting. So apparently it's not something that's absolute in the
You
mind.
can summarize if you wish.
That I'm done. I'll be happy to take any questions if anybody
Beautiful.
has any. Thank you.
Representative Callahan.
Thanks for coming in, Chaz. I know you and Keith spent a lot of time coming up to Hartford to advocate. I also have been on many meetings with the Connecticut Sportsmen and others. You did hear the native tribesmen testify about how they can hunt whatever they want, whenever they want. And then the follow-up conservation was, with conservation, it doesn't seem to affect it. So with that argument, I would think that Sunday hunting and bear hunting are actually a benefit to conservation. Can you talk a little bit? I consider you one of the experts on this subject, so.
I appreciate that. Yeah, as a matter of fact, hunting is a tool for conservation that the DEEP and various DNRs, DEPs around the country use. Hunters, harvesting animals is one of the primary tools in what's called the North American Wildlife Model. And that is what these agencies use to manage wildlife, both predators and prey animals. And sometimes you'll hear people say, well, if we hunt on Sunday, it's going to throw off the conservation model. And as I think we heard earlier today, the professionals can adjust bag limits, they can adjust seasons, they can adjust the take to allow for the fact that Connecticut would have Sunday hunting just like almost every other state that hunts.
Well, just one more question, Mr. Chair. How would you feel if one group of people, granted Native Americans, were allowed to hunt and not get a license and do it on any day, but yet everyone else wouldn't be?
It would feel like my rights are being restricted because I'm not a native, I guess. I feel that hunting is as much a part of me as it is for anybody. I've been hunting since I was old enough to follow my father and grandfather in the woods. I obtained an awful lot of my meat that way. I'm retired now, and I actually purchased some land specifically to hunt on, but can only use it 6 days a week. So it seems like it's singling out one group. It's also hard to understand how that it would not run afoul of some of either the state or the federal constitution of protection and not singling out.
And that's kind of my thought process. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chaz, but that's my thought process. If they're asking for the right to hunt on their own land, that's kind of what you're asking for, and it would be different rules applied to each. So I do have an issue with that as well. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Parker.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks, Chaz, for being with us. My story is that I could fish for as long as I could follow my dad out to the shore on the boat, all that sort of stuff, not on the hunting side of things. So appreciate the work that you do for sportsmen across the state. Just following up on Rep. Callahan's question, I can follow that if there were Sunday hunting and bear hunting allowed for certain folks and not for others, that would feel pretty unequal. If Sunday hunting and bear hunting, assuming they don't happen in the state this year, which we'll see because we've got these bills going on, if that was a part of the bill around licenses for indigenous folks, would that still feel like it was unequal? As in, if those two parts that were not available to the rest of the state were also not available, would that sort of kind of go down the line there?
I think that would help in some ways, but as I read that bill, there are a couple of things that jumped out at me. They talked about in one place tribal lands, in another place ancestral lands, and in a third section they talked about historic harvesting areas. And so I think this was also mentioned a few times earlier, where these rights would apply would be a question. And I think, you know, in order to make it as fair as possible to those who are not granted these special privileges, that would have to be better understood. You know, would it be on private lands that they don't own? Would it be in areas that, you know, maybe should be restricted for conservation reasons or safety reasons in another way? You know, one of the things that the DEP does and does very, very well is determine not only which animals, which seasons, which implements, but where is it safe? And as hunters, as you know, a hunter safety instructor, for example, that's a primary concern of mine. I didn't see any mention of safety in it. We would hope that someone would take it upon themselves to only hunt in a safe place in a safe manner, but the rest of us have rules and laws that we need to follow, and I didn't see any mention of that in that bill.
That makes sense to me. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Seeing Representative Hughes.
Well, thank you for being here today and enlightening us on some of these things. I'm curious. We've had some pushback from folks that want to be on the trail system while people are hunting for Sunday hunting. And I didn't know if perhaps you could kind of enlighten us about some of the history of the Sportsmen and, you know, the different, you know, Pittman-Robertson Act and as well as the Duck Stamp Act that really helped establish those trails.
Sure. Good question. Thank you. I appreciate that. What a lot of people are not aware of is that hunters are the original conservationists. Back in the middle 30s, 1930s, a lot of game populations were suffering, and hunters went to their federal representatives and asked them to do something about it. And so a bill was created called the Pittman-Robertson Act, passed in 1937. And it provides for an excise tax, a federal excise tax that is applied to firearms, ammunition, archery equipment, to hunting implements and hunting equipment at the manufacturer level. It's collected by the federal government and it is dispersed to all 50 states based on a formula of population of the state, area of the state, number of hunting licenses sold, et cetera. And it provides money for conservation, for land acquisition, and for hunter safety. And so the latest numbers that I've seen, that Connecticut, which is one of the smaller states, and we tend to get the minimum amount because of our size and number of hunters, we received $8.6 million. I think that was for the year 2023. I'm not sure if it's been updated for 2024, but it was the latest numbers I could find. There's also a similar act for fishing and fishing equipment called Dingell-Johnson, and we received $4.2 million in that same year. And then the third part of it that mostly pays for the DEP's budget came from licenses and stamps sold to hunters, and that was $6.2 million. So that's a total of $19 million. An awful lot of the WMAs, the state forests in the state, were acquired in whole or in part with monies from Pittman-Robertson. So to your point, and you're right, an awful lot of people are not aware of this, hunters purchased that land. Now, we can't use it on Sunday. We don't use it in the summer to hunt. We don't use it in closed seasons, but bird watchers do, hikers do, equestrians often do, and they don't pay for it. And I'm not saying they should be forbidden to use these properties, but it's a little odd to me that, you know, we're not acknowledged as the conservationists that we are, that, you know, the money is still coming in every year. It's used for land acquisition. It's used to fund the significant habitat improvements that the DEP does. So thank you.
One last question. Would it be fair to say that hunters want to maximize the harvest without putting the population at risk of extinction?
Absolutely. And in fact, you know, we talk a lot in the hunter safety classes that I teach about conservation, which refers to wise use of the resource, versus preservation, referring to non-use of the resource. You know, our bears in Connecticut are being preserved, and to the detriment, I think, of both the bear population and the human population. We heard Jason say it, heard Katie Dyke say it, and I think Mason alluded to as well. We're looking to grow the population of bears. That's not the question. We're looking to do it in a safe manner for the people and health of the population itself. So absolutely, there's in fact never been a species in the U.S. or anywhere in the wildlife in the North American wildlife model that has gone extinct or become threatened through regulated hunting.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chaz. As far as the bear hunting, what do you think the regulation should look like concerning lottery or a season cap, use of dogs, bait, and what kind of fees do you think there should be?
Okay. I don't consider myself an expert on bear management. I'm an very experienced bear hunter, I should say. And I would defer to Jason Hawley on that. Jason, and this may not be widely known, but Jason is considered an expert nationally on bears. He's done a tremendous amount of research. When he says he loves bears and he knows bears. He has put in place a draft management plan. And in terms of the numbers, I think they need to be significant enough so they can make a difference, begin to make a difference. In terms of the method, I think typically most states that allow hunting allow both bow and firearm hunting. Whether or not it would be spring or fall, I think it's a little bit easier to manage a season like that in the fall. It's also, as you heard him testify earlier, when the cubs are already self-sufficient and would not be dependent on the mom. Coming to things like number of tags or cost of the tags, I'm not sure that that's something that a layperson would have, a valid opinion of. I think that clearly hunters in general, and we should all want a healthy number of bears to be able to reproduce, to be able to be sustained, but also a number that's not going to result in human bear conflicts or safety issues. So, I would defer to him on that. One of the things I hear kicked around a lot is the term trophy hunting for bears. Somebody testified, I think it was 2 years ago when we were considering this bill, that bears are strictly hunted as trophies. They're inedible, which anybody who's been to the game tasting knows they're not. They're absolutely delicious. I hunt bears. I've successfully hunted bears in a number of places. And the game tasting that we did 2 years ago, I served well over 100 bear hot dogs to members actually in this room now. And at the legislative game tasting, last year was about 150 bear hot dogs. Representative Mashinsky came back for a second. I think that's how the testimony, it suggests how good they were. And bears are utilized more than most other animals. I utilize the meat, eat almost all the meat. I utilize the fat from the bears. I render it and use the tallow for cooking and also make soap out of them. So they're far from just a trophy. And that term is offensive to hunters. It's offensive to me. They're not, we're not killers. We're wildlife managers, and we consider ourselves conservationists. So hopefully that answered your question. I was long-winded.
Thank you. I'm somewhat familiar with how they do it in Massachusetts. I'm an occasional hunter and lived there for many years. And I like it. It's simple. Sometimes I think our regulations are not simple in Connecticut, hunting and fishing. Like in Massachusetts, if I understand it correctly, there's no lottery. I don't think there's a lot of people who want to hunt bears.
Right.
Not a season cap, no dogs, no bait. And the residents only pay $10 on top of a regular license, non-residents $20. And they try to mirror the deer seasons in the same, during shotgun season, you can hunt bear with a shotgun. During private land, hunt in places where you can hunt with a rifle, which you can in state forests there. You can use a rifle and then also mirroring the deer season. So I suspect without bait or dogs, some of the bears in Massachusetts are kind of opportunity hunting. I hear of a lot of deer hunters who see more bears than deer.
Yes.
So if you want to react to that, fine, but thank you.
I think Massachusetts, you're right, has a very simple season. And as a matter of fact, I think I read that starting this fall, they're actually increasing the number of days that you can hunt bears because they're trying to up the take a little bit. I believe Jason testified they take about 3%, and that's not doing enough to kind of limit the population growth in the ways they're trying to. So they're expanding the season a bit.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Rep. Dauphiné.
Good afternoon, chairs, ranking, and members of the Environment Committee. I am here today to introduce Keith Cagle, who is the president of the Connecticut Sportsmen, who I will cede my time to speak on 7231 and 1523.
Thank you so much, co-chairs and ranking members and other friends. It's nice to see everybody again testifying on stuff that we seem to testify on a biannual basis. Sunday hunting again, just asking to use our own land. The interesting thing about Sunday hunting is a lot of clubs in the state are able to hunt to some degree, but the average person does not have that opportunity, and it almost seems like it's a civil right that's being violated. If you don't have enough money, you don't get to hunt on Sunday, and it's really not. I don't think it's really fair to everybody. I think that this is something that's long overdue, and it's time that we abolish this old blue law and come into the new world. I'm not going to bore you on a whole bunch of other stuff. We're going to be here all day.
Try the veal.
Be happy to take any questions.
Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Keith, and thanks, Representative, for being up here. I consider you, I mentioned you a moment ago as one of the experts. I've talked to you numerous times, and I asked Chaz about it. It seems to me, on one hand, we have a bill being proposed to allow hunting on land whenever and whatever, but yet limiting other citizens, and I just wanted your take on that.
Well, if you've ever heard me speak, I always speak of inclusion. We represent hunters, fishermen, trappers, and recreational shooters, and it should be everybody should have the equal opportunity. If that law passes, I'll do my best to be able to get myself some kind of Indian identification so I could be one of the chosen few instead of one of the ones on the outside looking in.
Well,
but we're gonna see what happens. I mean, I don't really understand it.
Well, and along those lines too, if we have a bear hunting bill, which we've already heard from the experts is needed. We have a Sunday hunting bill. We've already talked about how that's one of the few blue laws left, and one of the other ones is being ignored. So it seems to me that allowing the opportunity for nice people like Sarah to be able to get out there and hunt, and these, I find, and maybe you can comment in your answer as well, that hunters and fishermen those are the conservationists. Those are the people out there picking up garbage and doing their best because they want to continue their hobby and their activity. So do you find that in your clubs and in your groups that people who can't, there's people that just can't hunt on Sunday?
There's a lot of people. Most people are too busy working 6 days a week to pay their high taxes and overcharged electric bills. So they have to work 6 days just to be able to make it. It's not that easy to make it in Connecticut.
No, it's expensive to live here, so I appreciate that, and I think people should be allowed. Well, the last question is: do you find it is some other different inherent risk to people for hunters to be out on Sundays?
What I've observed over the last couple of years is the most dangerous place in Connecticut is the crosswalk, where people are run over. As many as 3 people a week are getting killed on our streets in Connecticut. If you want to be in a safe place, go hunting. We have nothing like that. No hunters are being killed.
Well, your testimony is valuable to me. I appreciate it, Keith. Thank you.
To go back to one other thing you mentioned was bear hunting, and I wasn't going to testify on bears until you brought it up. But we're probably Rhode Island doesn't have bears, but we're the only state in the Northeast that has bears, and we don't follow the North American model. I've spent a lot of time talking to U.S. Fish and Wildlife and been to numerous seminars with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and everybody else follows the North American model but us. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be on board with that.
Well, it seems to be on a factual basis, that would be the logical conclusion. So hopefully we can all come to that conclusion. Thanks.
Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Keith, for coming in. Tell us what the North American model is.
That's the model that they used. You know, years ago, there really were no animals left. And this was the conservation model that was put in place that allowed our wildlife to thrive and bring us to sustainable numbers that we have today. You know, if Massachusetts is only harvesting 3% and they're still able to sustain their population and possibly grow it, I don't see what harm it would do if we just had a 3% reduction by Sportsmen.
And who generally administers the North American model?
U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and our DEP answers to them.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned earlier about some people with money are allowed to hunt and others without money can't. Can you explain that a little?
Well, people that belong to clubs or can afford, you know, some preserves are allowed to operate on Sundays. So if you can afford to go to a preserve and hunt on Sunday, we have a half a dozen or so in the state. And it's nice to be able to go on a Sunday, but you know, it's very costly. A lot of people don't have $2,000 or $3,000 to spend on a Sunday, as we know how the rest of the cost of Connecticut is. But there's places that, you know, that do allow it. They're licensed by the agency, but they're few and far between.
Understood. Now, both Sunday hunting and bear hunting have come before the legislature a number of times over the years. What do you think has changed in the last few years that makes it more important for these bills to go through now than in previous years?
We're losing hunters and fishermen at an alarming rate in our state. We're down, I believe the number was 30% in the last 15 years. And we need more opportunity. I never advocate to be able to take more animals, only to have the opportunity to be outdoors doing what we like to do. And I just think, you know, I look around the room and I look at us. And when I started on this campaign years ago, I had black hair, and a lot of us had black hair. And now, I remember when you had all that hair, Joe, and we were talking about Sunday bow hunting. That was a long time ago now. But, you know, you just can't get as much done at this age that we could 10 or 15 years ago. So we're hoping that this is going to be the year that we get some positive movement on Sunday hunting. I think it's time. I think it's just a travesty and a civil rights violation to not allow somebody to use their own land on Sunday.
Well, do you see the 14-year-old girl who was here, who was a hunter? It certainly gives you hope that the next generation is going to come along and take up for all us old guys.
The thing that she didn't say is she's a world-class trap shooter at 14. And she's a force to reckon with. When she gets, I can't imagine how scary she'll be when she gets a little bit older. No guys will be able to win anything anymore. They'll all be playing for second.
Great. Well, I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Greska.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, would you be willing to accept like criteria for Sunday hunting on property, like specifically a species, deer or invasives or something along those lines? Or you just want whatever is done the rest of the week on Sunday?
That would make the most sense to me, having what's done the rest of the week
Okay.
on Sunday as well.
And then lastly, Mr. Chair, we doing game night?
Funny you should say that. So my good friend Rep. Dauphiné here, we're planning, we're in the process of planning that. We plan on having another very successful game tasting. Our friends that enjoy a nice bear hot dog with venison chili will be welcome to come, and hopefully everybody will come.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Rep. Reddington Hughes.
Hey, my question has to do with the hunting. And do you think that regulated hunting is the most effective tool that statewide agencies can use to address overpopulated urban and residential species that are having negative impacts on human health and safety?
I do. I absolutely do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none?
Thank you, sir.
thank
It's
you
nice to
much.
see you.
Drew McCormick.
Hello, I'm here to testify about Bill 6278. I don't think that it's been introduced or discussed yet, but you've called on me, so I'll testify about it now. I'm with Animal Defenders International, and on behalf of our Connecticut supporters, in strong support of House Bill 6278 concerning the use of alternatives to animal testing. Species differences is the fundamental flaw of animal testing. Each species responds differently to substances. Therefore, animal tests are an unnecessary and unreliable way to predict effects to humans. ADI investigations expose terrible torment endured by animals in product testing, including racks of rabbits restrained in stocks, while products are dripped into their eyes and guinea pigs suffering raw, inflamed skin lesions. Product testing typically involves the following: repeat dose toxicity to observe chronic long-term effects on organs. A product may be pumped down an animal's throat or applied to its skin, or an animal might be forced to inhale it. Skin sensitization to assess potential allergic reactions may involve abrading the skin and deliberately causing painful damage. Carcinogenicity. Animals are opened or exposed to carcinogens and monitored for cell changes to the development of cancer during or after exposure. Reproductive toxicity. Animals are exposed to substances before and or during pregnancy to test for poisonous effects, including their ability to reproduce as well as damage to the fetus or its development. Advanced non-animal testing methods focus on the biological processes in humans, making them faster, more accurate, and of more direct relevance to humans. It is better scientific practice for animals and people. Non-animal methods include human tissue in vitro methods, computer analytics, databases, and models based on humans. The tide is turning. A 2015 Gallup poll revealed that more than 2/3 in the US reported they are concerned or very concerned about animals suffering in research. A 2015 Nielsen poll found that consumers considered a "not tested on animals" label as the most important packaging claim. 43% were willing to pay more for such products. Additionally, at least 140 personal care product companies have endorsed the US Humane Cosmetics Act. 12 US states have already passed similar legislation. California was the first to do so in 2018, followed by Nevada, Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, Maine, Hawaii, New Jersey, Louisiana, New York, Oregon, and most recently, Washington banned the sale of cosmetics tested on animals in 2024, which took effect January 1st, 2025. As it stands, cosmetics manufacturers must meet cruelty-free requirements for consumers in the global marketplace. Hundreds of cruelty-free cosmetic companies thrive in North America, and the market increasingly demands humane products. It's time to end cruel and unnecessary animal testing for products in Connecticut, and for that reason, we urge you to support Bill number 6278. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. There are two sections of this bill. Are you in support of the second section, the section that deals with biodiesel, or just the first section?
Sorry. Okay, there. I think I'm unmuted now. So we don't really have a position on the biofuel section of the bill, and not sure how it relates to the first section concerning animal testing. I think that it was added to the bill in the process of developing it. But for right now, no official stance on that section, but we see no reason that that should eliminate the bill from moving forward because of this beneficial section, the first section concerning animal testing.
Okay, and what organization are you with?
I'm speaking on behalf of Animal Defenders International. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization that helps advocate for legislation like this, and we have supporters around the world, including Connecticut.
Where is that organization based?
So Animal Defenders International has multiple offices across the world, including in the UK and South America. The US office is based in Los Angeles, but we have supporters across the country, including in Connecticut, especially in New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Vermont, and all around the world, and definitely concentrated more so in the States.
Okay, and where are you testifying from?
Well, I'm testifying remotely from DC, but yes, that's where I am right now.
Okay. With regard to section 1 of the bill, why, if there is an alternative method that falls within the definition on section 1A1, why would any company use testing on animals if there's an alternative method?
So I think a lot of it just has to do with the history and tradition of it all. There are a lot of established practices and methods for executing this research, and supply chains that are well established, and it's really just the status quo, or has been for quite some time. And without a law of this nature, it is left up to the discretion of these entities. And when you look at states that have passed law, there has been a shift where more non-animal testing methods are implemented. So that's my understanding, to answer your question.
Okay, so it's just inertia.
I think that's a large part of it. I think that people are ingrained in the ways that we do things, and there might be a lack of understanding about the potential of these alternative testing methods. And yeah, 12 states have passed similar legislation, and Congress is considering the Humane Cosmetics Act. And so I think that there is kind of a shift that's happening, and we wanted to encourage Connecticut to be a part of it.
Okay, and it's primarily cosmetics you're talking about?
Well, it's not just cosmetics, although that is a product that is tested on frequently on animals, but there are, to my understanding, other products such as house cleaning products, various fluids and whatnot that humans may come into contact with that are also tested. So yes, cosmetics are important to consider for animal testing. There's a lot of animal testing that involves cosmetics, but there are other products that are tested on animals.
Okay, is it your understanding that this also covers things like medicines?
So my understanding is no, because having read the bill language, it seems to exclude medical research. And it is kind of a fine line, because the product testing seems to focus on the biological effect of a product. But, this bill is reasonable because it does exclude medical research. If there is if there's a medical test that needs to be done, then animals can be used on that. So, I think it's really reasonable to say we can test animals for medical research, although some of us may feel differently. But this focuses on products. So again, to answer your question, my understanding is that this bill does not implicate medical research, and that it excludes it from it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you. Are there further questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. McCormick, thanks for joining us today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up on our list is number 14, Christine Yanieli. Is Christine with us online? All right, we'll keep moving. Next up is number 15 on our list, Rachel Solvera.
Good afternoon, esteemed committee. If I might just request, if at all possible, in the interest of time, and to allow us to get back to our shelters and communities that have been texting us constantly all day, can we allow the animal control officers to testify as a group?
Sure thing. Thanks for asking.
Thank you very much.
Just if everyone, when they speak, please state their name. That'd be helpful.
No problem. Thank you. My name is Rachel Silvera, and I've been an animal control officer for 29 years. I'm also the president of the Connecticut Animal Care and Control Officers Alliance. I'm testifying today to respectfully urge you to oppose the following bill as currently presented. Committee Bill 6226 limits the time that seized animals can be held in shelters or pounds. Monthly state reports from 21 to 23 show a 61% increase in animal impoundments and 171% rise in animal control investigations in Connecticut. Additionally, animal cruelty offenses rose by almost 36% in the past year. I have left a bunch of copies, and I also will email it to you, the State of the Connecticut Animal Control Officer Report, and I think it'll be valuable for you to see because it'll give you a better understanding of what we do and why we have concerns about this bill. I support reducing holding times for animals seized under court orders in shelters, but I do have serious concerns about this proposed bill the way it is written. It seems to lack adequate research and fails to grasp the complexities involved. This legislation appears reactionary based on a single town's actions, which isn't suitable for all shelters providing humane care. Animals seized are evidence in legal cases, requiring a strict adherence to the chain of custody for their integrity and admissibility in court. If issues arise with these animals, accountability is unclear between towns and rescue organizations. Connecticut lacks formal accreditation process for rescues, they also lack training in legal procedures and are not required to carry insurance, posing risks to municipalities. The state has a limited number of rescues equipped to offer adequate care in these circumstances, many of which operate from private residents. The Fourth Amendment imposes restrictions on government searches, thus preventing ACOs from inspecting the properties of these rescues. Historically, these organizations also have been resistant to accreditation and inspections. Animals that have been seized may exhibit behavioral or other issues. Although many rescue organizations perform commendable work, they often lack the resources to adequately address these challenges. Furthermore, rescues do not possess the necessary experience and training to conduct thorough inspections of municipal shelters. Therefore, this responsibility should remain with the Department of Agriculture, and it should be made sure that the Department of Agriculture is held accountable if they're not doing their job properly. Legally, animals are property, and when seized, ACOs must file a verified petition within 96 hours with a court hearing within 14 days. Laws should mandate a minimum time frame for judges to determine custody, which they currently do not do. Accountability is also necessary for towns that do not comply and file petitions. There are currently no accountability. I propose establishing an animal court for animal-related cases to enhance legal understanding and improve efficiency. This could operate once a week at each judicial location or at a central venue such as Hartford. Such a framework would enhance the understanding of the law among judges, prosecutors, and advocates, thereby improving the efficiency of case processing. In addition, we respectfully urge the legislature to establish a task force or working group comprising of animal control officers. This group would undertake comprehensive research analysis, ultimately offering recommendations designed to enhance support for animals, ACOs, and municipalities. Additionally, it would review proposed statutes related to the animals and communities they serve and protect. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd just like to add one thing. We did speak with Representative Linehan this morning, and she has now, after speaking to us, agreed that a lot of the language is not good for these bills, and she's willing to do a working group with us going forward before it goes further.
Thank you for all being here and for taking the time to come up today. I understand you're missing work and other things, and your phones are blowing up, so I won't belabor the point. Appreciate you and your work you do. From my colleagues up here, I think Rep. Gresko wanted to go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rachel,
Yes.
where are you employed?
Stratford, town of
I'm
Stratford.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
Town of Stratford.
There you go. And just so that we could get it on the record, all of your colleagues here, can you at least let us know who you are and where you're from? Since you're on the list and you're all testifying together, so we can be accurate.
I am Gail Petrus, Animal Control from Middletown.
Okay.
Manchester Animal Control. My name is Elise McConnell.
Karen Tracy, come on, Karen Tracy.
My name is Karen Tracy. I'm also from Stratford.
Okay.
And I am the president of the Stratford Animal Rescue Society, which is attached to the Stratford Animal Control Facility.
My name is Crystal Rashba. I'm with North Haven Animal Control.
I'm Monica Vesey. I'm with East Haven Animal Control, also the vice president of the Municipal Animal Control Officers Association of Connecticut.
Barbara Goody John, Hamden Animal Control, former state animal control officer for 34 years.
That's, I knew I couldn't, this is one of the reasons why I made everybody, because I was racking my brain over that. And then one question, you said that you feel that this bill was originally constructed because there was one specific town incident that you feel has been taken care of. So why have the piece of legislation? Is that accurate?
Well, I don't disagree with, limiting the time. I just think that we should not be having rescue groups be put into the middle of this situation. I think that we need to look at how they're handled within the courts. Specifically, we have to put in a verified petition. We have to get a court date within 14 days, but there is no limit to how long a judge can take. Many of us have held animals in mass. I'm talking like 20, 30, 40, 50 animals for a year, 2 years. My longest was 3 years because there is no timeline. And if we could just expedite that in some way, it would take away all of this. And then we can place those animals into homes right away.
Thank you, and Barbara, thank you for your years of service, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions down here, Rep. Davitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, officers, for coming in. I'm looking through the bill, and I just want to make sure that I understand it the same way you do, because you're here opposing it. So I just want to make sure I understand what your opposition is. My understanding is that when an animal is seized and is brought to one of your facilities, within 90 days, you're supposed to engage an outside organization, which is an animal rescue organization, to take the animal to their house. Is that how you understand it? Okay. And what if the dog, let's say it's a dog, and the dog has killed somebody and is a vicious dog? My guess is that if I lived in your town, I'd probably want you to have it as opposed to have it in somebody's backyard.
So
is that one of the issues?
this is one of the issues, is that there's a liability, because now where does the liability fall? Because we have these people taking these animals where we don't know what kind of animal they are. We don't know their temperament. We don't know their disposition. And now we're placing them into homes with people who have other dogs, children, so forth. And now what ends up happening is this dog now becomes aggressive. It mauls somebody. It hurts somebody. These people haven't been properly trained as our animal control officers have to do so. So now where's the blame fall? Who's it go on? And it's going to fall on to the municipality of the town that this court is under. And that's why, instead of going to a foster or rescue base, doing something like mutual aid for other, so East Haven would help, North Haven would help Hamden, having the animal controls and the shelters of other municipalities step in and help, because a lot of other municipalities do have and can help, but putting them into a foster or just someone's home, I mean, you're opening yourself up to a can of worms.
Right. And we have in Connecticut one of the few things that is actually strict liability in Connecticut is damage done by dogs. And that liability goes to the owner or keeper. So in this instance, who would be the keeper?
The rescue group.
I'm
It
sorry?
would still be underneath the municipality because at that point, the animals are still owned by the town if they haven't gotten signed over. So what this verified petition does is it's going to go ahead and say, okay, here's your civil date. You're going to go in, we're going to determine custody of the animal. We're going to determine who's going to get the animal. Now that process can take up to a year. It could take 2 weeks. Once custody is determined, then the town takes the dog. But until then, if it's in a foster and that hasn't been determined yet, it's still technically, like, let's just say Town of East Haven's dog.
Right. But you had.
So
Actually,
I
let me-
understand your question. What you're saying is, are they like they are considered keepers, even though we are legally the owners. So they could have liability as well.
And understand that that property is no different than this bottle of water. That still belongs to the owner until the court decides the disposition of the evidence. So as much as we would be responsible for that property, that still belongs to somebody else. And we're just holding on to it until the court says it's now yours.
It seems like this bill is geared towards dogs. What if it's a horse, a cat, a goat? I had a case where I removed 281 animals from the same residence, and they were all different species. We had 57 pigeons. Who's going to take 57 pigeons into their home to foster? The bill actually has a part in it where it says that we are required to put these animals into a foster situation. It's going to be impossible.
Right. And what happens if you don't?
You tell me.
Well, if we're not following the law, we could lose our license as an animal control officer.
And what happens when there's no rescues to take them? They mandate it, but we have beautiful vetted animals right now that we're looking to place in rescues that we've literally for months been begging rescues to take from us to get them into a foster home, and there's no foster homes available.
Tell me about this second section, paragraph B, about that you shall not refuse to accept volunteer assistance from an approved animal rescue organization. How is that going to work, or how is that not going to work?
First of all, there is no such thing as an approved rescue. There's no accreditations in the state of Connecticut. So that's going to be placed on the Department of Ag to come up with an approved list. Good luck.
I'd like to add, just if Karen Tracy from STARS could speak. She is an animal rescue who we work extensively with through Stratford. And I think she has some valuable points if she can just read
Sure.
her testimony.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for having all of us up here today. As I said, I'm the president of the Rescue Society that works in the shelter in Stratford. So we're kind of in a unique rescue in that we're not foster based at home. And what I'll say is in my 12 years there, I have worked with dogs specifically that have been seized from cruelty. And as the president of the organization, I need to make sure that all the volunteers that are working with the dogs we're all on the same page. We all have a standard approach to training, understanding body language and behavior issues, preventing and de-escalating issues, ongoing education is also really important. My concerns are that seized animals often exhibit trauma-related behaviors that require specialized care and handling, but that doesn't manifest itself sometimes till months after the dog is in the facility. And then many foster organizations care for multiple animals at once. And I would be afraid the commingling would traumatize the animals further and could exacerbate any behavioral issues. So I think that since there is no standard, that this would be problematic to disperse animals after only 90 days into organizations that haven't gone through any rigorous training or anything like that. So,
Yeah, at our shelter, our volunteers, before they can even volunteer, they have to do about 30 hours of training. They have to do testing before they're allowed to handle animals, and they're required to do 2 hours of continuing education every single month. And that just shows you how difficult it is to work with, rehabilitate, and care for shelter animals, and in particular, animals that come in from cruelty cases. They're just a whole different thing. They're much more difficult for the most part. And we're highlighting this just to show you that this is not usual. This is just a particular program. We're nationally award winning. I don't think there's any other animal control facility in the state that has this type of training and program. And they're recommending to you that do not let these animals go into just any rescue that doesn't have this type of training.
Okay, well, with regard to the second section here, paragraph B, my reading of this is that if some volunteers show up at your facility and say, I want to volunteer, I want to care for the seized animals, that you're required by law to let them do that.
it seems that that's the language of the bill as proposed. I
Okay.
find that problematic, especially for Stratford, since we already have an organization attached to the shelter that would perform that function. And there is the notion that a shelter is a very highly charged environment, can be not great for an animal, but given the right resources and a program, it could be a nurturing and healing place. So, and we're trained to do that. And since there is no standard, I don't see how other organizations can perform that function.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Is there any other part of the bill that you wanted to comment on?
Would anybody like to read their testimony?
I'm sure you all saw in the news last week, there were 24 animals seized in Winchester, 24 dogs. And that person who had those dogs was she was a foster for a rescue organization. So that's what we're afraid of, is taking animals out of a shelter environment, which we would all love to get these animals out of a shelter environment as soon as possible, but we don't want to potentially put them in harm's way by putting them in a worse situation that is unregulated. And, even if it was someone approved and went through some guidelines to have these animals, this girl disappeared from the town she was in and didn't tell the rescue where she was moving to, took dogs of theirs without telling them. And, there's a whole lot more going on. And it's so hard to know that, you have this trustworthy organization that's going to do the right thing. And you're dealing with animals that don't belong to us. They still belong to their original owners. So it's really critical that for liability reasons, that we know where they are and that they're being treated well. And there's just not enough foster homes. There's not enough organizations to take care of them. And we need to correct the problem where it is, which is with the court system. Like, we should have some sort of expedited system when we're dealing with living things. It's not like putting a book on a shelf in a storage room. We're dealing with these living things that are having to suffer through this, this period of being in a shelter. So we need to address that.
When you get the court order that the animal is permanently taken away from the owner, and you've got possession of the owner, what happens to that dog? Let's say, are they sold? Are they given away?
They'll
they
be
go?
evaluated, and they'll be, either placed appropriately.
What does that mean?
Well, we had a case where we had a large number of dogs that we took in, and there was one dog that was so aggressive that only 2 of us could handle him. So unfortunately, we did not feel that he could safely be placed. He would have hurt someone. So that dog, once we got ownership of him, was humanely euthanized. And unfortunately, that occasionally happens. The rest of the dogs that we had taken in were all adopted and placed into permanent homes.
Okay, so you So your facility adopts them out?
Yes.
Okay, do you charge for that?
We have state regulated fees or we take donations.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Are there further questions or comments? Rep. Piscopo.
Thank you. I've been to the Waterbury dog shelter. So what you call it? Yeah, okay. And they were at capacity. Suppose you have a court order, take 10 dogs. You have to get 10 dogs out of this home. What happens if you're at capacity? I'm just curious.
Well, that's when mutual aid would come into effect. If you had mutual aid and you had it actually put into place that there was other towns that would be helping you, they would actually come out and help and take animals. So mutual aid would be the best plan, because just like I can agree with everybody else up here, when you take a dog into your personal home, there is no legal way for us to go check on them at that point either. So we can't even go, like, cause foster bases are usually in someone's home, to go knock on someone's door and demand to see them. If they would tell you no, we can't force our way in. It's a Fourth Amendment right. But if you had mutual aid with other towns, like say Waterbury did mutual aid with Naugatuck or Prospect or nearby towns, surrounding towns, they would have the help if they're at capacity to go, listen, you take 2 dogs. Can you take 1 dog? Can you take 3 dogs?
And we do that already. But there's just no legislature or statute on it, but we do.
It's just not in place.
Yes.
Been doing it for a long time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And is it your, is it your experience that, these animal shelters, these foster rescue people will see it in the paper, they see Winston had 20 dogs, and will they, is it your experience that they come and try and take them, that they say, well,
Not all the time.
no.
They're quite full themselves, a lot of the rescues.
That's
'Cause
the other problem.
When we reach out to other rescues, it's hardly ever that can they take anything from the municipal shelters.
Already that are owned, if you will, by the town. They're not animals that are in court cases. So it's not of a seizure case. So when we pick up a roaming animal, we place ads, we have regulations that we follow, and after a designated time period, we are legally able to adopt them out. So that is different.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions or comments? Representative Arzeno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today and your testimony. May I say that the issues where you are proposing some actions are in the conclusions and recommendations of your paper?
Yes, there are some options within the paper that we do recommend. Yes.
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, we thank you all for your time, for your patience with us today, and thanks for the work you do. We'll keep working on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up on our list, we have number 17, Tanya Borjan. You'll help me out, Tanya.
I will. Thank you. You were close. It's Burgoyne. And I just want to thank everyone here for the esteemed committee and chairs for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you. I'm speaking to you today officially as my role as a member of the Sierra Club of Connecticut and the executive committee, and also chair of the wildlife committee. I would like to speak to you about 2 bills today, and I realize I have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to speak quickly. The first is the bear hunt, SB 1523. I believe, as do many of my colleagues on the Bear Coalition, that there has not, I do believe in a good management plan. However, I don't believe we've done enough studies right now to have, in fact, a good bear management plan. As I believe it was Jason Hawley himself said, we are working currently off of statistics that are either coming out of New Jersey or are over 10 years old. So I believe that, the very first step in a good management plan is to thoroughly and accurately assess our situation. We are not New Jersey. We are not New York. We are not Massachusetts. We are Connecticut. We should study our own population of bears, and that study should be current, not over a decade old. Until that happens, I don't think that we have enough information to move forward with any sort of bear hunt. And I will echo the sentiments of, I believe it was Representative D'Amico and possibly Representative Chasey, who said that I also don't understand how a bear hunt in the woods only targets the boldest of bears. I'm not a hunter, but that just seems a bit counterintuitive to me. I also, and I'm going to have many colleagues that have come and will come and speak to you about this as well. But again, those are my big concerns. If we're looking to reduce the amount of conflicts, which was reported at 67 last year, and it was actually noted by members of DEEP that conflict resolution education was working, I think that should be our main focus, not to the hunting of bears, which would be predominantly in the woods, doing what bears are supposed to be doing. And as we know, bears learn generationally. So we want the bears in the woods to teach their cubs to stay in the woods. I think the bear hunt is just looking at things a little bit upside down. I'd also like to speak to you about HB 7231, which is the Sunday hunting bill. I have testified this before a couple of years ago. It has been stated by many people that there aren't enough opportunities for folks to hunt. I went through the current DEEP hunting calendar regulations. Those of you who are not hunters, I will tell you that according to those regulations, there are 5 seasons for hunting. There's game bird, small game, fur bearer, turkey, and white-tailed deer. And I've marked up my calendar. It's really hard to see, but essentially I put a dot on all the days where hunting.
Tanya, would you please summarize? Your time is up.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So
No, it's
essentially, we have 0 days. There are 0 days on the calendar year where no hunting is allowed other than Sunday. So we have about 1% of the population, which is hunters. The other 99% of the population should be able to enjoy their Saturday, or I'm sorry, their Sundays recreationally without threat of hunting.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks for coming by and for sharing. Next up, I made a mistake. We have to go back to number 16, Nancy Lee Griffin. Sorry to skip over you, Nancy Lee. I see you online.
Unmute. So thank you. This has been, my name is Nancy Lee Griffin. Let me put myself on, hold on, video. Start my video.
There
Hi,
we go.
everybody. Great. Thank you. Hope you can hear and see me. Thanks to the esteemed members of the committee today. I've been on since 12:30 and it's been quite an education for me. I guess I'm here, thank you, Tanya, because I share your thoughts. I'm here to represent for the bear population. Unfortunately, there were a lot of hunters and those who are in favor of hunting represented, but there are no bear being represented today in the committee. And I think that's because they're too busy living their lives in peace deep in our beautiful woods of Connecticut. So I just wanted to say, if you didn't know that already, I'm Nancy Lee Griffin from Connecticut. I'm here today to voice my opposition to SB 1523 that would allow bear hunting in Connecticut. Scientific research from UConn, I think that was brought up, as well as data from other states, show that hunting does little to reduce human-bear encounters. Instead, it destabilizes bear populations, leading to more conflict as younger, less experienced bears are left to fend for themselves after the death of a parent. So non-lethal solutions are effective. Bears are a vital part of our state's ecosystem, and there are science-backed ways to promote coexistence. I urge you all to please vote against the bill and advocate for responsible wildlife management. Bears are highly intelligent and sentient creatures capable of feeling pain, fear, and distress. Hunting causes immense suffering, leaving orphans, wounding bears to die in agonizing death. So bears regulate populations, they spread seeds, and hunting bears does not, I repeat, hunting bears does not make humans safer. We have the power to choose to coexist over cruelty, and we have the power to choose preservation over destruction. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions from my colleagues, we thank you for being here today. Have a great rest of your evening. Next up is Laura Simon in the room. Laura, thank you so much. And then we'll circle back to number 18. Go ahead, Laura.
Oh, wait, what did I not? Okay, are we good now? I don't, all right. President of Connecticut Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. I'm also a wildlife ecologist, and I have my master's from the Yale School of Forestry. So what really frustrates me today is to see how science is being misused in lawmaking. And the prime example of this is Senate Bill 1523. Studies absolutely do not support recreational hunting or hunting to control nuisance conflicts. I've provided in my testimony 15 citations, which please look at, that all underscore this finding using really solid, robust research in peer-reviewed journals. I know DEEP is relying heavily on one study done in New Jersey, which has multiple flaws. There's good reason that hunting does not reduce conflicts. It's not effective or efficient to arbitrarily pluck bears out of the woods and hope that they are the problem bears. It's also counterproductive because you're taking out largely bears that are eating what they're supposed to be eating and teaching their cubs to do the same. If Connecticut wants to allow sport hunting, that is a separate conversation. And that's one that needs to be opened up to the public for their input. But it is disingenuous and misleading to try to justify sport hunting under the guise of problem control. It will not work, and there are many places we can look to see that that is the case. What does work are some of the bear smart strategies. I've included a reference in my testimony. A number of places across the country, different states and communities are using effective templates to resolve bear conflicts. The other big issue for our constituents is all the cubs that will be orphaned by bear hunting. DEEP confused the age that bears are weaned, which is by 7 months, with the age at which they are self-sufficient, which is 18 months. Mother bears don't just keep their cubs around for 18 months for the heck of it. They keep them around because those cubs need the protection, the learning, and their survival skills up to that age. So if they are to be orphaned by hunting season, they are not self-sufficient, they will be harmed, and we cannot handle the overflow. There are no rehab centers in Connecticut that are authorized to take in bears. I was very alarmed to read that DEEP is talking about needing to reduce the population of bears and at the same time to grow it. And in my mind, again, this seems to be supporting a move to open up the state for recreational hunting. So again, let's let that be a separate conversation. But if we're talking about solving problems, let's go with what works according to science and the evidence that's out there.
Well timed. Thank you. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from my colleagues? I'll look online. Seeing none, thank you for being here. Glad you got to share this. And thanks for submitting your testimony with the further references. We'll take a look at that for sure. Next up is number 18, Stephen Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. For the record, my name is Stephen Dodge. I am Director of State Regulatory Affairs for Clean Fuels Alliance America. Clean Fuels is the U.S. trade association representing the entire biodiesel, renewable diesel, and sustainable aviation fuel supply chain, including producers, feedstock suppliers, and fuel distributors. Now, I am here to testify in favor of Bill 6278. My comments will focus on Section 2 of the bill, which is the biodiesel mandate. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I will be very blunt to start. For all of its laudable efforts to reduce carbon from the thermal heat, electricity generation, and light and medium duty transportation sectors, Connecticut has done nothing, absolutely nothing, to immediately reduce carbon emissions from the heavy duty transportation sector. Like the bioheat mandate passed in 2021, which has effectively reduced carbon emissions from the thermal heat sector, this bill would establish a biodiesel mandate for the transportation sector. Both heating and transportation diesel fuels are identical, so this bill makes imminent sense and is quite frankly long overdue. While electrification is an important pathway to reducing carbon emissions, it cannot be the only pathway. EV semis are just not going to be rolling down the state's interstates in the near future. And until that time, it makes sense to mandate, as other states have done, on-road diesel fuel applications where no retrofitting is necessary, and biodiesel has proven to be on average less expensive than fossil diesel. In states that have low carbon fuel incentives, the results have been dramatic. In California, Oregon, and Washington, greenhouse gas emissions have been reduced in those states by 200 million metric tons combined. That is the equivalent to eliminating the greenhouse gas emissions from 2.5 billion gallons of gasoline. Made from an increasingly diverse mix of resources such as recycled cooking oil, soybean oil, and animal fats, biomass-based diesel is a better, cleaner fuel that is available now for use in existing diesel engines without modification, and most importantly, providing on average over a 70% reduction in carbon emissions, not to mention a substantial reduction in other co-pollutants such as particulate matter emissions, which are particularly impactful to EJ communities, which bear the brunt of truck traffic and diesel emissions. While we understand that reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector is absolutely necessary for the state to meet its greenhouse gas reduction mandates, clearly the heavy-duty transportation sector will be impossible to substantially electrify in the near future. The vehicles and the charging infrastructure just do not exist to allow for impactful electrification with a clean grid in the foreseeable future. Yet for every 5 years we wait, we must reduce emissions by 13 times to have the same climate impact. This mandate will get the state the greatest carbon reductions of any near-term strategy.
Mr. Dodge, would you please summarize? Thank you.
Thank you. With minimal disruption in terms of equipment and fuel costs. And I look forward to the opportunity to testify to work with the committee. I know Commissioner Dykes raised some questions earlier. I think they're all questions that can be easily answered, and perhaps some of the future panelists will address those. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we appreciate you joining us today. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is number 19, Acela Shabazz.
Hello?
Hello, take it away.
Hi. Thank you so much. I am speaking in opposition to proposed bill HB 6240, which is a bill proposing that breeders that work with pet stores in the state of Connecticut, at least, would have to have no direct or indirect violations for up to 7 years to be able to work with the stores in this state. This in particular is going above and beyond for what would really be necessary for a good and ethical breeder to be able to work with and sell with stores in this state. The industry is ever changing. Holding somebody accountable for a mistake that they've already acknowledged and made the forbearing knowledge to go forward and change over the last 7 years is definitely something that would just make it harder for good breeders to sell to us and not stop the people who continue on with their bad practices. That is definitely something that I would hope that we would all work forward to make sure that we are working with the best of the best breeders that want to push forward with their own facilities and their own regulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions from my colleagues, we hope you have a great afternoon. We appreciate you being here with us. Next up on our list is number 20, Tom Maloney.
Hi, I'm Tom Maloney. Distinguished chairs Lopez, Parker, Vice Chair Hochadel, ranking members Harding and Callahan, and members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. I'm sorry, the Environmental Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on two bills today. The first is SB 1523, the bear hunting bill, and HB 7231, Sunday hunting. As we have heard from Commissioner Katie Dykes, Deputy Commissioner Mason Trumbull, and biologist Jason Hawley earlier, there are indisputable truths regarding bears and bear-human conflicts in Connecticut. Their testimony supports what has been anecdotally clear for some time now, that Connecticut has a bear problem and it's a significant public safety issue. It is clear that both DEEP and our residents are taking seriously all other means of reducing negative bear interactions. It's simply not enough. We have also heard from opponents to hunting that refuse to acknowledge these realities, putting Connecticut residents at continued risk of property and livestock damage, as well as increasingly the risk of personal injury. We have seen overwhelming data detailing this problem, and we know surrounding states have a bear season do not see the habituation problems, the home invasion problems, the destruction problems that Connecticut has. The science is clear. It's been clear. Can we please finally just trust the science rather than the emotional pressure from the minority? Regarding Sunday hunting, the most frequent argument about doing away with this archaic blue law is safety and the ability of non-hunters to enjoy the woods without fear. Earlier, we heard members of DEEP state that there are no concerns for safety. This is intuitive, as we have seen a statistically insignificant risk to non-hunters the other 6 days of the week. As far as the impact of hunting on the ability of others to enjoy our public lands, I reject this premise based on years spent in the field and dozens of positive interactions with non-hunters. The majority of CT parks don't allow any hunting any day of the week, and that leaves thousands of acres for non-hunters to access 7 days a week. There are certainly no properties reserved for hunting exclusively. I frequently hunt Barn Island Wildlife Management Area, which is also very popular with hikers and dog walkers. Almost without fail, I will pass non-hunters and exchange pleasantries. And I've had many great conversations. I've bumped into friends and neighbors out there. It's been nothing but positive interactions. The reality is, those that have a problem with hunters sharing the same land simply have a problem with the concept of hunting. I believe that the majority of state land users simply do not share that irrational concern. I thank you for the opportunity to give my comments on these two bills today, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Seeing no questions from the committee, we appreciate you joining us and hope you have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Next up on our list is number 22, Bruce Tolhurst. Welcome, Bruce.
Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, thank you today. Members of the Environment Committee. My name is Bruce Tolhurst. I live in Marlborough, Connecticut. I support HB 7231, an act concerning Sunday hunting. We are the Constitution state. I am sure we all agree the fundamentals of the laws in Connecticut must adhere to the Constitution of the state of Connecticut. I submit to you today the prohibition in hunting on Sunday is absolutely and blatantly unconstitutional. Let me say this again. The prohibition in hunting on Sunday is unconstitutional. HB 7231, as written, will remedy this shortcoming in Connecticut law. Some of the history. The establishment of blue laws in the 1600s likely fueled the prohibition in hunting on Sunday. In 1923, the General Assembly passed HB 860, an act revising and codifying the fish and game laws that broadly and completely prohibited Sunday hunting. It has since been modified 4 times, providing exemptions in a limited basis to the prohibition in Sunday hunting. Why do we know prohibition of hunting on Sunday is unconstitutional? Although originally such laws were intimately related to the establishment of religious principles, over time, their acknowledged purposes and justification has shifted to secular grounds. Today, we acknowledge Sunday closing laws and their objectives fall within the general legislative power to determine what is reasonably required to promote public health, safety, and general welfare. We know by case law that it is for the legislature to decide whether the public welfare is best served by establishing a common day of rest and recreation. There is no evidence that Sunday hunting creates a diminished health, an increased safety risk, or impacts the general welfare. To the contrary, hunting during the other 6 days of the week, where it is currently legal and regulated, show a consistent and extremely safe history with no impact on public health and help support recreational opportunities towards promoting the general welfare. Clearly, there is no actual or conceivable objective that supports the prohibition on Sunday hunting. The law itself is penal in nature by the fact that it regulates conduct which, but for the act itself, is legitimate. The law says it's illegal to hunt on Sunday, but legal the other days of the week. Why is Sunday illegal? What objective is there that mandates a penal law to prohibit Sunday hunting? I submit there is no reasonable objective, much less outcome. The Sunday hunting prohibition has legislative exceptions that raise the question of arbitrariness because there is, and I quote from the Connecticut Supreme Court, an apparent absence of a rational distinction between the items allowed for Sunday and those prohibited and deemed inappropriate to a day of rest and recreation. Hunting is a recreational opportunity. In the universe of recreational activities, there remains only one legal and highly regulated recreational opportunity that allows 6 days of the week, but deemed illegal on Sunday. That prohibition is Sunday hunting.
Mr. Tallhorse, would you please summarize?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm asking you to do the right thing, make your decisions regarding HB 7231 based on constitutional law, not just your political positions, the emotional concerns of your constituents, or selfish desires. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. Thanks for what you shared. Have a good afternoon. Next up is number 24, Barry Laundrie.
Thank you, chairs and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Barry Laundrie, Program Manager for Animal Research Issues at Humane World for Animals, formerly known as the Humane Society of the United States. On behalf of our organization, I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony in support of HB 6277. This legislation provides dogs, cats, rabbits, and guinea pigs used or bred for testing in Connecticut with the opportunity to live as an adopted pet once their time in the laboratory has ended. That is an opportunity these animals deserve. In 2023, facilities in Connecticut reported using 96 dogs, 11 cats, 147 guinea pigs, and 169 rabbits in experiments. As an organization, we are working towards a day when animals are no longer needed and used for research and testing, replaced by modern technologies that are faster and more accurate and less expensive, and obviously more humane if they do not use animals. Until we get to that day, HB 6277 provides a basic level of respect and compassion for those animals who do survive the experiments and are suitable for adoption. Current Connecticut law only requires public institutions of higher education to offer dogs and cats for adoption. This legislation would ensure all facilities, private or public, complies with this reasonable standard. And, you know, an animal doesn't know whether they're in a lab owned by a public or private entity, and the law shouldn't care about that either. HB 6277 would not, importantly to know, would not curtail any research or testing that uses animals. It only is applicable when the facility no longer has a need for the animal in its possession. And also, facilities are provided discretion, as public facilities are under current law, to decide if an animal is eligible for adoption, and, you know, in doing so, would ensure that it's not a health or safety risk to the public. Adoption programs have benefit animals, they decrease stress, and they benefit the laboratory workers themselves that work with those animals. And adoptions and efforts in the past, including our own organization working to place thousands of animals and dogs that have come from a research setting across the country, working with other animal organizations, has shown that these animals are resilient and they can live a thriving home and a thriving life in a home environment. All this bill would do would create consistency across facilities in Connecticut and make that option available to as many animals as possible. I thank you again for listening to the testimony, and hope your committee will move favorably on HB 6277. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barry. We appreciate you joining us. Seeing no questions or comments, have a great afternoon. Next up is number 25 on our list, Lori Brown. Good afternoon, Lori. Nice to see you online.
Good afternoon again, Representative Parker and Senator Lopes and all the members of the Environment Committee. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And the League has submitted written testimony for two of the bills on your agenda that directly impact wildlife. I think you can guess which two. We're deeply concerned about both Senate Bill 1523 to establish bear hunting in Connecticut, as well as House Bill 7231 that would allow Sunday hunting. And it is true that just about every other year, lawmakers are pressured by hunting organizations to establish an open season on black bears. But the two most used justifications are, first of all, that the bear population is too high, and that reducing the bear population will take care of the bears that are coming in contact with people where they live. So in response to that first argument, DEEP has estimated that the black bear population is at about 1,000 to 1,200 right now, which is only about 50% of the state's carrying capacity for the natural environment. But more importantly, the idea that killing off bears in the deep woods where they naturally live and find food does absolutely nothing to prevent a single bear from being drawn into a community over and over again, where they can take advantage of easy food sources and garbage cans that are not bear-proofed or dumpsters that are not securely locked. I mean, I personally live next to Penwood State Park, where there's good bear habitat, and bears often walk through my yard along with other wildlife that have absolutely no interest in my home whatsoever, because I don't keep garbage or other food sources outside. So when an individual homeowner takes steps to secure their garbage in bear-proof cans, or when restaurants secure their dumpsters, bears will go elsewhere for other food, especially if you couple that with negative experience for the bear, like an air horn or bear spray, or if necessary, rubber bullets by a professional. But most importantly, don't forget that if a bear has become habituated to easy food at someone's home, DEEP has the authority and has used it to kill any bear that comes in conflict with humans, their pets, or their farms. So instead of pushing through this very, very controversial bill, the Environment Committee should really require that DEEP have a far more robust program of outreach to help certain target towns reduce the food sources that are attracting the bears in their communities. And it's great that DEP has started a public education program, but it is not nearly enough, and it's not been going on for long enough. So it's been suggested that the state could actually create a pilot program for like a municipality to bear-proof like a particular street or a neighborhood with bear-smart garbage cans, and then monitor those results and see if that is something that can be put in place in a larger scale, like using a grant program for towns, possibly even businesses. That could go a long way to resolve the problems in certain parts of the state. So my only other comment today really is on House Bill 7231 that would allow Sunday hunting. I just really hope the state will safeguard the one day of the week that people like myself who cherish nature, and I go off trail and in the backwoods a lot, that I can count on a peaceful experience in the woods and do that safely. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony, Lori. Seeing no questions or comments from my colleagues. Oh, sorry about that. Representative Reddington Hughes, please.
My question really just has to do with, in the last 10 years, going from 500 to 3,500 human bear conflicts. Is that considered a problem? And also in the home entries of 68 homes that were entered, are you suggesting that it was the fault of the residents?
Oh, I think clearly it is attracting whatever is happening in the majority of these places where the bears will come back repeatedly. There's almost invariably a problem that could be mitigated with some type of an attractant. I'm not saying that's the case with all of them, but bears are very smart. They're going to go where the food is, and they're hungry, and have very good noses. They can smell food from like 2 miles away. And so for a bear that is repeatedly finding food somewhere, if that food source is shut off and they are furthermore sort of harassed or with bear spray, or, they will go elsewhere. And I still truly don't believe that all of those incidents are hostile incidents. A lot of the things that happen are, bird feeders and maybe getting into a garage or, being around a house. But I think that we have done absolutely an inferior job at doing all the things that we can do to prevent the bears from coming into, the populated areas for easy food. It's just not been done enough, and the little that's been done, and I applaud the DEP for trying to do this, but the little that's been done to really get out there into the communities and help them figure out why they have this problem, what particular areas. I mean, I've heard stories of restaurants that just huge mounds of garbage that just get thrown into the dumpsters that are wide open, and of course the bears are going to come to that. So there are a lot of things, and behavior can change. People can, the vast majority, I would say, of the public just don't know what it is that they can do to avoid a problem like that. It is a human caused problem.
Thank you. I hope they can bring the numbers down.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Lori, for your thorough answer. Are there other questions or comments? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Lori. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Next up on our list, number 26, Annie Hornish. Welcome, Annie.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Environment Committee. I'm Annie Hornish, Connecticut State Director for Humane World for Animals. On behalf of our supporters, I ask that you please oppose Senate Bill 1523, which would allow for hunting of our state's small black bear population. Hunting bears does not resolve conflicts nor make people safer. What does work is creating conflict reduction programs that teach people to remove food attractants, like accessible garbage and bird feeders, and protecting their farm animals with electric fencing. Also keeping dogs on leashes, especially when hiking. In fact, a new study found that hunting bears, while it may reduce their numbers, may increase human-bear conflicts. That study's findings is supported by what happened in New Jersey. New Jersey suspended hunting of bears from 2018 to 2021, and the damage and nuisance complaints averaged 748 per year over those 4 years. That's the average. Then New Jersey resumed a hunting season in 2022, and the damage and nuisance numbers over those 3 years averaged 1,040, about 40% more conflicts with bear hunting. Bears, like other apex carnivores, regulate their own numbers naturally with multiple mortality factors. Black bear populations are slow to grow. Trophy hunting will only result in the added mortality from orphaned cubs. Trophy hunters can rarely distinguish male from female bears. When a mother bear hears or smells a hunter, she will send her cubs up trees and keep moving to keep her cubs safe. Hunters often won't know that she has cubs. DEEP has a cruel policy to kill orphan bear cubs under 6 months and under the weight of 60 pounds. That policy is included as an appendix within my testimony. DEEP's efforts at public education have been anemic at best, and their messaging misleading, like conflating sightings with population. Criticism of DEEP is documented by the 2024 study by Berkowitz, and I encourage you to read the testimony provided by Mr. Berkowitz, which is excellent. In closing, as values towards wildlife continue to evolve, it's critical that wildlife management decisions reflect those changing values. The American Wildlife Value Study found DEEP's culture to be misaligned with the values of Connecticut's residents, the majority of whom favor peaceful coexistence and humane treatment of wildlife. Continuing to expand opportunities and accommodations for the mere 0.8% of the Connecticut population that hunts at the expense of the 99.2% who are non-consumptive users is a betrayal of the public trust. Let's focus on real solutions backed by sound science rather than a cruel trophy hunt on our small and precious black bear population. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Annie. Thanks for your testimony and for your advocacy. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Oh, just one question. I've heard this bantered about all day, but I just wanted to find out, how do you define a trophy hunter?
Trophy hunting generally is killing not for sustenance.
And that is
for
what,
sport.
Okay,
Yep.
and because I have not heard within the body of the bill that that was described as what they were trying to do. So thank you.
Correct. They're trying to do this under the guise of public safety, but the science is very solid on the fact that it's a separate issue altogether. This is hunting for sport because it will not reduce human bear conflicts.
And have you heard any of the hunters proclaim that they would not be using the bear meat, that this was something that they were doing for sport?
I did not hear the hunter's testimony today, so I can't speak to that.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your answer. Seeing no further questions, have a great afternoon, Annie.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Next up on our list, we're down to 28, Kate Nickel. Kate, are you with us? Seeing no Kate, we're on to number 29, Holly Fontaine. Welcome, Holly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Environmental Committee. Thank you for allowing me to take some time to address a few bills. There are a lot of animal bills on the agenda today. I'll first off by starting to say I support Bill HB 6231, the act of restricting euthanasia of feral cats. It is because humans fail domestic animals that we see the amount of abandonment daily across multiple towns in Connecticut. Euthanasia is not the answer. The state has been ignoring the crisis for years. There is absolutely no funding in feral cat rescues or any rescues for that matter. The current voucher system for spay and neuter is totally outdated and lacks the supply and demand needed for the out-of-control crisis. We need a low-cost, year-round spay and neuter program for all rescues, shelters, pet parents, and feral cat colonies now. Rounding up cats and euthanizing them is not the answer, nor will it solve the problem. Connecticut is failing our animals, and it is evident by the lack of action from Attorney General William Tong, Governor Lamont, and the Department of Ag. The evidence? A 37% increase in animal cruelty cases in 1 year, and still nothing has been addressed. I support Bill HB 6218, the Act of Concern for Qualifications for Employment as an ACO. When a police officer is placed on administrative leave for reasons of alleged allegations of misconduct, made against them, or when the department believes that the officer poses a threat to himself, others, or the agency's mission. The Cheshire ACO situation is no different, and administrative leave should be given. An alleged incident of animal cruelty by the Cheshire ACO, and please note, this is not the norm in Connecticut. We have amazing ACOs that go above and beyond every single day that are dealing with these crises of abandonment issues and cruelty issues. I really, truly commend them all. But this situation was not definitely the norm. There was evidence of an arrest. Not only was an arrest order issued with extreme disturbing reports of evidence of animal cruelty.
Please summarize.
Thank you. And by the DOAG, but she's still working in capacity as the Cheshire ACO and also Haddam and Durham. It's wrong. These pictures of the abuse and neglect, 2 years sitting in the pound, is horrendous. I've been going to the Cheshire Town Hall meeting since November, and the rallies, and there's a lot of support, but it's being ignored. Now the Cheshire Board is giving a private investigation, which I don't know what they're looking for when the evidence is right there.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Yeah, Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your care for animals. And I couldn't agree more. I'm hearing the same thing from my shelter in town. You need more money for spay and neutering. There's a lot of good people out there volunteering like you and trying to get these things done, and the funding is not there. So we've talked to DOAG about that, and that's something we need to work on. So I appreciate it.
I didn't even realize that the license plate program was to fund that until I started doing all my research. I said, why aren't they promoting this?
Well,
Why aren't,
we hear you. So thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thanks, Rep. Callahan. Seeing no further questions, have a great afternoon. Thanks for sticking around. Next up on our list is number 30, Elias Peterson. Welcome, Eli.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the entire committee. My name is Elias Peterson. I am Vice President and General Counsel for Colmar Americas, Inc. and its subsidiary American Green Fuels, and I'm here today in support of House Bill 6278. American Green Fuels is a biodiesel production facility located at the Port of New Haven, where we convert used cooking oil and other waste products into a high-quality petroleum diesel replacement that results in up to a 93% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Biodiesel is also shown to reduce particulate emissions by 47% and hydrocarbon emissions by 67%, and has been labeled a clean air choice by the American Lung Association. We strongly support House Bill 6278, which will dramatically reduce our state's greenhouse gas emissions and represents a common sense, all of the above approach to reducing carbon emissions generally. I heard Commissioner Dykes reference this bill at the beginning of the day, and I just want to address one of her items, which was supply. I can tell the committee that when we acquired American Green Fuels back in 2015, it had a 10 million gallon per year nameplate capacity. We've since invested millions of dollars into the plant, and today are at a 50 million gallon per year capacity at New Haven. So anybody that has any issues with supply, please give them my phone number. I can supply it to the committee. They can call us, and we will supply them. We are the largest biodiesel plant on the eastern seaboard in New England. And then on the other item regarding tanks and storage, I just want to provide a little bit of an anecdote here. I was sitting last week with one of the largest home heating retailers, the conglomerate almost, and I was asking them about their experience, and they've moved to a B20 year-round is their standard blend for home heating oil. They report no additional or increase in tank maintenance related to the biodiesel itself, and they're one of the largest in the U.S. Also, from both a technical and a policy perspective, I want to highlight that this is being done in other states. Pennsylvania has a B2 mandate for on-road transportation fuel. Minnesota has a B5, goes to B20 during the summer, warmer months. And California, with its LCFS program, its diesel pool is 75% biodiesel and renewable diesel. Literally the vast majority of the fuel that's in everyone's tanks in California. So it is being done. It can be done successfully. And I really appreciate the committee raising this bill and giving it consideration. It'll have a great economic impact on Connecticut as well. We employ 50 people in New Haven, lots of indirect employment. I already told you about the investments at the site, and we look forward to making further investments. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks a lot. We'll start with Rep. Reddington Hughes and then come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to follow up on the corrosiveness to the tanks. So that is totally unfounded then?
The biodiesel itself is not the cause of that. Biodiesel is actually much cleaner fuel. It can act as a solvent in clean tanks, so it can show problems if the tank isn't structurally sound, because if you have like a layer of filth at the bottom of the tank that's keeping it from, you know, being stable, that can cause a problem. I will direct you guys. There's a really good expert on this later in the day. Steve Howell is someone that I've worked with a lot over the years and has done. He's the chairman of the ASTM committee on biodiesel and can go through all the technical details. But biodiesel is a much cleaner, easier to handle fuel than diesel.
So if I understand that correctly, then it's not the biodiesel that is the problem. It is corrosion that was already present that the biodiesel is now uncovering because of the way that it reacts in the tank itself.
That can happen, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Rep. Jensen.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious about the cost. What's the cost of biodiesel compared to regular diesel?
It's a little bit of a complicated question. Historically, biodiesel for a rack purchaser, so someone that goes to one of the many terminals in New Haven, prices below NYMEX heating oil. It has at times also priced above NYMEX heating oil. And that, I'm just referencing that as the futures price, and then your actual physical diesel basis can also float. So certainly if you look at like a 5-year average, it is cheaper. At times it does go above it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Rep. Callahan. All right. Senator Lopes.
Just a quick question. I missed some of your earlier testimony, but part of the issue with biodiesel, especially when you started retrofitting it to cars, some small experience doing that. Gaskets, fuel lines, it is a stronger solvent. It started eating up all those lines, and we started getting leaks all over the place. I mean, how do you reference that it's not more, not a stronger solvent, a little tougher on when you're doing a retrofit, whether it be a furnace or even using it in a car, you can run into some real problems with your plastics and rubbers not able to handle it.
Sure. I'll say two things to that. One of which is Steve Howell is going to testify later. It's a great resource.
I will
for
ask
that.
Steve Howell.
But I could tell you right now that at the pump, when you go and fill up your diesel car, maybe not today, but at times you've been getting a 5% biodiesel blend in your tank already. You do not have to label at the pump below a 5% percentage. And when that price has been so far below petroleum diesel, you've seen discretionary blending at the pump. So when you're talking about these really small blend levels, even if you would have a problem if you went to 100% biodiesel, the small blend percentages, you shouldn't see an issue there.
I agree with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Folks, we're going to try to prioritize some people that we know are in the room with us. With that, we're going to jump down to number 39, Alyssa Miller.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for letting us, if we're in the room, come speak. So my name is Alyssa Miller Hurley. I'm the Vice President for Public Affairs for the Pet Advocacy Network. We are the advocacy voice for the responsible pet care industry, and we represent the interests of everyone from manufacturers and retailers to independent small business owners here in Connecticut. In fact, we have dozens and dozens of members across the entire state. We're here today in opposition to House Bill 6240. We do believe that animals deserve the proper and humane care. Proper care and humane treatment means access to clean water, access to comprehensive veterinary care. It means access to safe living and travel conditions and kind and responsible caretakers. However, the bill being proposed today, while well-intentioned, would impose excessive and impractical restrictions that would negatively impact responsible breeders, the small businesses, and Connecticut consumers without significantly enhancing animal welfare. It's for these reasons we're asking you to vote no. Connecticut has long been a leader in consumer and animal protection laws. In fact, the 2014 law that is currently in place is one of the strictest in the entire country. Right now, Connecticut pet stores are strictly prohibited from sourcing animals from any breeder or entity, regardless of location, if they do not possess a USDA license or a state license, or if they've committed a direct violation of USDA dealer regulations, or 3 or more indirect violations of USDA regulations within 2 years of point of purchase. So that means I could purchase a dog today to sell in a store, and I'd have to go back 2 years to make sure that they don't have any indirect or direct violations. This bill, however, would extend that deadline to 7 years while adding indirect to the list of violations and adding any number of indirect violations. An indirect violation, and it's important to clarify this, is anything that from administrative, so it could be mislabeling a documentation for intake, it could be transposing a date wrong, or it could be something as simple as paint peeling or a missing tile. Indirect violations do not constitute a threat to animal health or safety, and oftentimes the USDA does not even fine for these indirect violations. Having an indirect violation on your record from 7 years ago does not mean that you haven't made improvements. And in fact, indirect violations are often very quickly fixed and corrected without further recourse being needed. We're opposed to this bill because it would mean that it would mean that our pet stores would be forced to potentially work with breeders that they don't know anything about. If a breeder that they've had a relationship with for the last decade, 7 years ago, transposed a date wrong on a veterinary intake form. We think that there is a solution to be had here. We do believe that there's a way to have smart regulation and already improve upon the robust regulations here within Connecticut, and we'd be happy to do that.
Nice timing, Ms. Miller. A quick question from me.
Yeah.
If we were to change that then from the prohibition when there's an indirect violation to a direct violation, would you be okay with the rest of the bill?
If we were to change it, remove indirect violations
And
have
replace it with a direct violation?
that would be something I think that we'd be more than willing to have a conversation about, because I do think that if you're having a direct violation and it's something that constitutes, a threat to the animal health
Right.
or safety, that's something that if you're doing that, you shouldn't be dealing with animals. And so that's definitely something I think that we could work with you on and find the right language to make sure that we're still able to have our pet stores that work with good breeders here in Connecticut continue to be able to work with the ones they've established relationships with, while also working with the legislature to make sure we're keeping bad actors out of Connecticut.
All right, good to hear. Thank you. It sounds like that's where we're narrowing in on the compromise here.
Wonderful.
The direct versus indirect. So it's good to hear more. Any further questions, Rep. Callahan?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the very articulate testimony. And I was going to ask about direct and indirect, but
Wonderful.
California did something like this, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
California actually, in fact, started with regulations like these and then ended up moving to a full ban on retail pet stores. So in California in 2019, they passed a law that banned the sale of cats, dogs, and rabbits from retail pet stores, effectively closing every single store within the state.
And what other effects of that?
Unfortunately, the effects of that have been what we oftentimes discuss and warn about. And I wish we could say that that's a way to keep bad actors out of the state, but it's been the opposite. As a result of the bill that's in place right now, there has been an underground black market for puppies and other animals that have come into California. It's gotten to the point that the LA Times wrote a pretty blistering expose that detailed just how bad of a problem it is. You have folks that are dealing directly with bad breeders that aren't regulated. They find them online. The average person doesn't know what questions to ask. They don't know what to look for. They don't know how you can make sure that you're dealing with someone who's licensed. And so they're getting these animals that are sick and being transported by folks that also don't have licenses. Or they're paying tens of thousands of dollars for an animal that they never get. They're showing up to a meeting point. the animal's not there, they're told they have to pay more money for that animal. California right now is trying to cut down on that. They're in fact trying to impose additional regulations to regulate the internet sale of animals, but kind of can't put the genie back in the bottle once it's out. It's almost impossible to regulate that kind of interstate commerce.
Well, that's, so it would not only close all of our legitimate pet stores, you would now create a black market.
Unfortunately, yes. And that's where we see, the black market and internet sales where it's very unregulated. That's where the bad actors really thrive. And that's where, kind of laws like we have in Connecticut that still allow pet stores to work and where we're looking at improving regulation. Those are the ones that actually shut down those bad actors, because it means that pet stores can't work with the people that have violations. And if pet stores can't work with them, it's harder and harder for them to stay in business.
Thank you. Very, very well presented, fact-based testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it. Have a good afternoon. Next up is number 49, Joseph Montgomery.
Good afternoon, distinguished committee.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys as well. My name is Joseph Montgomery. I'm a business owner in Canton, Connecticut, and I had the pleasure to sit in on my first hearing for public safety for the bear a few weeks ago. Time goes fast. Got a couple babies at home, and I felt like I have a unique position to be here because I was, in fact, one of the citizens, I guess, here in the state who did have to utilize self-defense fatally on a bear that was a problem for a long time. And I'm a hunter as well, bow hunter, and I kind of was a little taken back. A lot of the language I'm hearing about the trophy hunting, about us kind of going into the woods, just having our merry way, like it's this bloodlust desire that we are just chomping at the bit, doing this under the guise of public safety or conservation, when certainly that's just not the case. The vast majority of us, the only pleasure that we ever take in harvesting an animal is the utilization of that animal. Everybody in my family eats the game that I harvest, and I do it ethically. I do it with absolute care for those animals, and because I believe that we have a stewardship, not just as from a legal standpoint, but from a moral standpoint as human beings. And I think these animals are amazing. I think the bears are really incredible, but I think the best place for them is far away from humans. I think that the relationship that we've created between them and us, where they literally have no fear of us, regardless of what it is that we're imposing upon them, is cruel, and it's wrong to the bears. They would choose to be away from us as much as they possibly can if we allowed the relationship to maintain that way. Our neighbor over in Massachusetts, they have over 3 million acres of forestry. We've done an incredible job of reclamation here in the state of Connecticut. We have a goal of 700-something thousand acres of forestry by 2027. We're pushing over 500,000 acres of that now. They're saying that we're around that 1,300 to 1,500, but those numbers, I mean, Mr. Hawley, as you saw, was saying that they're seeing litters of 3 to 5 bears. 3 and 4 is not uncommon for them, and that their survival rate is 80-90% after the first however many weeks that they're alive. Those numbers are going to continue to increase, and I understand the emotional opposition for a lot of people in considering this, but they're so removed. A lot of conservation happens outside of the view and outside of the knowledge of so many people, so that they can go about their lives hiking and driving and not having issues with motor vehicle conflict or whatever it may be. But the reality is that conservation must happen. And all the other states, I think we're one of like 2 states, and the others that don't maintain a harvest season don't have a bear population that constitutes it. The last grizzly bear was seen in California in 1924 or 28 or something like that, and it's on their state flag. They used to have a range in all 48 states. But what happened when there would be conflict, and it's going to be much more severe, obviously, than a black bear would be, livestock would be killed, people would be killed, children would be killed. And they became demonized animals. And there even became a Federal Predator Act where you were getting a little money for killing them. So just in summary, for the stewardship that we have, that if we do not implement something that is going to right this imbalance of lack of fear that they have with us, um, they're going to be the next killer. And that's what it is. You know, that is not what they are by nature, but that is what people are going to see them as. That little boy in Morris, Connecticut, Jason Hawley was very clear that he believed that that was a predatory attack. And had the neighbor not been there, that little boy would have been, he would have been killed. The grandfather is actually is a paraplegic, or he's in a wheelchair, he's wheelchair bound. So he was not able to participate in saving his grandson. So I can't.
Thank you for your testimony. I think you
Yeah.
got some questions. Rep. Callahan.
Thanks for hanging around all day. Appreciate
no
it.
problem.
You're another great articulate testimony. So a couple times today, people like you who harvest bears have been called trophy hunters. Tell me what the difference is, trophy and what you do.
Yeah, I think, bless you, sir. Like I said, I think it's kind of offensive. I love that the representative had asked for some clarification on that, because none of us are speaking that way. Bears, I don't know if you ever eaten them, but not too far off from pork, sausage, everything you can think of. How these animals are utilized, I think that if you have not come up in that sort of a tradition and that sort of a practice, I just don't think you would. I don't think you would believe it. I don't think you would understand. So I can understand where some people are coming from, thinking that it is this like bloodlust. They just want to get in the woods and get excited and go on their merry way. But we understand our place within conservation. And I think that's a huge motivation for people, for sure.
So you harvest it, feed your family with it.
100%.
All right. Well, great
100%.
testimony,
To
Joe.
the dogs,
Thanks.
chickens, everybody. So,
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I think Rep. Gresco, and then
You go first.
okay, Rep. Anderson.
Mr. Montgomery, thank you. I didn't know you'd be here today, so I'm glad. Did you say you're a hunter?
Yes, sir.
Have you hunted bear in other states?
No, sir.
A lot of people have the impression that they don't want to see a bear after it's harvested, but I know there's a lot of deer hunters and their deer are hardly seen. So, you know, if we started with a limit, hunted maybe 50 bears, would it even be noticeable to many people?
I don't believe so. And a lot of the places that we're inhabiting to hunt, I know that a lot of people, when they're opposing that Sunday hunting bill, they want a place to hike, they want a place to go. I really don't know a lot of hunters that would choose to set up on a place where there's active hiking trails. We want to be as far away from the people as we possibly can for the best success of our hunt, and sadly to avoid any kind of, hunter harassment or opposition.
I've had discussions the last couple of years with DEEP of what the regulation should look like. And I think they shouldn't just be for the best interest of the deer, it should be hunter friendly, which I talked about the Massachusetts model. I don't know if you heard me say that.
I did.
Which is very simple.
Absolutely.
I occasionally got a bear permit in Mass when it was $5 and I was a resident, and I was able to hunt with a rifle in the state forest, but I wasn't serious. I just wanted to be able to say, I mostly was hunting coyote and such, but
thank you.
So I would love your short input on how we should do it in here. In other words, I'm personally not a fan of a lottery, nor baiting, nor dogs. It's more an opportunity thing for a deer hunter who might be with the same implement. I recall many years ago that Massachusetts capped bobcats at 50 per year. Now we have the internet, so I would rather see a cap of 50 a year bear for starters, and you must already possess a deer license.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if that's hunter friendly the way I'm saying it, but I'm a lot of hunting Facebook groups, and a lot of people said they only saw bears, didn't even see any deer. But any comment on regulations?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's huge for hunters who are spending such a crazy amount of time in the woods to be able to report back what they're actually seeing. Myself as well. Had there been a bear season, I certainly would have filled that tag, sitting right in my stand. And a little bit concerned too, because other states where they're being hunted, there is a super, super visible pressure. When they see us out there, they're sniffing at your sticks at the bottom of your tree. They're coming to check you out and see what's going on. And I'm tethered in the tree. So, a 400-pound bear climbing up and I'm there is not really, you can't have a firearm. But to answer your question, we should just follow what's happening in other states where it's working. I mean, Massachusetts is right there. Their geographic location to us, a lot of the same bears that are pushing in that range are probably living and subsisting where we are here. super easy. One tag for a resident, like the gentleman was saying before, they're trying to even increase that. I truly, truly believe that the role that hunters play in conservation and trapping, the major report that you're having coming out for bobcats recently that they were doing is a result of the partnership that they did with the Trapping Association to get the GPS collars on, to get that data, to get that information to work with them. And out of the hundreds of them that were captured, not a single one was injured. You know, so I think that the partnership of management and conservation is just lacking, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think that keeping it simple for hunters to say, cool, I can play a role in this. I simply purchase my tag. I understand what zones I can be in, what implement I can utilize, and just let it go as it is. I mean, I was kind of bummed for Jason that there's so many people who want to oppose the expertise that he has. That's not just nationwide, but world renowned, based on nothing but opinion or emotion. So yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think it should be simple, and we should mirror what's happening in a lot of our neighbor states.
Your incident, I looked in the news and you're talking, was that in Canton?
Yes, sir.
So I drive through Canton 2 or 3 times a week at least, frequently dropping off a daughter at school. And one morning last year at 9:15 in the morning, I'm pulling out of Commerce Drive onto 44. Very, very busy at that time of day. Bear bolted across 44. He waited for the red light, jumped a fence into the nursery there. But do you think, you know, with bear hunting, there might be less bears crossing 44?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I think that's the really rough thing too, that a lot of people are not understanding the concept of pressure. And I think it's almost an insult to the bears that these animals have such a tremendous evolutionary skill set with them that the scent of human is just not resulting in a negative outcome. Bean bags, the bear that was at our location, Canton PD, Avon PD, Deep came, he'd been shot with beanbag shotguns, he'd been run off with a horn, bear spray, everything that you could think of. The dumpsters were secured in every way that you could think. He would climb on top of the dumpster and cave it in. He would puncture the lid and pull it open. The dumpster company said they couldn't utilize metal lids because it was a risk for the people throwing the trash out. And this was an almost 500-pound bear. He had emptied half the dumpster and created a food plot for himself about 30 yards in the woods. At my school, I have a 4 and 5 class, a 6 and 7. We give the kids some free play time, and they're running around in the woods by the side of the building before we open almost every class every day. And if a 500-pound bear was not willing to relent with a 6-foot-something man throwing rocks, yelling at it, bluff charging me several times, I certainly don't think it would if it was a child or someone less imposing. So it's imminent. The conflict is going to result in something that is fatal, and then everyone that is here and everyone that is on record is going to have to face that, you know, because for whatever reason we allowed this to not happen. We talk about, you know, the few injuries that young man suffered, but think about the trauma. There's little kids who get bit by small dogs, chihuahuas, and they're scared of dogs their whole lives. This was a 300-pound bear that was absolutely trying to consume that young man.
Thank you for your testimony.
Anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rep. Anderson. Are there further questions? Rep. Gresko, you're all set? Of course, sir. Rep. Ready to use.
I'll make it quick. I just want, just to clarify, that any of the hunters that you know, okay, that were looking at the advancement of a bear hunting bill, were any of them going to hunt and not eat the bear?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks so much for joining us today, for being here all day, hanging out. It's good to hear from you. Next up on our list, we have Maria Allen and Bryce Fortran.
Hello, please bear with us. It's my first time in Hartford, actually.
Welcome to Hartford and welcome to the Legislative Office Building.
You guys are better looking in person. Do we get?
You can have 7 minutes.
That was our question.
Good
If
start.
it's
Okay,
combined,
go ahead,
that
please.
sort of thing. So, if we do get time to read, then I'll rock this out. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Bryce Fortran, and I'm from Stamford, Connecticut. I'm representing myself, and I think a lot in my earlier years, I was worked on myself, I would call it, in a positive way, but in reality, I was pretty selfish and only focused on myself. And now that I'm middle-aged, decidedly, I have the opportunity to help others. And in my definition of others, I include animals. And I just do the best I can. So I'm here today to testify in favor of HB 6277 and HB 6278, which will dictate how animals are treated in the testing industry and influence the rest of the country. We have a duty to transform the law to reflect current public attitudes and the best available technology. Continuing to rely on in vivo animal testing in 2025 seems archaic to me. The NIH has endorsed recommendations supporting non-animal methods, and the NIEHS is actively advancing cutting-edge biomedical approaches, from organ-on-chip technology to computational modeling to in vitro diagnostics and human patient simulators. We have an array of tools that are more accurate and more aligned with human biology. HB 6278 doesn't ban animal research. It simply requires that if there is a scientifically superior alternative, it must be used. That just makes sense to me. We don't need to subject animals to outdated methods when better ones already exist. Some parties have expressed concern over HB 6277, particularly around its requirement that animals be used in research be made available for adoption. To me, this bill does not require any rescue, shelter, or sanctuary to accept animals. It simply ensures that a pathway to adoption exists, whether through private placement, partnerships with rescues, or institutional programs. And in states where similar adoption laws are already in place, like Virginia, I don't believe any single rescue or organization has regretted participating that I know of. These programs are working, they are safe, voluntary, and deeply meaningful. Other states like Pennsylvania are already moving to copy that legislation. This doesn't interfere with responsible animal care or research oversight. What it does is recognize that when an animal has served in research, we owe them more than to be thrown away. We are spending, I'd say, wasting billions of dollars and millions of lives, both animal and human, by clinging to outdated systems. I'd like to make Connecticut the state that listens to reason, listens to science, and leads with compassion. Please vote yes on HB 6277 and HB 6278. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. Ms. Allen, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, I wasn't aware of how loud that would be. Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Maria Allen. I'm from Glastonbury in Westport, Connecticut. And I'm here to testify in favor of HB 6277 and HB 6278. With the passage of the FDA Modernization Act of 2023, the federal requirement for animal testing in drug and biologic development was officially removed. That means that Connecticut can be the first state to include unnecessary medical testing, as they join 14 other states already making strides in transforming this industry. This is not only a matter of ethics or science, it's a matter of biodiversity, biosecurity, and public safety. Our current system of animal testing doesn't just harm animals, it also endangers ecosystems and places local communities at risk. Just last year, 43 primates escaped from a facility in South Carolina. In Oregon, 9 snow monkeys escaped, and in New Jersey, 3 mice infected with the plague went missing from a lab. All shocking examples of how poor containment protocols can pose serious health risks. Making matters worse, we are seeing a sharp decline in federal oversight. As of this year, thousands of USDA employees, including hundreds with the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, the very agency responsible for regulating research facilities, have been laid off of part of workforce cuts from the federal workforce cuts. This means that fewer inspections, less environment, and greater risk. My understanding is that this bill has exemptions for medical research on bodily diseases like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. This would simply be applied in unnecessary or obsolete medical tests, for example, like smoking or toxicity tests of ibuprofen, and would only apply if an approved superior alternative exists. HB 6277 and HB 6278 provide urgently needed safeguards. HB 6277 ensures that animals used in research are given the chance at adoption instead of being euthanized, without mandating that any specific rescue or sanctuary take them. And HB 6278 simply requires that when a better alternative exists, it must be used. That is evidence-based, humane policy, and it reflects the values of Connecticut residents. I strongly encourage a yes vote on HB 6277 and HB 6278. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? See none. Great job today, y'all. Thanks for sticking around with us and being here.
Thank you.
Thanks for your advocacy. Have a good rest of your afternoon, your evening
too.
at this point. I believe we have one other person in the room who somehow made it about 2/3 down the list today. Mr. Hyatt. 42, not bad. Yes, sir. Welcome. Good to see you.
So good afternoon. Glad to say not good night this time. This is the last few times. Thank you here today on behalf of the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. The council is an umbrella organization that represents the interests of anglers and fishing organizations throughout Connecticut. I'm going to testify on 2 of the 3 bills that we submitted written testimony on. I'm going to testify on the Sunday hunting and bear hunting bills. In short, the FAC strongly supports both of those bills. First, we'll talk about the Sunday hunting bill. Key points are, most of which have already been made. Many members of our organization, the Fisheries Advisory Council, are anglers, but many of them are also hunters. And we steadfastly believe that hunters should deserve and be able to enjoy the same privileges that anglers do, and that includes being able to participate in their sport of choice on Sunday. Hunting in Connecticut is a safe activity. This is largely because of the extensive training that hunters are made to go through before they're eligible to purchase a license and go afield. And for more than a century, hunters have contributed far more than their tax dollars to support conservation in Connecticut. Those contributions have been via their license fees and via an excise tax placed on outdoor equipment, sporting goods that they use in hunting. You've heard about that, Pittman Robinson. And it seems terribly unfair to prohibit hunting on Sunday. No other recreational pursuit is similarly discriminated against, and this prohibition is particularly egregious on private land. Now, regarding the bear bill, the FAC believes the reestablishment of a bear population in Connecticut is a tremendous conservation success, but we also recognize that bears sometimes damage property and occasionally become a risk to people. We also are aware that efforts to educate folks and to remove attractants have been extensive and are ongoing. We also recognize that the bear population is expanding and is expected to more than double in the future. And that as a result of that, dangerous interactions are going to continue to increase. There's really, in our view, no other way to look at it. As a result, the FAC supports regulated bear hunting in Connecticut. Bears are a renewable natural resource, and they can be sustainably harvested. 33 states allow bear hunting, and in all of those states, the bear populations are stable or increasing. Management that includes hunting has been shown to modify bear behavior over time, making them more cautious around people. And I'm very, very confident of that based on my personal experience. So in conclusion, the return of bears to Connecticut is a conservation success to be proud of, but along with that success comes an obligation to manage the bear population in a scientifically sound and socially responsible manner. Regulated hunting is an important component of responsible bear management. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Did you use the word sustainable or renewable?
I hope I did.
Yeah, I thought for a second I thought I heard renewable, and then I was thinking, are we talking renewable renewable sources with the bears?
Yeah,
You
if
really
I
got
did
us
it,
going here. Sustainable and renewable. I love it.
Yeah.
Makes sense, actually. We should use them to fuel our cars. What's next? Any questions or comments from the committee? Yes, Representative Callahan, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hey, Bill, good to see you. You said that you're confident that it modifies behavior. The hunting modifies bear behavior. I've heard that from U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I've heard it from Jason. Then we have other people say that's absolutely not true. Why are you confident that that modifies behavior?
So some of that confidence comes from the same things you've heard today. And I've read the New Jersey study. I've talked to bear biologists in states throughout the country. They all say the same thing. But some of that confidence comes from personal experience as well. My family's from northern New Hampshire, up in the White Mountains. We lived there for over half a century. Bear population is very large, no different than the densest population in Northwest Connecticut. And we have some of the same experiences that you have in Northwest Connecticut, with bears coming into yards, coming into subdivisions, coming into town, etc. There is a difference, though. Usually those behaviors don't begin until later in the year. And the bears that are coming into town and coming into subdivisions and causing damage, they tend to not be the same bears you'll see the next year. They tend to disappear at the end of the season. And the reason is the hunt. Basically, there is a hunt in New Hampshire, and it does selectively remove those bears that are more comfortable around people. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One reason is obviously that they're less wary of the hunters themselves. But the other reason is that the hunters' behavior is such that they're not going to go deep into the woods looking to harvest a 250 and 350 pound animal. It's much more convenient for them to harvest that animal in close proximity to roads or places where they can extract it and get it out without too much work. And that's exactly what happens in New Hampshire. As in August and early September, as bears are spending more time and looking for food around houses, the hunters are talking about who's going to get this bear in which area. And so there's that social factor as well. Another reason I'm confident is something that's in the archives of this committee. Back in 2018 and 2019, not surprisingly, there were bear bills before the Environment Committee. And you folks had a gentleman come in and testify. He was Dr. Charles Munn. And he was testifying against the bear bill. He's a gentleman who got his wildlife degree from Princeton. He worked for 10 or 12 years with Wildlife Conservation Society on large predators. He then left and started up a photo safari business. And that business was very successful, had lodges in Patagonia and Brazil, as I remember, and elsewhere. And he was looking to set up a lodge in the Northeast where he could attract folks for ecoterrorism. Some of you may remember this gentleman. And ecotourism, correct.
Good catch.
And he, his clients were wealthy clients coming in, and he'd be coming in specifically to photograph bears. And he testified against the bear bill because in his experience, bear hunting would be damaging to his business. I do have his testimony here. I was able to find it in your archives. And his quotes were, "Where they are hunted, they are terrified of humans, not useful for bear viewing tourism. Other states that could serve the Northeast Corridor tourism market, namely Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, have had bear hunting for decades, and consequently their bears are terrified. Those states have no current potential for bear viewing or a bear photography business." I spent some time talking with him, mainly because I'm interested in wildlife photography, and it seemed like a great opportunity. He was the only gentleman in the world offering guaranteed jaguar photo safaris. And in the conversation, he explained, he said, people just aren't going, in states where they're hunted, most of the photographs of bears are bears walking away. And he said, people aren't going to pay a lot of money for photographs of bear behinds. So his argument was hunting definitely would cause a behavior that was detrimental to his business interests detrimental to any chance to have a photo safari business for bears in Connecticut. And at least what occurred to me, and I hope occurred to most other people in the room, that's exactly the behavior we want in those bears. And this is from somebody was in the business for many, many, many years.
Well, thanks, Bill. And I just one more question, because Bill's an expert. And I just wanted to touch on, first of all, that testimony was great, Bill. Thank you. On 5388, which was a Native American bill for allowing them not to have any permits.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with you on fisheries probably for 25 years ago, and you've been involved in fisheries. Do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, the FAC did submit testimony, and it was testimony that we were very uncomfortable with, but felt that we needed to submit. We submitted testimony opposing that bill. Largely, we looked at it, read through it. We saw that things like subsistence and ancestral lands weren't defined. We also recognized that the Fish and Wildlife Resources, the state of Connecticut, are under a lot of stress from anthropogenic stressors, from development, loss of habitat, invasive species, wildlife diseases, et cetera. We read through the language of the bill, and we were pretty confident that it implied that in addition to no license requirements, that there was interest and consideration under the umbrella of subsistence to employ rules different than what the DEP and its biologists had prescribed. So we were just concerned that it was going to undermine the sustainable management and the scientific management of our fish and game populations, and that's why we submitted testimony opposing it. And we've have under the umbrella again of subsistence fishing. There are plenty of examples in Connecticut where that gets out of hand, admittedly illegally done, but under the gauze of being subsistence.
Well, Bill, I appreciate you coming in and testifying. Very, very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. I think we have a question from Representative Gresco, and then we'll hear from Representative Anderson. And let me just say briefly, the commotion here, we've got some treats at the end of this long day. Lauren, thank you for bringing them down. If you want to just leave those over at the end of the desk, we'll right in front of you is perfect. Or just put them right here in front of me and Senator Lopes. No, right down there is great. Yeah, great. Go get your own. We'll try to steal the attention from our star witness over here. But Rep. Gresco, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the testimony, Bill. But you're going back to the bear bill. Your line of logic is very followable, if that's a word. But so you're saying that the hunters are not going to go into the deep woods to get a bear because it's too inconvenient to haul it out after they get it. I follow that. I'm not a bear hunter, but my question is, if you're going to go after the habituated bears who are the easier targets because they're more used to, you're going to be hunting in people's backyards, basically. And, Mr. Farmington's not here, but that's ground zero for the state. So I anticipate us, if we ever follow through with this, getting frantic calls from constituents saying, I have people relatively close to my backyard hunting for bear. And how do we deal with that?
That's a very good question. And I did hear Jason earlier today talk about wishing to or intending to target any hunt to areas where the problems are most acute, which makes perfect sense. And you're absolutely correct. What I was implying was that the bears that are closer to closer to densely populated areas are going to be more habituated, easier to hunt, and that the hunters, to some extent, are going to take advantage of that and hunt in those areas where the habituated bears are, especially if they're closer to roads, et cetera. And that is a difference between Connecticut and New Hampshire. I'll admit that. In New Hampshire, people aren't too concerned about somebody hunting, northern New Hampshire, hunting near their properties in their backyards. That is going to be a little bit different and make things a little bit more difficult here in Connecticut. I would hope that as part of the agency's planning process, that they would look at options for how to work around that, how to identify huntable areas, both on public and private property that are proximate to the areas where the problems are occurring. Also, as Jason had said earlier, the range of the bears, they're not going to stay just in one little small area. The females have a territory, and the males even a much larger home range. And I would think that part of that bear management plan would be to look at available hunting areas and to seek out to gain access to more available and safe hunting areas within that proximity that they're trying to solve and address a problem. It seems very doable to me, even in a state like Connecticut, but admittedly more difficult to achieve here than in northern New Hampshire, where I was speaking of before.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Rep. Gresco. Rep. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hyatt. So that bear tourism business was in my district before I got elected, and it was a very sensitive issue. I did not know 30 states allowed bear hunting. I wasn't sure. But even setting aside the effects of a bear hunt on bear behavior, hunting is a long tradition in this country. Would you tend to agree with the statement that, bears are a game animal like deer and other animals? They're not endangered. The population is growing, but setting aside all the other safety issues, isn't it reasonable just to have a bear hunt?
Absolutely. I think one of the sentences I hope that I used were that bear are a renewable natural resource. And like all renewable natural resources, they produce a surplus. And that surplus of young each year is built into their life history via evolution, and it's designed to enable that species to handle periods of mortality for natural purposes. Hunting and fishing, including commercial fishing, are designed to take advantage of that surplus in order to provide food, and in the case of recreational fishing and hunting, recreation and food as well. And so these animal and fish populations can be managed sustainably to take advantage of that surplus production. It's totally legitimate use, and much of human history is based upon the ability to do so.
Thank you. Something else came to mind. I have a couple friends who have harvest bears, I think 3 in Massachusetts, and they are very difficult to get out of the woods. They had to, build like a litter. But one thing that you can do in New Hampshire, you can't do in Connecticut, is get the bear out with an ATV. So maybe that's something we need, to have some exception or allow ATVs on some of the dirt roads, if not the trails. But thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you, Representative. Online, we have Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Bill, for coming in. It's nice to see you when it's still light out. There was some discussion earlier about bear hunting habitat and hunting too close to houses and backyards and things like that. Is there any reason why bears would be hunted on different hunting grounds than would be deer or other game?
I don't remember that conversation, but I do not believe so. My experience is they're going to be inhabiting a lot of the exact same areas. I believe that Yukon study that's been referenced a couple of times over the course of today that was done around 2014, 2015. I think that that's one of the conclusions of that study was that bears actually had higher population levels in areas with a fair degree of suburban interface, in part because they could they had access to human produced food sources, but also in part because there's more natural food, tends to be a more abundant natural food source also associated with that edge habitat. So, and that's the same, for many of those same reasons, you're going to have higher population densities of other animal species in those habitats as well. So from my perspective, and I think the answer to your question is they're going to be occupying the same habitats.
Okay, so I believe it was Representative Gresco talked about the possibility of people complaining. It sounded like his voice. I actually couldn't see it online. Couldn't see who was speaking, but I think it was him. So there wouldn't be any more worries about bear hunting near houses than there are worries currently about deer hunting near houses or in backyards. Hunters would still be prohibited in certain areas and allowed in certain areas, right? We're not talking about changing the places where hunting is permitted simply because we would be allowing a different species. Is that your understanding?
Yep, I largely agree with that. I think one of the points that Representative Gresco was making, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, was that some of the areas that might be identified as problem areas because they have problem bears in them, they might not be areas that are traditionally been heavily hunted. And in that case, the agency would have a challenge to try to locate nearby or huntable areas that fall within either the territory of that female bear or the home range of the male bear.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Bill, thanks for hanging out with us. You can grab a cookie on the way out for your great work this session. Next up, we're going to jump down to number 53, Gordon Ridgway. Mr. Selectman.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I had to promote him first.
Okay.
Should be coming on.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Hello, Mr. Ridgway. Take it away.
Yeah. Well, first, thank you for doing this remotely. It's been an interesting afternoon spending with you guys. And my first comment was, I'm not a lobbyist. I'm a first selectman here in Northwestern Connecticut. I have been for 34 years. When I first started, the bears were not a problem. In fact, I shot a video of one of the first bear videos in Northwestern Connecticut. It was so rare, it got a lot of publicity. Now our town is pretty much ground zero. We're overrun with bears. And a lot has changed in the last 30 years. The bear population is growing exponentially. It's common to see mothers with 3 cubs. And 25% of our town is state forest. And I think it was a repository for nuisance bears for a long time. I was glad to hear the testimony from DEP, the commissioner and the biologist there made a lot of sense. I'm not a lobbyist, but I do think we have to listen to scientists, people without an organization behind them. Our people here have been calling DEP for several years about bear problems. They've stopped doing it because it's become so commonplace in some cases. But generally, the people that deal with DEP are knowledgeable about bear habits, and I don't claim to be a wildlife biologist, but I think we as politicians should listen to scientists. We get in trouble when we don't listen to scientists, and I'm also a farmer, and we have to be an expert in everything, but we really know we're not. And I thought the biologist's testimony was very convincing, and I know he's probably told you that before. And the reason I sat here patiently for 5.5 hours is because I have a stack of paper, 44 pages long. I collected it last year because people were calling me so much about bear problems. So I said, send me an email, tell me what happened, take some pictures. And my bottom line is, what do I tell these people this year? The wildlife is a state responsibility, and we do not have a police force. The Connecticut State Police have to rely on the overworked wildlife officers at DEP. Our volunteer fire department this Christmas Eve had to wait in the middle of Mohawk State Forest for 4 hours for a DEP officer to show up because CSP won't work in the state forest. Anyway, so we have a lot of bear problems here. And we have seen multiple, so we've had multiple complaints this year. I've gotten this information. We've got drone footage. And I believe our representative, Maria Horn, will give you this information. In that drone footage, you'll see 8 mature bears in one cornfield at one point. And our question here is, where do those bears go after they finish off the corn? And it was interesting here from the
Mr.
biologists.
Ridgway.
Yes.
Sorry, timer's up, but I'm sure there might be someone here to ask you a question. So are there any questions for Mr. Ridgway?
Excuse me, I've waited for 5 hours to try to tell you what's going on here in Northwest.
Yeah, sir, I heard you. So someone's going to ask you questions. You'll be able to talk longer. So
thank you.
Do you want to go first or do you want to go last? Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Gordon. First of all, I'll let you finish your thought if you want to finish the sentence you're on, and then I do have some questions. I'm really grateful for you being here and for what you've shared with me. I've already waived my copy of all the emails you have from people in Cornwall. So if you are finishing your thought, please do so.
I guess my current thought, in addition to the impact this has had on local agriculture, with driving people growing corn out of business, my main concern is public safety. Here we have a headline of a person justified in shooting a bear that had killed their donkey. Here we have a picture of a dog that got bit. Here we have a picture of the screen of somebody's house. Here's the bear outside the screen. In this last year, we've had 4 house break-ins, one car break-in, 1 dog attacked, 1 donkey killed. We have many walkers. We have the Appalachian Trail going through our area. We have many walkers who are confronted from bears that have been habituated and will not back down. And we clearly need a management plan. And I would urge us to move forward with what DEP is suggesting. I think we need to go beyond just a kill the bear, but work with the farmers so it's easier for them to get permits if they're having crop damage, and also make it clear that if somebody's defending their livestock, they have a right to do so and will not be told that they're in trouble. I think also if we listen to our neighbors, there's people who grow corn in Cornwall, and they say they grow corn also in New York State. They do not have anywhere near the damage they have in New York State. We are a border town with Massachusetts, and I know they don't have the problems up there that we have. I've talked to people in Pennsylvania, and what they do in Pennsylvania is that when the DEP come out and tag bears, which they have for years in Cornwall, then they allow people that are licensed to hunt deer to shoot those tagged bears in a season. And again, that gets to the question of how do you know you're dealing with the nuisance bears? It's just a possible solution, but again, I don't want to say I'm an expert on this, but I think we have to do something because it's becoming an exponential problem that is a state responsibility, and we have a responsibility to our citizens to give them a reasonable amount of protection. We are here, we interact with animals all the time, but this clearly is a public safety threat.
So Gordon, thank you. And I can hear, as can my fellow committee members, the frustration in your voice because you have to hear from people in that, in Cornwall. In fact, I've heard from them from well outside Cornwall, who can tell you that this isn't just about, having bird feeders out at the wrong time of year. There are many people experiencing this that really have done nothing intentional to bring bears, and they're breaking into people's porches. And as I said, I have your email. I wanted to ask you, because you are also a farmer, about we did last year pass some legislation that would allow farmers to take a bear that were the depredation permit for crops and livestock. One of my concerns is that the other states that have that kind of permit system also have a hunt, which is to say, in Connecticut, we're kind of leaving farmers to do the entire job. And that worries me about, because I know I've spoken to several farmers, including with you, about, they don't want to really be taking huge numbers of bears either, but they have to protect their livelihood and the animals they care for. So I wondered whether you have any comment on the sort of, interaction, how the permit for farmers has worked in the past, and specifically what changes we ought to make to that.
Well, a couple things. We have had some damage on our farm. We do maple syrup, and they have torn down the pipelines. But again, my own personal thing, we're both out in the woods together, and I don't intend to get a permit, even though they cause us substantial damage. I think talking to some of the people that have been impacted with crop loss, that the permits take a while to get. There's only several that you can get. And again, I think the point people are trying to make is seeing that drone footage with all the damage there in those fields. What's it going to be like this year? Are we going to are we going to make it impractical for people to grow corn? And then in the middle of everything everybody else is doing, to expect these people, not me, but these people, these few farmers that are left, to go out there and then hunt the bears seems like an incredible burden on top of everything else they got to do.
Yeah, that's certainly consistent with what I've heard. This is not what the farmers want to be doing. This is not an extra fun thing for them. It's not what they aggressively, not what they want to be doing. I imagine there are other questions for you, so I will limit myself. No? Okay.
One thing I did want to also mention that I know DEP has been out here and they have responded. They've trapped bears, and they have, for lack of better words, try to beat them up so they don't go back. I mean, I don't think that's really great treatment of any animal. And I know, but that's sort of what they're forced to do. And that's their policy that doesn't work. Our current bear harvesting is done with cars. We never had cars hitting bears. We had 3 last year. We've already had 1 here. So that's already going on. The people are generally putting away all their bird feeders. We've gotten dumpsters that have chains on them and stuff. So a lot of the easy stuff has been done, but people have certainly seen the character of the bears have changed from being scared of people to not being scared at all. And again, I think it's just a big public safety threat to people who live in these areas.
Thank you. I hope that we can, in addition to the proposal in front of us, can add some additional to make the farmer permit program work better. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Reddington Hughes.
First, I would like to say I'm very sorry that you are experiencing what you are in your neck of the woods. And I would like to say that I can empathize with that because the child that was harmed was in my district in Morris. In lieu of the fact that some of the things that were passed 2 years ago really don't seem to be the solution. It's not a one size fits all. And in the districts where the bears were heavily populating those districts and were habitualized, it seems not to be working. With that in mind, do you feel that a limited hunt would be the answer to that question?
I felt the testimony this morning from DEP was very compelling. I mean, that's my thought, but again, I don't claim to be an expert, but I've listened to both sides of things, and I found the DEP testimony very compelling. So yes, I would support a limited hunt because again, you can't rely on farmers who's gotten their crops damaged to be your conservation officers. And I mean, they're busy. Everybody's got more to do than they can do. So I mean, I think there needs to be a management plan, which I think is what our neighboring states have done effectively, and that's what their wildlife biologists support.
I would have to agree with you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Rep. Callahan.
Thank you so much for your testimony, sir. What you're dealing with up a little bit north of me in Cornwall is what's happening in several parts of the northwest of the state. So hopefully, we heard a lot of expert testimony today. We heard you come in. We hear others talking about the effects in their towns. Hopefully, this is a year that we can actually pass a limited bear hunt in order to start changing bear behavior and having them be somewhat afraid of humans so we can stop these human interactions before somebody gets killed. So I really appreciate your testimony, sir.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say too, I think that all the selectmen in our area, there's bipartisan support that we need assistance on this from the state. We need a comprehensive plan. It's not a partisan issue. It's just common sense.
All right, thank you much. Next person up, Victoria Hamilton.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. I'm writing to oppose the bill 6240. My name is Victoria Hamilton, and I've been with Safari Stance Pet Center for since 2016. The laws and regulations we follow are very strict. In fact, Connecticut has been a leader in consumer and animal protection laws. With my time at Safari Stands, I have had the pleasure to visit and meet many of the breeders we work with. Being able to see the facilities really makes a difference on what people think about the breeders that trust our pet stores. Passing the bill will unfairly penalize good breeders for minor indirect violations and extending the review period back 7 years. 7 years ago, many things were different, and holding an indirect violation over someone's head that has acknowledged and learned from their mistakes 7 years ago is unfair. This bill doesn't stop bad breeders. It just makes it harder for pet stores like us to work with good ethical ones. Breeders will no longer be able to sell to pet stores, but can and will still sell to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Hamilton? Oh, seeing none, but thanks for your patience. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Christian Regasta.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you got my name correct too. I get a lot of Ragostas these days, so thank you very much for having me. My name is Christian Regasta, the Assistant Manager of Northeastern States for the Congressional Sportsmen Foundation. I thank the Connecticut Environment Committee for allowing me the opportunity to file CSF support for Senate Bill 1523 to open a bear hunt and House Bill 7231 to permit Sunday hunting. Founded in 1989, CSF is the informed authority across outdoor issues and serves as a primary conduit for influencing public policy. CSF gives a voice to hunters, anglers, recreational shooters, and trappers on Capitol Hill and throughout state capitals, advocating on vital outdoor issues that are the backbone of our nation's conservation legacy. CSF also works with a nonpartisan legislative sportsmen's caucus here in Connecticut, co-chaired by Senator Austin, Senator Gordon, Representative Boyd, and Representative Dauphiné, a truly bipartisan partnership. These 4 co-chairs are joined by over 20 other Connecticut legislators, some sitting on this committee, and I would be remiss for not thanking them for all the support they've given Connecticut sportsmen and women. Sunday hunting restrictions are one of the last remaining examples of puritanical blue laws that were intentionally designed to encourage church attendance. At the time when these restrictions were first put in place, other activities were illegal on Sundays, such as opening a store for business, drinking alcoholic beverages, and even tilling your own fields. The current restrictions are a major limiting factor hindering participation in hunting, and restrictions on Sunday hunting create a temporal access barrier to youth and others that work or attend school throughout the week and are often involved in extracurricular activities on the Saturdays. Cultural norms and mores have shifted throughout the years, and families now face the reality of working weekends or less traditional hours and being responsible for attendance of extracurricular school activities on weekends. Limiting a hunter's time afield due to familial responsibility should not hinder wildlife management efforts due to a prohibition of the regulated harvesting of wildlife on a Sunday. Please pass House Bill 7231 to open Sundays for hunting. Connecticut is one of 3 states from Virginia to Maine that does not authorize a legal and regulated black bear harvest based upon scientific methods and quotas. Neighboring and nearby states have recently opened up seasons, developed plans to extend the black bear harvest. Yes, sir.
Sorry, the timer went off. If you could just summarize.
Oh, please. Our biggest issue is to make sure that the wildlife agencies are being paid attention to with their scientists, biologists. They do have ways to regulate these things appropriately with their wildlife management zones to say where and what implements should be used. And I thank you all for your consideration for both these bills to give more access for our conservation efforts, which also brings in a 3-to-1 matching money from the American System of Conservation Funding. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Augusta? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Nick St. Pierre.
Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Ranking Member Senator Harding, and Ranking Member Representative Callahan, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Nick St. Pierre, and I live in Branford, Connecticut. I have 1 cat named Opal, a rescue cat that I adopted from a cat cafe in Old Saybrook. I'm here to urge your support of HB 6267, an act concerning the declawing of cats. Declawing cats is an unnecessary and painful surgery that requires essentially the amputation of the first joint of each of one of their toes. Cats are instinctively wired to scratch and to use their claws, which serve to support their physical and psychological health. Unless it's medically necessary, I think it's inhumane to declaw a cat just for our convenience. There are other alternatives to declawing, such as training cats on the use of scratching posts, climbing trees, and scratching mats, or trimming nails, or even putting sticky strips on furniture. Thank you for your support of HB 6267.
Thank you, Mr. St. Pierre. Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for your testimony. Is Lauren Black available? Please unmute.
Hi. Sorry, this is my 6-year-old. Thank you to, okay, you're gonna have to sit down. So thank you so much for the committee to allowing me to speak today and tolerating my child, and Representative Horn, it's good to see you again. I'm here to oppose SB 1523. I'm asking you to vote no on a recreational bear hunt. So my name is Lauren Black. I live in Newtown, and 3 years ago, my neighbor shot and killed a black bear on his property with an AR-15. My 2 young daughters, one of whom is right here, and I had been watching the bear and her 2 cubs that morning as they hung around our property. We live at the edge of the woods and we're surrounded by 120 acres of town land. So we were in the bear's habitat, not the other way around. And they weren't bothering us. We'd seen them a couple times before, hadn't had any problems. So we were just marveling at them, watching them. The cubs were up in the tree. But then the mama bear wandered down the driveway, and not too long after that, I heard the gunshots. So as you might imagine, this was pretty traumatic, not just hearing the gunshots in a residential area, but also knowing that this bear who had been guarding over her cubs that morning was now dead, and her cubs, who were up in my tree were now waiting for a mother that was not going to come back. And as a mother myself, this was really hard to handle. So the cubs at that point were only a few months old. They were weighed less than 20 pounds. So they were babies, completely dependent on their mother for survival. Deep's policy in that situation was to, quote, let nature take its course, even though there was nothing natural about this scenario. And Deep was content to leave the cubs alone, wandering the property, crying for their mother until they either died of starvation or dehydration or were eaten by bobcats or coyotes. I was told by the Deep biologist that if the cubs were still hanging around in a week, I could call Deep and they would come back and euthanize the cubs. So luckily in that situation, there was a community effort. The cubs were rescued and sent to a rehab facility in New Hampshire that does take in orphaned and abandoned cubs from other states, but not Connecticut. Our cubs were the first and only cubs that the center has had from Connecticut. So this to me is inhumane. It's not a way to treat bears, but it's also not a way to treat their cubs who have done nothing wrong, who are not bothering anyone. And if you legalize a recreational bear hunt, this situation does become more commonplace. And it doesn't really solve the problem of human-bear interactions. It's been proven that education and simple steps like removing bird feeders, securing trash are effective. And in the 3 years since that incident, we actually hadn't seen another bear on the property until the other night, where one crossed my Ring camera. We didn't see it in person, and it was just going from one part of the woods to another part of the woods. So in my situation, the bears are not bothering us. They're here. You know, as I said, we're in their habitat. We can and should learn to coexist with them, and killing them for sport doesn't really solve anything. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Monica Vesey. I don't see her on the list, so after that, Karen Tracy, who I think already went, if I'm not mistaken, and then we're up to Anupama Mohan.
Yeah. Hi, am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep. Thank you. Good evening, Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Anupama Mohan, and I'm a proud resident of New Haven, Connecticut. I strongly oppose HB 6240 bill, which unfairly penalizes responsible pet stores and breeders. While I support animal welfare, a 7-year ban for any USDA violation, no matter how minor, is excessive and unfair to ethical breeders who have long since corrected mistakes. USDA violations range from serious infractions to minor issues. Even a clerical error in record keeping could lead to a violation. Yet, under this bill, that breeder would be banned from working with pet stores for 7 years. This is an extreme punishment for minor, non welfare related mistakes. Additionally, this bill will limit consumer choice, pushing families toward unregulated online sellers where animals lack oversight. Responsible pet stores, which already follow strict regulations in city, will suffer and hurt while hurting small businesses and local jobs. Instead of imposing broader bans, enforcement should focus on truly bad actors. I urge to reject this bill and protect responsible breeders, businesses, and pet owners. And I'm open for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Mohan? I'm not seeing any, but thank you for waiting and testifying.
Thank you.
Lucy Pax? Nothing? Okay, wow. Page 2, everybody. Sai Prakash?
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Please proceed.
Good evening. Members of the Environment Committee. My name is Sai Prakash. I'm a pet counselor at Safari Sands Pet Center. I'm here to strongly oppose the bill HB 6240. This bill unfairly expands restrictions on breeders, making it impossible for responsible pet stores like ours to source from reputable USDA licensed breeders. Right now, we cannot work with a breeder that has a direct USDA violation anywhere in the past 2 years, a reasonable standard that ensures animal welfare. But the bill HB 6240 would change that to include indirect violations. Something as minor as a missing tile or a paperwork error could also extend the loop back period to 7 years. This does nothing to improve animal welfare. Instead, it does punish responsible breeders over administrative mistakes and creates unnecessarily hurdles for pet stores. We personally visit and vet our breeders, some of whom we've developed relationships for over 12 years, ensuring they meet our high standards. Restricting access to these breeders doesn't protect animals, it only pushes consumers towards unregulated sources, online sellers, or backyard breeders, where there is no oversight at all. Additionally, requiring annual reports on breeder sourcing adds another layer of red tape, burdening both the pet stores and regulatory agencies that are already stretched thin. I urge you to reject the bill HB 6240. We all want the best for our animals, but this bill hurts responsible breeders, ethical pet stores, and consumers while doing nothing to stop the bad actors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Your timing was perfect on 3 minutes. Any questions for Mr. Prakash? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next person is Crystal Rashba. Okay. Steve Howell.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Steve Howell. I'm the chair of the ASTM Biodiesel Task Force, a role that I had since 1994. I work for Mark IV Consulting, which is a small consulting firm in Kearney, Missouri, just north of Kansas City. And my role here today is to provide the members of the committee and others with information on the biodiesel technical aspects as you consider the bill to look at putting up biodiesel requirements in the higher levels into the state of Connecticut. So a little bit of background for the committee. ASTM is the group that's comprised of engine and vehicle companies. It's comprised of fuel companies, the large petroleum companies, the biodiesel companies, and then third-party technical experts. And they vote on the standards to come up with the consensus standards for the diesel fuel, the gasoline, the lubricants that are used within the United States. So that's the group that's responsible for the standards and making sure the quality is there so that folks who use our fuels and lubricants can do so in a successful manner. And I started chairing the committee in 1994. It started in 1993 with the first ASTM Biodiesel Committee, so we've been at it for 30 years now. We first approved the first standard for biodiesel, D6751, in 2001. And since that time, we've had significant improvements over time to improve the standards. And those improvements to the standards are the main reason why we've seen a success in the biodiesel industry and increased volumes over time. And I thought this information would be useful, especially given other questions early in the committee. And so each time that diesel fuel has changed, each time that the diesel engines or the after treatment used in those engines have changed, we've had to change and improve the ASTM standards. And so part of the big improvements there that I wanted to emphasize with the committee, when the ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel was introduced in 2006, we found that improvements were needed to reduce the minor components in biodiesel that were causing unexpected fuel filter clogging. And we changed those standards in 2008, which eliminated most of those issues. And then we actually improved them another time in 2011 and 12, which provided an even deeper reduction in the amount of minor components necessary. And those improvements have significantly improved the quality of the biodiesel in the market today. Since that time, diesel engine after treatment was put into place. That's the particulate filters and the selective catalytic reduction, the things that use DEF and conventional diesel engines, for those of you familiar. Those technologies reduce particulates and NOx 90% with diesel engines, whether they're using biodiesel or diesel fuel. And we did a significant amount of testing to show that those existing technologies with the standards we have would continue to provide those emissions reductions over full-time useful life of the engine. And then in 2023, after a bunch of additional work, we put in additional requirements for even lower metals contents to make sure that those diesel particulate filters and SCR units would last over the full useful life of the engine. So those changes have significantly improved the biodiesel in the market today. And over 95% of the biodiesel in the market today already met the new low metals grades that we put into place in 2023. So With that, a couple of other things for the committee to be aware of. B20 has been required in Minnesota in the summer months since 2018. So over 7 years of successful use there. B20 has been approved by EPA for use in all underground storage tanks. And a big portion of all that successful use has been the improvements that we've had over time with the ASTM standards. So the leader of that group, we're pretty happy that the improvements that we've made have had real marketplace improvements. Much of the fuel in Illinois, where there's a significant tax incentive, has been B11 or B20 over time. The shuttle buses at Midway Airport are using B20 all through the wintertime and all through the year, as are 2,000 buses in Cook, Illinois School District in Chicago. So again, the big part of that success has been the improvements in biodiesel quality. So in closing, the ASTM group are continually improving those standards. We're there to do that over time. We're already looking at new improvements to the standards if they're needed for new diesel engines coming out in 2027 and 2030 that'll have even 75% lower NOx and PM than today's engines, which are already 90% less NOx than previous engines. And all of those changes have really provided confidence with consumers, the engine companies, and others who wish to support biodiesel and use biodiesel as a low carbon option. The confidence in the fuel that it will work in those.
Hal, can you wrap it up, please?
So with that, I'll open it up for questions for the committee. I know there's some earlier, so I'll open it up. Those are my comments. Thank you.
has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Howell. Thanks for your patience. I got a question. When we bring up biodiesel, one of the first criticisms is its potential tank corrosion with use with the blend. And have you found that that's the instance? Even you mentioned Minnesota. Have you done studies or kept numbers?
Yeah, so when the US EPA approved B20 in underground storage tanks, they looked at all the technical information and technical literature, and they did not find an increase in corrosion. And a big part of that, again, is because of all the improvements in the ASTM and us putting in stability parameters and us improving the fuel over time. So there was another report done by the Coordinating Research Council showing that there were no significant differences between any corrosion, whether it was biodiesel or diesel fuel in those tanks. But they did find that water was the significant correlative factor with tank corrosion. So to the extent that tank corrosion's out there, and it is certainly out there with ultra low sulfur diesel or with a biodiesel blend, it's all related to water, but it's not any different than a biodiesel blend than with water. So that's the technical information there, and I can provide those citations if you'd like.
Thank you. Last question, Mr. Chair. Flipping this around a little bit, have the vehicle manufacturers weighed in on, hey, the use of 20 blend biodiesel on what we manufacture is a problem or not a problem? Have they weighed in on that?
So the equipment manufacturers are part of that committee that I lead that all vote on the standards. And the implementation of putting in that low metals grade for the new technology diesel engines, those using the after-treatment systems, that was a real key in enlisting all of their support. Virtually all the diesel engine companies in the U.S. now support use of B20 in that equipment. Again, primarily because we've improved the standards over time, and we're just not seeing issues with B20 in today's marketplace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Being none, thank you very much, Mr. Howell. Next person up is Carla Gowrie.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Ranking Member Senator Harding, and Ranking Member Representative Callahan, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Carla Gowrie, and I am a resident of Essex. I own a cat cafe in Old Saybrook, which is also a state licensed animal shelter. Our cafe serves as a sanctuary for cats rescued from neglect, abandonment, and abuse. We currently care for 15 cats who are awaiting their forever homes, and I personally own 3 rescue cats named Scout, Daisy, and Finn. I am here today to urge your support for HB 6267, an act concerning declawing cats. Declawing is not merely a cosmetic procedure, it is an unnecessary and painful surgery that involves the amputation of the first joint of each toe. This is equivalent to the amputation of the first knuckle on each of our fingers. According to the Paw Project, a nonprofit organization advocating against declawing, many veterinarians perform this procedure without fully disclosing its painful and permanent consequences to pet owners. Cats are sentient beings with an instinctual need to scratch, which is vital for their physical and psychological health. Removing their claws strips them of their dignity and emotional well-being and can lead to unwanted behavioral issues. One of our cats at the cafe was a stray who had been declawed. He experienced pain using the litter box due to discomfort in his paws, leading to urinary issues and accidents outside the box. Misguided owners often seek declawing as a quick fix, inadvertently creating more behavioral problems that can result in the cat being surrendered or worse, abandoned. We are witnessing an alarming increase in cats and dogs being surrendered, abandoned, or dumped. The rescue community is overwhelmed and struggling to keep pace. When declawed cats are abandoned outdoors, it is often a death sentence for them because they are defenseless against predators. Are veterinarians adequately educating the public about the pain associated with declawing and then the responsibility of keeping these cats indoors? There are many humane alternatives to declawing, including training cats to use scratching posts, climbing trees, scratching mats, regular nail trimming, nail caps, and protective furniture strips that can also minimize damage. If a person is overly concerned about their furniture, they should reconsider owning a pet that possesses natural scratching instincts. It is unjust to mutilate these animals for our convenience and pleasure. In my efforts to raise awareness about this issue, I've spoken with many individuals who are unaware of the severity of declawing. A fellow rescue volunteer recently shared with me, quote, "I have done some research on declawing. What an awful procedure. I hope Connecticut outlaws it. It's animal cruelty. I never considered it before, but you have given me a wake-up call on how terrible it is," unquote. In closing, I strongly urge you to support HB 6267 to protect cats from the inhumane practice of declawing. Thank you for considering the well-being of these sentient beings.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carla, for your testimony today. I think myself, it took me a little while once I did some reading on what cat declawing actually entails. You realize just how brutal it actually is. Something we've heard today, I think it is a valid question. What would you say in the case of, say, an elderly person who has a cat that's scratching them? What would you suggest they do instead of cat declawing?
Sure. So the first thing would be a complete workup with a veterinarian to make sure there aren't underlying medical issues that might be causing them to act aggressively or not themselves. And when that's ruled out, if it's behavioral, there's many behavioral specialists that offer services. There's also many alternative products for calming cats, or, you know, if it's something behavioral, I would just encourage them to really look at other resources first before, you know, amputating their claws.
Yeah, thank you for that response. In your testimony, you had mentioned cats that suffer kind of lifelong pain after being declawed. Do you think that veterinarians and people who perform declawing do an adequate job educating people, you know, what the side effects of this could be?
I think that the education could be a lot better. I don't think a veterinarian wants to do a procedure that's going to harm or impair any animal that they care for. I firmly believe that they want the best for the animals they care for. However, I don't think that the people looking to do this for non-therapeutic reasons realize the other issues that could happen. I've heard it described as like walking with a pebble in your toe every moment of the day kind of thing. And I've seen firsthand behavioral issues. So I think education is probably key in making the public more aware of just what they're doing and what the potential side effects is. And it really isn't a cruel procedure. And if it's medically necessary, for therapeutic reasons, that's one thing. But just for our convenience, I think there are many other alternatives to be explored first.
Yeah, years back, I had adopted a stray cat that was kind of wandering the neighborhood, and it turned out the cat was actually declawed, and that's when I first realized, how much pain these animals are actually in. The cat would walk across my driveway on a warm day, and you could see it just wincing in pain every step it took. So, thank you for your testimony, and especially thank you for what you do down there sheltering animals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thanks for your testimony. The next person is Michelle Farella, followed by Gary Noodleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michelle Farella. I'm a licensed practicing veterinarian in Connecticut, and I'm also the president of the Connecticut Veterinary Medical Association. I'm here today to speak on House Bill 6267, an act concerning cat decline. While the intent behind the bill is admirable, this type of ban creates inappropriate government oversight on individual patient care. It's unnecessary, and it will lead to unintended consequences. For these reasons, the CVMA opposes HB 6267. The CVMA and its members believe that the decisions about an individual pet's healthcare are best made within the context of the veterinary client-patient relationship. Veterinarians are best equipped to evaluate an individual patient's circumstances and counsel pet owners on healthcare options. This is not the place for the government to be making medical decisions. Doctors should be trusted to act in the best interest for the health and welfare of their patients. Further, there's not a clear definition for key terms used in this bill, such as therapeutic purpose or medically necessary. So what qualifies as medically necessary could be open to interpretation, and this ambiguity could lead to confusion or potential misuse of the law. Declawing has become less common in recent years, in part due to veterinary schools emphasizing behavior modification and other alternatives to reduce destructive scratching, which is the most common reason for declaws, instead of surgery. And as such, this procedure is naturally becoming less common. Veterinarians who do perform declaw surgeries use modern techniques, aggressive pain control, anesthesia. And following these standards, the research on declawing has not found evidence that the procedure does indeed cause widespread harm. A recent literature review failed to find an increase in undesirable behaviors, including house soiling, biting, or aggression, chronic pain, or increased owner relinquishment. For example, one study reported that persistent lameness was observed in less than 1% of declawed cats. And another 2016 study found that declawed cats are less likely to end up in shelters. Declawing is most commonly requested in instances of destructive scratching, but also to protect people who could have life-threatening complications from a cat scratch. So folks who have complicated immune systems, diabetes, bleeding tendencies. If declawing is banned, it could create serious unintended consequences for the cats in these situations. For those cats who do fail non-surgical alternatives, some cat owners would resort to euthanasia or relinquishing their cat to a shelter, or they could also face euthanasia. Others may instead release their cat outdoors, where cats face greater risks of infections, injuries, or death. Some individuals might even resort to having the procedure performed illegally or under unregulated or unsafe conditions.
Ms. Fiorella, the timer went off. If you could summarize, please.
Oh, sure. This is a complicated issue. We are working the best interest of our pets, and I hope that the committee will respect the doctors making decisions for their patients. Thank you.
No, thank you. A couple of questions. Rep. O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. I had brought this up earlier. My sister had a cat who didn't like anybody else in the family but my sister, and would slap at us and scratch us. And then the cat did it one time too many with my dad, who was a doctor, and he took her to get it declawed. So I appreciate your testimony, because I've heard testimony today how painful it is, and it's not something that should be done. But as somebody who does do declawing, you educated me. So it's not, if you do it right, it's not as problematic for the animal. Is that fair to say?
What it's fair to say is that the research is not definitive. And to clarify, I don't do this surgery. It's very uncommon. I don't know many who do. I've never done this surgery, but looking at the research, there are some studies that say, yes, there are higher rates of pain or health behavior problems, and other studies who don't. The problem is when it was a lot more common back in the day, a lot of those studies were done in schools where they had vet students performing the surgeries. So a lot of the information about the long-term pain and complications, just the value of the data is not as strong as we could have.
Fair enough. And I mean, look, this was back in the 80s, so it was a long time ago. And the options, frankly, were for my sister were we're either getting rid of the cat or you're getting it declawed. And so well, look, thank you very much for your testimony here today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. I saw Rep. Chafee, but he disappeared. Any other questions? Rep. Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Farella, thank you for being with us and for your serious, meaningful testimony. I'm going to ask your indulgence for 1 second because right now there's a special constituent watching along with his testimony who's a 2-year-old that loves animals. And so I'd like to ask you as a veterinarian, what is your favorite animal, Dr. Farella?
My favorite animal is definitely a cat. I am a cat lady.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence. Hello, Charlie.
I think that was a setup. All right. Seeing no further questions. Next person is Gary Noodleman. Mr. Noodleman, if you could unmute yourself so we could hear you.
Done. Sorry, I opposed the bill for the one indirect. I'm going to read something for you. My name is Gary Noodleman, and I own CT Breeder. We have locations in Norwalk and Newington, Connecticut. We're established in 1984. We have successfully placed thousands of healthy puppies with loving families. Our commitment to providing sound, healthy pets is the cornerstone of our business. We support our customers through complimentary training and ongoing assistance, ensuring a positive experience for both pet and the owner. With over 41 years in the pet industry and having trained over 30,000 dogs in my 65 plus years, I consider myself a seasoned expert. We collaborate closely with licensed veterinarians and reputable breeders to maintain our high standards. Our business employs over 30 individuals, contributing to the local economy through taxes, rent, and insurance. As a state licensed entity, we undergo frequent inspections and have consistently maintained a violation-free record. I believe it is in the best interest that I retain the ability to select our puppy sources, leveraging my extensive knowledge of breeders who produce the healthiest animals. To comply with Connecticut state laws, we exclusively source puppies from licensed and inspected breeders with no direct violations. Furthermore, as a matter of company policy, we avoid breeders with any negative direct violations. Regarding indirect violations, it is important to understand that these often stem from situations unrelated to animal welfare, such as a breeder not being present during a surprise visit. I have many examples illustrating this point. For instance, a breeder with 17 clean inspections over 10 years may have a single indirect violation for a missed surprise inspection. To exclude breeders based on such circumstances, particularly when they have otherwise demonstrated exceptional care, is detrimental to the breeders, our business, and mostly important to the prospective pet owners. We have established strong relationship with our breeders and understand their practices thoroughly. I have many examples. 17 inspections since November 2015. 7 years clean. One was not at home. And then the next week or 2 weeks they come and they give them no violation. I have another. I mean, I could do this all day. I mean, some people, they have children, they leave, they come back, they're not home, they miss it. But other than that, they're clean. And they're good to do business with, and I'm very successful at doing such. Sorry, I'm good. Any questions?
Yes, Representative Doucette has questions.
Okay, just remember, I'm deaf, so I'm reading what you guys are saying.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for joining us. Your testimony was that your store was violation free, but I have been informed that you, in fact, received several violations of the statute that is currently proposed to be amended in the legislation. Is that not accurate?
That's absolutely not accurate.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have a report from the Humane Society of the United States that submitted this information to the Department of Agriculture, which my information has resulted in your store being cited for several violations for sourcing animals that had from places that had direct violations in Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Missouri. These are sick animals. This is from the USDA inspection report. Sick animals that were in crowded cages full of feces and urine without water. Is that
Tell me
not
when you're
accurate?
done. Tell me when you're
Okay.
done. You can check with your own sources at the USDA of Connecticut. Never has happened. They also came. They pull things from, I don't even know when they pull them, but I have never been violated. And you can check with, you work for USDA Connecticut. Show me one. Show me one. Since 2016, I'm in business.
I'm looking at it right now. Have you sourced animals from Whispering Oaks Kennel in Kansas, from David Miller Kennel in Missouri, from Fetters Kennel in Missouri? These are all places that have had direct USDA violations.
No, both gentlemen. Normally, I don't have to step
That
in.
was dropped because it was a mistake, but that was dropped. It never went through because it was an error. So that's what he's bringing up, an error. So I pride myself on how well I run my business. So that was an error and dropped. So please check your sources.
All right, Mr. Noodleman, though, we have to have some decorum, and one person speaks and the other person speaks without interrupting. But from now on, go ahead, Rep. Doucette, continue.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just wanted to clear that up. I'm looking at something here that pretty clearly lays out, and I can provide this to you, Mr. Noodleman, and we can discuss offline here. The intention of this legislation is to make sure that the existing statute is in fact working to catch these violations. And as someone who's worked on this issue for some time, your store may be perfectly fine and you're doing everything on the up and up and you care for the animals when they're in your possession. But according to my records, you have sourced animals from what we would call the worst puppy mills in the country. And I have photos, I have records of these violations, which again goes to the purpose of this legislation, which is to see if, in fact, the law that we have on the books is working. Now, as you know, this committee has entertained, and other committees in the legislature have entertained doing a ban on the sale of dogs, cats, in pet shops. And that legislation has not gone through and been approved by this legislature. And one of the reasons for that is because we hear that the existing law works fine to capture all these violations. But from my information, it is not, in fact, working adequately, which is the reason that we're talking about this bill today. Now, I will accept your point that indirect violations may be of a minor nature, but the ones that I cited to you appear to be direct violations. So I guess I'm just confused, and I think it illustrates that the existing law isn't working and needs to be re-examined, which again is the reason we're here today.
All right, Mr. Noodleman, please respond.
You're saying that you're looking at violations that you could show me that went to my business or to my breeders in the past 7 years. The Miller thing that you're talking about was an error, and it started from the Humane Society, and they came in, wrote it, and then dropped it in the court because it was incorrect. Other than that, you have zero on me. If you're gonna, I would like you to bring it. You're right. Why don't we have this conversation online, and maybe at that point, you and I can work this out together, because what you have is definitely not the case.
I would be happy to.
Okay.
Fetters, Circle B, Buck Kennel, David Brown, Puppy Travelers. There's a whole list of them I'm looking at right now. I'll share this information with you, and also circle back with the Department of Agriculture to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. But appreciate your time.
Okay, what you just said is a puppy truck. That's first of all. So you just made one error. You just named a puppy truck, a delivery company that is a T-Transport that it doesn't get violations. So we'll try again. I'm sorry.
Mr. Newman, I understand sometimes gets sensitive here, but we're trying to keep some decorum. We also have a question from Representative Dubitsky for you.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. I certainly understand your frustration and the excitement in your voice. If indeed it is true that you have not been violated, to be accused of such in a public forum would certainly make me unhappy as well. I do note that the good representative cited things from the Humane Society as opposed to official records. Have you had run-ins with the Humane Society in the past?
I have not personally had run-ins, but the Humane Society have come into my store. Listen, they try, in order to be a rescue, you have to rescue from someone. We need a villain. So they're using pet shops. I've been sitting here since this morning talking about all these horrible things going on in pet shops. I'm sorry, going on in humane societies and rescues and all these things. And you guys, not you particularly, but are trying to send people to those rescues where they're telling you the horrendous conditions. They're not inspected, they're not anything. And then you guys are coming for us, which is really insane. I own the building in Berlin, Berlin Turnpike. I own the thing. My store is wide open for anyone to come in, any of the representatives to come check. And my paperwork is open because it's a state law. So the laws we have now are very careful. So if you're reading the Humane Society's website, again, who are against pet shops, that's not how you do your research. No offense to you, Representative, but you do your research through the Department of Agriculture in Connecticut.
They have come in.
You know, I can't hear myself, so my wife is giving me side things. I'm sorry.
They have come in the store and harassed us. They have.
Okay.
They absolutely have.
Can she come into the screen? Because she could hear better than me. Go ahead.
So I have had experience with the Humane Society in Connecticut. I can't see you guys. In Connecticut, they have come in my store. They have harassed me. They have come into my store because I had a legal dog in there. They didn't like where it came, the breeder it came from. The breeder had no issues, and they did come after us. They called my store for 2 weeks. I had to call Norwalk Police to get these people to stop harassing us. I had to send them to people's homes in Greenwich because these were Greenwich people that were coming into our store harassing me every day, telling me to give them the dog so they can adopt the dog out. The dog was very well cared for. So yes, we have had run-ins with the Humane Society in our store harassing us. They also have sent the Department of Agriculture into our store several times saying I had 7 golden retrievers in a small cage, which is an out and out lie. We would never do that. And they have come into the store to harass us. So yes, the answer to that is yes.
Sorry, Miss, if you could identify yourself for the record.
Sorry.
Allison Noodleman.
Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, it's just
Okay,
so tough. And I can't
thank you.
tell now
I-
I'm speaking either. So if I'm yelling, I can't tell.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's we're trying to keep some decorum
okay,
here.
so
Dr. Dubitsky, do you have any
I'm
further
sorry,
questions?
Yes, I would just ask that, because the veracity of this witness's testimony and the veracity of the testimony of previous witnesses has been called into question, I would ask that that any records that have been cited in this hearing be made available to the entire committee so we can assess the veracity of those records as well.
Thank you, Representative. That is a fair question.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? One from Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I read the electronic testimony on this, I saw that the American Kennel Club opposes this bill. And it was brought to my attention to ask, this is not my question, but it was alluded to from other people that if you had the whole rescues and animal shelters that currently try to find homes for animals to be made to follow the same regs and as these regs are being suggested and current regs on the books, warranties and the like, would you be open to that?
For the rescues to have the same type of
Yeah,
regs
it
we
was
have? I would, but to tell you the truth, that's impossible because, I mean, yes, I would love it. But to be fair to the rescues, it wouldn't be fair to them because I need to have so much paperwork where they're born, there's so much paperwork involved. They don't have access to that. I have no problems with rescues and I have a lot of friends in rescues and I send people to them if I can't help them. But they're not going to be able to, we have very strict regulations. They wouldn't be able to do that because they don't have, what's it called when we get the dogs? So there's a
Certificate of veterinary.
certificate of veterinary inspection. There's all kinds of things that they couldn't get, but they should have a warranty and they should have access to trainers. At my store, there's an issue. I train the dog. I take my dogs back if there's a problem. I locate homes for them. My dogs never end up in shelters. And I would really, since they're all microchipped, every single one of my dogs, I'd like them to show me one. Can I just, one more thing. A hearing ago, somebody said one of the breeders was a horrendous breeder and that they returned the dog to the to one of the shelters in Stamford. I pulled her records. 17 inspections in 10 years, one issue with not being home. And they were telling you she's one of the worst puppy mill dogs. And that's for you, Rob Touche.
Sir, decorum. Third time I've asked for decorum.
Let's wrap it up. We're good.
We're wrapping it up.
I'm so sorry, but he's right. I'm doing this since I'm 20 years old. I'm 66. I really pride myself. I have thousands of clients, famous people, regular people. We try to help everyone. I mean, just for this to go on, when you're telling people to go to rescues, we're saying they get dogs from puppy mills and then spitting out they're the best pets. Some people saying that the dogs are, I'm a behaviorist. I've trained 30,000 dogs, law enforcement, etc. If you have dogs that bite, you cannot necessarily put them in a home. And I can train a dog that bites and is vicious and be good with me, but I wouldn't trust that dog in a house with children. There's just criteria. There's just, it's crazy.
Mr. Noodleman, thank you very much. Your testimony was impactful. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next person up is Owen Little, or no, that came with that part of the group, right? Barbara, Chris Erb. Yeah, tap that.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 home heating fuel retailers that provide fuel to over half the homes in the state. We also represent motor fuels marketers in Connecticut. Our members own, operate, and distribute fuel to over 1,000 convenience stores. I'm here today on House Bill 6278, Section 2 in particular, that would require biodiesel to be blended with diesel fuel that's used for on-road purposes. Just to set this straight, a lot of the conversations I've had with you in the past have been about biodiesel's use with its blend with traditional heating fuel, typically for residential and commercial use. First thing I'll point out is I want to refer back to some of the conversation that happened earlier concerning issues that were raised about tank leaks and corrosion. I believe that the Deep Commissioner cited that in her comments briefly. Our industry has wholeheartedly endorsed the use of biodiesel blending. You heard from the state producer, which is the largest one on the East Coast earlier, about this topic. I don't think that you would have the only trade association in the state of Connecticut come before the legislature and ask that a blending requirement be put into place if we thought that it was going to cause corrosion or leaks. The corrosion or leak issues that have come up, there are 4 reports that have been done over the last 15 years. The first looked more at the on-road diesel fuel side. More recently, they looked at home heating fuel. And what those reports have said is that this seems to have started well before biodiesel was ever introduced into the marketplace. It was when the federal government reduced the sulfur content of on-road diesel fuel from 500 parts per million to a maximum of 15 parts per million. The state of Connecticut followed the federal government's lead in the heating fuel side just over a decade ago. So in a high sulfur environment, microbial growth is eliminated. The microbes can't grow. When we move to ultra low sulfur, 15 part per million diesel, on-road diesel fuel, we started to see pumps malfunction and tank corrosion occur. More recently, like I said, just over a decade ago, when we reduced the sulfur content of home heating oil, we started to see similar issues, not necessarily because there's no components like there is at a pump at a gas station. We saw similar issues occur. So what these studies all seem to lend themselves to is that corrosion occurs in an ultra low sulfur fuel environment and has nothing to do with the introduction of biodiesel. Biodiesel is a natural lubricant. It's non-toxic. It lowers emissions, depending on what study you look at, from 71 to 80 something percent. So I would say that the last people in the world is the retail heating fuel industry to come and ask you to do something that would cause damage that would expose us to liability. Thank you.
Fair enough. Any questions? Representative Gresco.
One question. So going along that line of thinking and logic, if it's the low sodium, low sulfur blend, does the addition or potentially addition of the at least 5% blend of biodiesel help solve that problem or exacerbate the problem?
Yeah, I'm not an engineer, and I wouldn't be able to say that it would. I don't believe it would exacerbate it at all. Would it go in the other direction? I couldn't speak to that. I wouldn't say that biodiesel accelerates corrosion or doesn't. You get all the other benefits out of it, and the corrosion one is, like I said, is a function of sulfur content.
And Mr. Howell had said that, it was also a water content as well that I'm sure it needs to be present for the microbes to grow as well.
Correct. So there's always going to be water present in a tank because it sweats, is the humidity. And so when the fuel that was being delivered to the tank was at a higher sulfur rate, the water that was there, it rendered the microbial growth neutral, or enough that it didn't impact the tank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Callahan.
Thanks. Chris, we also heard, I think it was even Senator Lopes asked about the degradation of gaskets. What do you have to say about that?
There has been that one categorically. There's been more studies than I can count that are publicly available, peer reviewed, that show that yellow metals and any sort of plastics that may be a part of a heating system are completely unaffected. The nitriles and filters it has no impact whatsoever. Actually, the studies show that diesel or heating oil, because they're the identical product, just one is untaxed and one is taxed. If it's clear, it's taxable diesel. If it's dyed red, it's non-taxable, but the base fuel is exactly the same. The diesel actually has more of a corrosive effect on those parts than biodiesel does. Biodiesel is much more gentle. It's a solvent. It does clean tanks. So if there's sludge, it will clean them, but it does not affect the components.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Danielle Bays.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, I guess we're at now. Thank you. My name is Danielle Bays, and I'm the Senior Analyst for Cat Protection and Policy at Humane World for Animals, and I'm asking your support for HB 6267, an act concerning cat declawing. Amputating a cat's toes is an extreme response to scratching, particularly as humane solutions are readily available, as you've heard from other folks today. Declawing is banned or considered an unethical veterinary practice in a vast number of countries around the world. And if passed, Connecticut would join a growing number of communities in the U.S. taking a stand against this inhumane practice, including neighboring states of New York and Massachusetts. I wanted to just highlight a few points, a couple questions that came up earlier. The Center for Disease Control and other human health organizations actually advise against declawing cats in order to protect human health, as infection risk from cat bites, which are more common with declawed cats, is much more harmful to cat owners than a superficial scratch. Also, in locations where declawing has been banned, animal shelters have not experienced an increase in cats being surrendered since their owners no longer have the option to declaw. While the veterinary community is increasingly opposed to declawing, we can't really continue to wait for the profession to end declawing on its own. These amputations are still too commonly practiced. Fewer and fewer veterinarians are willing to provide declaw surgeries, yet our polling shows that around 20% of the cats in the US are still declawed. This means that the small number of veterinarians willing to declaw are making up for those that say no. We can't equate fewer veterinarians doing declaws with fewer cats being declawed. It's comparing apples to oranges. It is important to note that this bill does not interfere with the veterinarian's ability to provide medical care for their patients. They can still amputate toes when medically necessary for the well-being of the cat. Humane World for Animals, we've submitted written testimony in support of this bill. I know you've received a lot of written comments on the bill as well. And I just wanted to point out that of those posted online, a lot of those that are listed as opposed to the bill are actually opposed to cat declawing and not the bill itself. And I just asked the chair to ask the clerk to take a proper tally of those the testimony based on the content rather than what that was listed as opposed in that drop-down box. So I'm happy to answer any questions and just urge you to vote in favor of this bill and help make Connecticut a leader in compassion. And thank you for your perseverance of being here all day to listen to all of this testimony.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bays? Whatever your name is.
Tough stuff. You spent a whole session with a guy. Ms. Bays, thank you so much. Just a really quick question. Did you just say that 20% of cats are declawed?
Yes, that is what we had done some polling about a year or two ago, and indicated that still 20% of respondents indicated that their cats had been declawed. And that is similar to data from other studies 10 years ago, a variety of different studies that indicated about the same. So it really hasn't changed that much.
If you please send me that to my email address, I'd appreciate getting to take a look at that. It's a higher number than I have heard before and had thought. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. whatever your name is.
Someday you too will get old and things don't work as well. Seeing no further questions, next up is Vicky Katranik. Vicky going twice.
I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, honorable members of the committee. My name is Vicky Katrinik, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Humane World for Animals. Thank you for allowing me to provide testimony in support of Section 1 of HB 6278. This legislation will ensure that Connecticut laboratories are using non-animal methods to assess the safety of products such as cosmetics, household cleaners, pesticides, and industrial chemicals as soon as they are approved for use by the relevant regulatory agencies. It will not impact testing done for medical research, including for drugs or medical devices. In our written testimony, Humane World for Animals provided some recommended amendments for HB 6278 that we believe will improve the legislation by more closely adhering to how non-animal methods are now approved by regulatory agencies and to provide a reporting mechanism to ensure compliance. HB 6278 is similar to laws that have been passed in 4 other states and legislation being considered in several others. The legislation does not ban animal testing unless and until regulatory agencies have decided that they are unnecessary through acceptance of an alternative method. In this way, the legislation is careful not to get ahead of the science, but also expands in its impact as more alternative methods are developed and accepted for use. In traditional animal tests, animals have substances forced down their throats or into their lungs, dripped into their eyes, or smeared onto their skin. Thousands of animals may be used for a single test, and they can suffer for months before being killed. And the majority of animals used in testing are excluded from protection of the Federal Animal Welfare Act. But these tests are not only cruel, they also have scientific limitations. Due to significant differences between animal species, the results of animal tests are often not very predictive of human responses to chemical exposure. Fortunately, alternative test methods have and continue to be developed that are based on human biology and are therefore more accurate. That is why we have seen a global trend toward replacement of animal studies with non-animal methods. Many federal agencies, such as the EPA, NIH, and FDA, have been at the forefront of developing and reviewing new non-animal methods. This is also consistent with public sentiment about this issue. In a 2024 national poll, 70% of likely voters would support legislation requiring companies to use available non-animal test methods for products. Unlike traditional animal testing, which will always have severe limitations, alternative methods will not only continue to improve over time. HB 6278 will ensure that Connecticut stays on the cutting edge of technology and assert itself as a leader both in scientific innovation and preventing unnecessary animal cruelty. Humane World for Animals urges the committee to amend and pass HB 6278. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next person up, Togi Kadampur. Sorry about that.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Toji Kutamperu, and I own and operate Safari Stands Pet Center in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm writing to express my strong opposition for HB 6240, a bill that, if it's passed, that would impact the choice for Connecticut residents, my business, our customers, and the livelihoods of responsible breeders. I did have a USDA licensed breeder that was going to speak, based in Connecticut, to give you an idea of what a USDA breeder is all about, but he couldn't wait any longer, so I did submit his written testimony. I am actually going to go off track of what I've written down and agree with Gary Noodleman that we are being harassed every day by the Humane Society. They provide false information. They've falsified records in the past and have used that as testimony. They go off a search field in the internet, and it is getting frustrating because they will harass. They go to the Department of Ag and they give them all this information. So there's three ways they can do it. In the past, they would come ask me, "Hey, give us all the records for this puppy," and we would hand them over, and they would drop the charges. But recently, not recently, but recently they gave me an infraction ticket. I had to go to court, showed the documentation, and charges were dropped. They've also gone to the extent where they filed criminal charges against me and arrested me for not filing paperwork on time. So I would love to send all that documentation to Representative Jablonski so that he can review and stop this. And I'll take any questions now.
Thank you. I will tell you, as leadership of the committee, I will base my decisions in this committee on what I hear from the Department of Agriculture in the state, not other agencies going forward. I mean, we do take it pretty seriously what information we get in and try to discern what's the most honest.
And you guys are supposed to be looking out for small businesses and us.
As a small business owner, I am looking out for small businesses. So, it's self-effacing. Rep. Doucette.
Thank you. You did mention an infraction, so I'll just ask about that. That infraction was for a violation related to this statute about breeders, USDA inspections, and direct violations and so forth?
I don't have an infraction. They gave me an infraction based on some research that was done by the HSUS, which was incorrect and false.
And then what was the status of that? How did you prove that it was false, and how was it adjudicated?
The records that I got from the breeder, the certificate of inspection, somebody just looked up the wrong name and found something matching to close enough to that name. It is still wrong. You could have just asked me what the USDA number for that breeder was, and stop wasting court's time and the Department of Agriculture's time and my time.
Okay,
yes,
so to
there's a
your
lot of
knowledge, you've never sourced an animal
I have
from a
never
USDA
sourced. I
breeder that
pride
has had a
myself in
direct
doing a lot.
violation?
Sorry, yeah, I've never sourced from the information you have is incorrect and it's misleading and it's false.
And how do you verify that you don't source animals from breeders that have direct USDA violations?
How do I prove?
How do you verify it? Because I'm
Because I
going to
buy
give
from
you the
them
benefit of the doubt
directly.
that as a
I
business
didn't. I'm
owner
telling
that
you, I didn't buy from the guy.
Gentlemen, I will silence this completely. One person
You're-
speaks.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you
Sorry.
have to-
Go ahead.
And if I have
I
to
understood your question. I answered it.
Sir, I'm talking right now.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
One person will speak, and then I will say allow the next person to speak, and you not speak until I give you discretion to speak.
Thank you.
Rep. Doucette, are you done with your question?
Well, the question was, how do you verify that the breeders that you source the animals from do not have USDA violations?
Togi, please.
All right. So I buy directly from my breeders. So the breeder that you are stating, I never bought from that guy. So I don't know who that person is or where he came from. But anyway, and all my puppies come directly from that breeder on the truck to me directly. So they're not getting in anybody else's hands. So I know exactly what I'm buying from my breeders. And there's paperwork that goes along with it. There's a veterinarian that signs off on it. There's 2 sets of veterinarian records. So I know that I bought that dog. When I saw it's 5 weeks old, 6 weeks old, 7 weeks old, 8 weeks old when it got to my store. So it's the same dog that I got from the breeder that I went and saw.
Have you ever purchased animals from Creekside Kennel of Oberlin,
And we
Kansas?
stopped buying from them a long time ago.
The second time I've said this, you will speak once I say your name.
Oh,
not
okay.
Interrupt each other. All right, Rep. Doucette, are you done with that question?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna say Togi because your last name's tough for me, but Togi, please speak.
Oh, yeah. So we also go out and meet all our breeders. So when a breeder refuses to let us into their facility, I make the choice of not buying from them. I have met all my breeders and I know every one of their stories. So we in the past we did buy one, and then we when she didn't let us in, we stopped buying from them.
Okay.
Is that
okay? Again, that is the purpose of this statute, and what we're doing here today is to determine whether or not this statute is effective in addressing the issue of pet shops in Connecticut sourcing animals from the worst, violators throughout the country. So that said, I'll leave it there. I mean, that Creekside Kennels was something that was identified as having numerous violations, state violations as well. Again, it sounds like there was a citation. You're saying it was erroneous, and that very well may be true, and that's fine. But again, just trying to illustrate that some of these breeders, and again, as I said to the previous gentleman, I would trust that your shop uses best practices, that you treat your animals humanely, and that everything is happening on the up and up. You can't control necessarily what happens at Creekside Kennel, but you can monitor to see whether or not that facility, Creekside Kennel, and others that you may purchase from have violations and have practices that are not on the up and up. So
Yeah, but
that's all.
Can I follow up on that?
no,
Sure.
he's done. There was no question implied there. There's a question from Representative Dubitsky. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just would ask that I know you offered to send me documentation. I would ask that you send it to the committee chairs, and they will appropriately distribute it to the appropriate people. And if you would just, send any documentation you have with regard to the veracity of the testimony we've heard and the complaints, that would be fine. I'm sure we'll all I'll
That's
be
a
anxious
lot
to
of
take a look
paperwork.
at it.
A lot.
Thank you.
So that is the
Look,
intent.
you don't have to send, don't send us everything. Just send us enough that we can understand the veracity of the claim. Excuse me. Don't send us, the hundreds of pages, because I can almost guarantee you nobody's going to read that.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
Nicole Rivard.
Hi there. Good to see everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm honored to be here again on behalf of Friends of Animals. And we just believe that the state has already bent over backwards to show it's listening to concerns by allowing the killing of bears in self-defense and allowing DEEP to issue permits to farmers. DEEP can also kill any so-called nuisance bears. So frankly, SB 1523 is overkill and should be opposed. DEEP's always going to support a hunt because hunting licenses are plummeting in the state and they sell licenses. But even Mr. Trumbull said the agency ultimately wants Connecticut's bear population to grow, but have fewer conflicts. And we feel that when it comes to this issue that words matter. In DEEP's report, it shows human bear conflicts, but in Connecticut, most of the conflicts are with bird feeders, trash, livestock, not humans. In 2023, of the conflicts, 653 involved bird feeders, 117 involved trash cans, and 210 involved livestock and beehives. So why then are we considering this scorched earth approach to bears with a bear hunt? Clearly, what's needed is a conflict reduction community grant program that provides money to communities for bear-resistant trash cans and even electric fencing around chickens and beehives. We could achieve that through statewide legislation. I know DEEP even agrees with us because I've been collaborating with Jenny Dixon and Torrington officials and USA Carding to get a bear-resistant trash can pilot program started. USA Carding offers a bear-resistant trash can already to residents for $12 a month, but not everyone can afford that. In Massachusetts, which does have fewer conflicts, they have a bear-proof funding for Berkshire County. And then I just wanted to bring up the 39 home entries that people keep talking about from April 8th to June 30th. Most were avoidable if residents just followed some simple steps to secure their homes. And that's unfortunately not the narrative that you hear in the media. We know this because we did a Freedom of Information Act request to get all the details of the entries. There's one example, a Falls Village resident found a black bear in her kitchen. The opportunistic bear had just grabbed some chicken and strolled out the magnetic screen door where it ate in the backyard and then sauntered off. The resident even recognized the bear because it had previously helped itself to fruit from her fruit trees. Case in point that magnetic screen doors won't keep bears out. They can smell food from miles away. Lastly, in 2023, DEEP killed 4 bears because of home entries, 7 for being sick and immobile, and 1 for being active in a chicken farm. I think those numbers underscore that we can all work together to keep residents and its black bears safe without resorting to slaughtering bears. And we would love to be at a seat at the table with DEEP to work together.
Nicole, the timer went off if you could summarize.
We just want to work together for common sense solutions without, slaughtering bears for no reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Repo Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Nicole, for your testimony and happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
That was pretty good. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Samantha Danowski.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, co-chairs Lopes and Parker and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Clips Connecticut chapter, and on behalf of our 30,000 members and supporters, thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I am testifying in opposition to SB 1523, House Bill 7231, and Section 2 of House Bill 6278. Regarding Senate Bill 1523, an act concerning bear hunting, we oppose a bear hunt to deal with bear-human conflicts. So as you've heard from others, bears in the woods in their natural habitat exhibiting normal behaviors are not statistically likely to be the problem bears. Problem bears can already be killed by DEEP, and DEEP's recent work to implement some non-lethal and humane solutions, including public education, has just literally just begun in real earnest. And so we want to see really doubling down on those non-lethal solutions before contemplating a bear hunt. Sierra Club opposes House Bill 7231, an act concerning Sunday hunting. According to DEEP, demand for outdoor recreation has increased dramatically, with annual visitation to Connecticut state parks and forests estimated at 17 million in 2022. Hunters already have the right to hunt 6 out of 7 days of the week, just 1 day a week. We urge that those enjoying the refuge of nature, whether it be hiking or picnicking, birding, or simply appreciating the outdoors, be able to do it without worrying about whether or not someone is hunting nearby. And finally, Sierra Club opposes House Bill 6278, specifically Section 2, requiring biodiesel blending. We agree that the need to reduce pollution from transportation is undeniable. Connecticut residents breathe unnecessarily dirtier air from transportation pollution. Exposure to NOx from diesel pollution and carries significant health risks, including premature death, hospitalization, and these health risks disproportionately impact communities of color. We oppose this section for 2 reasons. One is the NOx emissions, which according to the U.S. Department of Energy increase with biofuel blending. And here in Connecticut, knowing how serious a pollution problem it is along our highways, we really need to be concerned about that. And 2 of our counties are labeled as serious ozone non-attainment zones, which would be made worse by an increase in NOx pollution. And the second concern we have about this is supply. Due to the limits of waste oil collection, this mandate could result in the production of additional virgin vegetable oils. That would have potential concerning effects on food supply and land loss, and could emit even more greenhouse gases on an energy equivalent basis. And there are no protections to ensure that this doesn't happen. So for this reason, we oppose Section 2. These 2 reasons we oppose Section 2 of the bill. And that's it. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for hanging out with us to the end. Paul Larson.
Good evening.
Evening.
Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Paul Larson. We've met before. I'm president of the Connecticut Farm Bureau Association, representing farmers in Connecticut, and here to speak to you this evening regarding Senate Bill 1523, speaking in support of the bill concerning the bear hunting. Black bear population in our state has grown considerably in the past 10 to 15 years, and in this same period, we have noticed a significant increase in the incidence of bear damage to crops and livestock on Connecticut farms. For example, I have seen fields of sweet corn just about ready to harvest that were decimated by black bears. Bears have been documented breaking into chicken houses, killing or harming sheep, and ravaging honeybee hives. Even where I live in the town of Woodstock, where there are not nearly as many bears as Hartford and Litchfield counties, I have lost beehives to bears, along with several other beekeepers that I know of. In addition to these impacts on agriculture, we have all seen the statistics of the alarming increase in home invasions by black bears. Imagine coming home to find a bear inside your home, or worse yet, being home when a bear enters your house. Also, the human versus bear incidents have become more frequent, as have the car versus bear accidents, especially in northwestern Connecticut and even in New Haven County. We are fortunate that there have not been any fatalities that I'm aware of due to a bear attack, but I certainly hope we don't wait until that happens before this state follows the recommendations of our Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to establish a regulated bear season. It is my knowledge that the expert staff at the Wildlife Division of DEP have determined that a hunting season for black bear is the most responsible strategy to manage the growing bear population in our state. The bear population is estimated to be growing by about 10% per year, and if left unchecked, black bears will continue to expand their range and create more problems for farmers and the general public. So I urge this committee to pass this bill and allow our wildlife professionals to determine the best process to manage black bears in Connecticut with a regulated hunting season. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Rep. Anderson.
Mr. Larson, thank you for testifying. One possible gap I see in legislation, we allow someone to use deadly force to defend themselves or their pet. But if there's a threat to livestock, you have to enact a lot of measures ahead of time before you can get a permit. I can envision a case where a bear is actively killing livestock. I remember several years ago there was I think it was a miniature donkey that was killed, or may not be using the right species. I hear in my area about goats and chickens being killed by bears. Do you think we need to add to the legislation the right to use deadly force if a bear is in the act of killing or maiming livestock?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, my answer is unequivocally yes. It was I guess a concession, if you want to put it that way, that we were in agreement with the policy that's actually in statute now, where a farmer has to, report incidents to DEP. They come out, they look at what happened, and then you can get a permit if it happens again. But meanwhile, the damage is done. And, if we're saying that it's okay, it's acceptable to use lethal force if a bear is threatening or harming your pet, well, a cow can be a pet, or sheep or chickens. So where do you draw that line? I definitely think that farmers need to have the ability to react at the moment. There's no question about, we're not getting the wrong bear because he's in your field eating your sweet corn like right now. So I do think that it would be very appropriate to revise the existing language and include the option for farmers to use lethal force if necessary in those types of incidents.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Paul. I wondered whether, with respect to the permit for farmers, are you aware of any reasonable non-lethal methods that could be used for a cornfield?
Well, thank you, Representative Horn. I think, electric fence has been mentioned numerous times as a way to keep bears away from, for instance, beehives. But the setup that you need to keep bears out is pretty elaborate. I actually have, as I mentioned, I'm a beekeeper. I have electric fence set up around my beehives after I lost hives. So before I went to bed, the very next day, I had an electric fence set up around my beehives. But it takes 5 strands of electric fence. It's not just one like you might typically use to keep a herd of beef. No, excuse me, I'm gonna be quiet. My granddaughter, sorry. One strand of electric fence is often enough to maintain a dairy herd or herd of beef animals in a pasture area. But to really exclude bear, you need a minimum of 5 wires. And you also will often have a 6th wire that is your ground wire. So if the soil is dry and the bear is not able to make good contact through his feet with the soil, you have a ground wire in there as well for the bear to touch and initiate that shocking experience. Again, this does not kill the bear. It just makes them go ow, and they back away. So to put an elaborate fence like that around fields of sweet corn would be prohibitively expensive. Also, farmers will rotate their fields from year to year, so you don't always grow sweet corn in the same field necessarily, which means you've got to have a field, fences around other fields as well. So other than electric fence, I don't know of anything that's effective at, keeping bears out of animals or crops. But again, they're used around beehives because it's a relatively small area. And even though it is expensive, the charger to run the fence is about $700. The value of even 2 beehives would easily surpass that amount.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Welcome, folks. Thank you for working so hard into the night. I appreciate all you do.
No worries. We get paid a lot of money. Next up is Saria Khan.
What was that? No.
You have to unmute yourself, Ms. Khan. You're okay.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for waiting for the very end. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a recent Westport resident coming in from New York City, and I have extensive experience in animal rights legislation and sustainability issues, working with the New York City Mayor's Office and City Council. I want to voice my strong opposition to raised bill number 1523, which proposes establishing, obviously, a hunting season for black bears in Connecticut. I understand the committee's concerns, first and foremost. This, for me, though, however, is not a bear problem. It's a human behavior problem. Bears are attracted to, as we know, unsecured trash, bird feeders, and other artificial food sources. Without widespread public education, proper storage, regulations, and enforcement, a hunting season won't change the conditions that are causing these interactions. In fact, it may escalate them, disrupting bear social structures and causing younger, less cautious bears to scatter into residential areas. Now, I recognize there's another factor going on here, and that's one we usually don't discuss during public hearings, and that's money. A hunting season creates licensing revenue, permits get issued, fees are collected, and for some, this becomes a new recreational opportunity. Let's be honest, some of the enthusiasm for this bill isn't about public safety, it's about turning a keystone species into a business model. But bears are not budget items. They are not entertainment. They are sentient, ecologically critical beings with deep intelligence and familial bonds. If we're building policy around who pays to kill them, we've already lost the moral thread. Other states like California and Colorado has successfully reduced human-bear conflicts without hunting, using measures such as bear-resistant trash bins, attractant ordinances, and strong PSAs. Connecticut hasn't tried fully to institute these issues at scale. In fact, in Colorado, where black bear populations are severely robust, the state's own wildlife agency, CPW, has stated, and I quote, "The number one cause of bear problems is trash." When communities begin mandating bear-resistant trash containers like in Aspen, Vail, Steamboat, human-bear conflicts dropped up to 50%. Those towns didn't resort to hunting seasons. They chose enforcement and education. Colorado Parks and Wildlife has shown that coexistence isn't just possible, it's effective when municipalities commit to action. I have a more detailed written summary, and I can provide that to you separately. If we have
Ms. Khan, the timer went off. If you could summarize.
No problem. I just want to say that please consider rejecting this proposal and instead investing in comprehensive, humane bear management, a plan that's rooted in prevention, education, and coexistence.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Rep. Redding.
I'm just curious, as far as Colorado is concerned, is there bear hunting in Colorado?
Yeah, yes, there has been, in fact, for instance, I can quote, and I'll submit a report if you'd like it, within the city of Aspen. It's Colorado. It's a very big nature-filled state with lots of animals. They've had mandated bear resistance locks since 2010. And they also instituted a $250 fine for the first offense for those people who are not committing to this mandate. So again, I reiterate, there's been a 50% drop in human bear.
I'm just verifying, though, in addition to that, they do have a bear hunt, correct?
I'm sorry?
In addition
I
to
lost you.
locking down the garbage, they do have a hunting season for bear.
I'm not familiar with each section of Colorado is different. I'm not familiar with it on a state level.
Okay, I'm just trying to delineate whether or not they, like Connecticut, have no bear hunting, and that the decrease in the human-bear conflicts are directly related to locking down their garbage. That's all I'm trying to find out.
I believe so because the Colorado Public Wildlife Association said that there has been a 50% reduction. So yes, to answer your question, correct.
Oh, and they've lifted their bear hunt. Okay.
They do not have a bear hunt. They've used non-lethal methods, as I've stated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Carrie Bernstein.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I think we skipped number 60, Stephen Sack.
You are correct, sir. My apologies. Mr. Sack, please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, that's all right. Good evening, committee. My name is Stephen Sack. I own Sack Energy, a fifth generation energy provider here in the state of Connecticut, and I am vice chair of the West Hartford Sustainable Committee. Today, we supply not only traditional heating oil and diesel fuel and gasoline, but we've been selling renewable liquid fuels for over 10 years. I have expertise in supply distribution with the use of biodiesel and renewable diesel. And I would like to talk in support of bill number 6278. The only thing that we would like to have, that I would like to see, is that renewable diesel is included in this bill along with biodiesel. I just want to give you some real world experience. I've driven full-size SUVs for many years now, mostly General Motors. They come with 3 different engines, a 5.3 liter V8. With those, I got around about 60 miles per gallon. I've had the 6.2 liter V8 gas engine. That I only got about 11 miles per gallon. And lately I've been driving the 3 liter diesel that they now put in there, and I'm getting 20.5 miles per gallon on average when using diesel fuel. But when I use B20 biodiesel, my mileage goes up about 1.5 miles per gallon. So real world is we're seeing better mileage with the biodiesel than without it. And with an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, this makes such great sense to use in all diesel engines. No modifications. You don't void the warranties. The manufacturers approve it. We've also been supplying Yale University their transit buses with 100% renewable diesel now for several months, and they've had 0 issues even through the middle of the winter. I like to address a few issues that Deep mentioned with supply. We're not having any supply issues whatsoever with biodiesel. Price, it fluctuates like anything else. For the last 2 months, it's been higher than regular diesel fuel, but for the last 4 years or 5 years, it's been less than regular diesel fuel. Leaking oil tanks, biodiesel does not cause tanks to leak at all. So that information is completely false, and we can back that up with plenty of studies that's been done. The state needs to lead by example by using renewable diesel or biodiesel in the state's vehicles to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're not going to stop. This is not going to stop electrifying the transportation if that's what you ultimately would like to do. But until that point in time, when the state does not have tons of money, that using biodiesel is a very cost-effective way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions instantaneously without changing anything. It also has no effect on the food supply, as the Sierra Club has mentioned. The NOx is either flat to maybe up 1%, if that, but particulate matter is down by 12%, CO2, SOx, everything else is down, greenhouse gas emissions is down. So this makes great sense. So I don't understand why DEEP is against this when they're trying to push in California car emissions, and California is the biggest user of biodiesel and renewable diesel out there to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So why would DEEP be against it? It's a complete baffling idea to me why they would be against this. And for that reason, I've met with transit people, Connecticut Transit. They're hesitant to do anything that they're not mandated to do. So in order for the state to really get behind this stuff, you need to mandate this stuff so the state can use it. Many other states are already using it without any issues. So there's no problem with this stuff. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sack? I'm not seeing any, but I would say to you, yes, stay in touch. Definitely stay in touch with Representative Gresco, who's taking the lead on this. I am interested in maybe working on something next year.
Thank you.
Carrie Bernstein. Mr. Bernstein, please unmute. Start your testimony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Just want to thank all of you. It's been a long day, and appreciate everything that you're doing. Similar to the constituent before, who indicated that she was a recent transplant from New York City, I am as well. I now reside in the Northwest Hills of Connecticut, but unlike the person that just testified, I wouldn't be bragging anything about the New York City Council or having any affiliation with the mayor's office, with all due respect. Also, I highly doubt that the person that testified before me has any connection whatsoever with any bears. And my testimony is without a doubt 100% in support of the bear bill, because it's about time. I also want to thank my representative, Jay Case. He's welcomed me, my family. I think he's a wonderful person, and I really am grateful to have him represent my interests and my family. What I'm pretty much hearing is a lot of emotion. I'm hearing a lot about to eradicate this bear plague, let's get rid of the food and the garbage and the bird seed and everything will be fine. Where I live on the Northwest Hills, I can tell you that's not working. My garbage they're bear resistant cans. They're in my garage, and I put ammonia in them as well. Additionally, I don't have any bird seed. And I can tell you this right now, within a week or so, I'm going to be seeing bears at minimum 3 times a month, at minimum. And these are some big bears. I've hunted in Manitoba. I've hunted in Newfoundland. I think the bears in Connecticut are bigger. One of the big issues is Massachusetts, New York, and New Jersey, far greater bear population. But how come they have so many less human-bear interactions than Connecticut? I'll tell you why, because there's a hunt there. And the bears realize that they are not number one, that they are not the they're not the number one predator. And this bear hunt is necessary. Just this last June, I was throwing a ball to my dog, and I look to my left, and I see what looks like another dog. No, it was a 300-pound sow with 2 cubs heading my way. These cubs weighed less than 20 pounds. Now, again, I have some experience with bears. I didn't run. I was cool. I didn't turn my back. I handled the situation well. That is the worst situation that you can be in, a sow with 2 cubs. What would happen if it was my 17-year-old daughter? What if it was my wife? Something has to be done. There's only one reason why Massachusetts, New York, and New Jersey have such a greater
Mr.
bear
Bernstein,
population.
the timer's gone off. If you could summarize, please.
Well, my summary is as follows. There's one reason why they're not having these conflicts, this plague, and that's because they have a hunt and we don't. And my last question to all of you, which VIP's kid has to be killed in order to have a bear hunt? Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Rep. Callahan.
Sir, thanks for your comments. You woke us all up, and
Yep.
you put a exclamation point on the day's testimony, and I'll have to agree. Jay Case is a pretty good guy.
Who's J.K.?
Thank you for your testimony.
All right, everyone, have a great night. Thank you. Pass that bill.
Thank you. Joel Valentine. Joe Valentine going twice. Joe Valentine going 3 times. I call this meeting adjourned.
Good. Safe travels, everyone.